My performance was enhanced because I had no facial hair.
Yeah.
You don't think that's why Johnny Damon had a good Yankee career? Because he shaved his beard?
Can we talk about this was Pat threw the story in there so we can compliment his beard? Because it's looking pretty good now.
Oh, thanks, man.
Was that your...
Wow.
Whoa, look at this. Valentine's Day tomorrow, some love being shown between Pat and Nuno. Never thought I'd see the day.
I don't know. I feel like he got some of that Rob Sala hair dye in his beard.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know.
I could lend you some
And we're
if you
back.
need, I have.
There are some things you wouldn't mind being stuck with, like a large unexpected inheritance. An always on the verge of death phone that has to be plugged in just right so it charges is not one of those things. Switch to Verizon and we'll pay off your old phone. Up to $800 via prepaid MasterCard so you can get a new one. Just trade in any phone from our top brands on any unlimited plan. With new line on My Plan. Additional terms apply for trade-in and pay off your phone offer. See Verizon.com for details.
A great lawn is like a great sports team. It takes expertise and a little extra care to really stand out. That's where True Green comes in. They're the official lawn care treatment provider of the PGA Tour, so they know a thing or two about keeping grass looking like a fairway. It's more affordable than you think, and they'll even match any competitor's price. Plus, True Green backs it all up with a satisfaction guarantee. Head to TrueGreen.com today. Let the pros do the work while you sit back and enjoy the results.
Limited time offer. Restrictions apply. See site for details.
Four nights ago, man. We're not that old. We're still doing it. We can still eat all the Elwoods, drink all those ice-cold frosty ones, and dance the night away.
You went home at 8 p.m., Eddie.
Yeah, man. I had to go check all my Fast Eddie stuff on my Instacart, my Facebooks, my Googles.
Man, us old-timers should stick to these weird radio commercials, maybe in the AM, and maybe even late-night cable TV.
Nah, man, I'm ready for the future. So in the future, if you're 21 and in the mood, jump on that information highway and head over that Clark Bridge into Alden, Illinois. Fast Eddie's Bon Air.
You wouldn't trust a butcher to babysit your pet pig. You wouldn't trust a lumberjack to repair your antiques. Or a professional wrestler to be your massage therapist. So why would you trust anyone but AMCO to fix your car? For over 50 years, we've been the trusted experts in transmission repair.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow at AMCO.
AA MCO.
Trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Bowen, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Need a lawyer? Onder wins. Call Onder Law at 314-9-million. That's 314-9-all-zeros. Or go to onderwins.com.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. Rise and shine, St. Louis. It's the Brown and Crouppen Morning After with Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett on 101 ESPN.
7 o'clock in St. Louis, and you are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Jupiter, Florida on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel, youtube.com/TMA STL. Subscribe to the channel, and you can watch us live from Roger Dean Stadium. It is our 7 o'clock hour here on TMA, and our Cardinals spring training coverage is brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. The clubhouse has just opened, and Martin Jackson has people he is ready to bring out.
I'm going to go try.
Fresh off a Mizzou win, which we witnessed. Doug and I watched Jackson watch Mizzou.
Was it uncomfortable to watch?
He really is Coach Jackson. Screaming the whole time.
That's not, I wasn't screaming.
Well, okay, coaching, barking out instructions to the TV.
Yeah, a little bit.
And then eventually, Tim, he would scream, "Mouse in the house! Mouse in the house!"
Doug, what's mouse in the house?
Meant there was a small guy covering a big guy.
And it meant
in the paint.
Feed him the ball.
Well, yeah.
But he would just yell, "Mouse in the house!" And we say, "Sorry, what?"
Well, you're running all these ball screens. You're trying to get a mismatch, and when you happen, you got to call it out. Mouse in the house. Mark Mitchell. Some little shrimp on him.
I take offense to that.
Well, sorry.
Doug, in all your years
Free
of
lunch.
coaching, you'd never heard that phrase.
I never had to say it to my bunch.
In the Wizard of Crestwood?
No.
St.
What would
Kitty's?
you say? What would you say if you saw a mismatch?
I'd say, come on, get a good wide base. Get those hands up on defense.
Just yell, "So-and-so is open."
Don't let him have the baseline. Block out. Those kind of things. I never said, "Mouse in the house." I'd have been thrown out of the CYC organization.
I'm going to go try to grab a play.
I would say Jackson's often despondent while watching the
They won by like 70.
No, but just frustrated.
Yeah.
You get frustrated
They were
easily.
playing with their food in the first half.
There you go.
Boy, there's so many phrases I can't follow on this show.
Chirping at zebras.
That wasn't as bad. Eventually, in the second half, I calmed down when they were up 30.
Hold on a second before you go.
Yes.
Eric in the Central West End, who you acknowledge is attractive, but
Yes.
you're not attracted to.
Thank you for that.
In a stunning development, Martin. This text in the Air Comfort Service text inbox at 314-399-9646. I'd like to give Libby Jack a compliment for a job well done getting all those interviews yesterday. It might have been Libby Jack's best show. Tim, of course, was the superior interviewer, but kudos to Libby Jack for booking the guests. They were all great.
Thank you.
Eric in the Central West End.
Thank you very much. I have to acknowledge it's a team effort.
All right, give me that hand.
Give me that. We work in tandem.
Only as good as your next guest.
Yes,
Only as good as your
absolutely.
next show.
Kobe Bryant job's not finished. But thank you, Eric in the Central West End. It's a kind compliment, but it's a team effort.
Did you
We're all on
sleep
the same
better
team.
last night? Knowing
Yeah, good
Mizzou
question.
Did the mouse in the house properly?
Yes.
And that you had a good day.
Yes, but again, it's all about your next guest, all about the next show.
Who are you going in there right now trying to get? Let the listeners inside your head right now.
Just off the top of my head, Alec Burleson. I saw Alec Burleson
Just
walk in
arrived on
earlier.
the scene, yes.
Yeah,
All
so
right.
I'm going to go in there.
So I guess in a matter of moments, Alec Burleson is going to be sitting right here at this dais.
Doug, you ready to talk? I'm going to go with Jax. We're going to tandem this. You got
Tag
this?
team back again. We do know Oli Marmol is joining the program today as well. He told us that yesterday.
he did.
He appeared from behind the shrubs right here, Doug. Let's see if
I
you watch
saw
on
him.
YouTube.
Yeah.
Right here, and he said, "Hey, I'm going to come on tomorrow. Ask the tough questions."
Right.
All right. Fair enough.
I know.
And what are you going to lead with?
Tough questions or good questions?
I think, and then maybe I said, okay, they're going to be hard-hitting questions. He goes, and bring the tough questions.
All right. I've got Who's Big for You ready to go. I've always got that in the holster.
I'm going to start screaming at him about the wild card series against the Phillies.
That still got you still under your skin?
I just want to prove the media in this town isn't soft.
Yeah, he's probably
Frauds,
put that behind him.
embarrassments.
He's probably put that behind him. Maybe not.
Yeah,
Maybe
well,
not.
we're gonna bring it back today. So Jackson and Martin have just gone into the clubhouse. The lead, if we were sitting in St. Louis, and it's the lead in Jupiter, Florida, Alex Bregman to the Sox. Alex Bregman to the Sox, 3 years, $120 million. And the Red Sox, now, the Red Sox, as Martin would observe throughout the whole process, never really went on the record themselves and said, we're really wanting to bring him on board, and I realize that he's with another team theoretically, so you can't be talking about it. But we always wondered how interested the Red Sox were, and I was reading in the Athletic this morning. or maybe it was Jeff Passan. It might have been Jeff Passan of ESPN, friend of the show, who said the Red Sox analytics tell them, yeah, they might take him on, but they're not really that interested, and they sure as hell aren't going to take on as much of the salary that the Cardinals wanted them to. Well, guess what, Doug? They won't have to worry about that because they signed Alex Bregman, and he will be heading to Boston.
$40 million a year for a third baseman. The rich just keep getting richer, and everyone else keeps getting left behind. So now it remains to be seen who might still be out there in the market for a third baseman like Arnado.
If you had to wager, and keep in mind, I have taken out. I was able to get a fourth mortgage on my house. These are things. Yeah,
that makes sense.
To wager with 5 members in the listening audience, $50 apiece. Paying a pretty good interest rate, too. 21.5% I was able to get.
That's good, yeah.
On the fourth mortgage.
Like a credit card.
Yeah, no, it was savvy.
Oh.
And I need him to be traded. Otherwise, I am going to lose that sweet, sweet cash. So then I ask you, is he going to be with the Cardinals on opening day, which is my bet with the listening audience, or is he going to be going somewhere else? And if it is the latter, where is he going? Ladies and gentlemen, Doug Vaughn from Jupiter, Florida.
I am going to say he will be with the St. Louis Cardinals on opening day. That's what I'm predicting.
You're a horse's ass for saying that.
Well, I don't want to see you lose your money, especially with all this interest that you're paying on it.
Only 21.5%.
Yeah. I just think that the most likely team to go after him doesn't need him now with Bregman. And if he didn't want to go to Houston, I don't know how many teams are left.
I wonder if he could still somehow wind up there.
Well, it's possible.
The one that I think Cardinal fans observing this, and this was some late night news, relatively late night, I was asleep, was that he would join Goldschmidt in New York. That would be the one. I just, again, the intuition comes from, some of the information that we are aware of behind the scenes, and the fact that they're just not really communicating. Not really. They are not communicating. I think that this thing is, at the moment, now maybe it can turn around. Maybe it can turn around. Broken between the player/agent and the Cardinals, specifically John Mozeliak and whoever else he thinks represents the organization, if it's the DeWitts as well. And I just don't think Nolan Arenado wants to be here. To the point, I realize that's a very obvious statement, but to the point that I think the 5-team list that John Mozeliak talked about yesterday when he was with us here at the spring training dais, I think he would consider expanding it at this point to not be here.
Yeah, he may, if there are more than 5 teams that would have any interest at all in having him. Because he does make a lot of money, and he's a veteran that appears to be on the way descending instead of ascending. I'm not sure how many teams in this climate would have any interest. As good a player as he is, I mean, he would make almost everybody better. But the fact is he comes with a huge price tag for most teams, and I don't think the Cardinals will give him away unless the other team takes a big bulk of that contract.
Well, as usual, our audience has some scoops that we did not have.
Okay.
Ask Oli why I saw Nolan Arnado at the Pentagon City Mall last night. That's from Jugs in D.C. So that is a report that we can cite Jugs in D.C. So he is in Washington.
Going to become a national.
And I guess that means he's going to become a national, even though the Nationals are 10 minutes down the road here. He is in D.C.
He had some shopping to do. That's understandable why maybe he wanted to go to Sbarro for lunch.
Oh, no, that's not a bad
I don't
plan.
know what he was doing at the mall, but a lot of us need to go to a mall right before we check in with a new ball club, even if it's in another city. Very common thing.
This one is something that some people I saw yesterday were wondering if it would bring this team to the table. I don't know. The Angels and Anthony Rendon, a contract that I think they're enjoying.
No. He's only played 2-3 games since he got there.
And he's making a ridiculous amount of money and has expressed his real lack of interest in the game itself. Plus, he doesn't play. So he is out, most likely for the year. Ken Rosenthal writing an article yesterday how it might be one of the worst contracts ever, and you might never see him play for the Angels again.
What's wrong with him now?
What was the injury yesterday? I mean, again,
that was crowdsourcing.
No, I understand. Let's see what the injury is. Anthony Rendon to have hip surgery.
Hip surgery.
Isn't that usually what you have in your
70s? Yeah, you fell down a short flight of steps, broke your hip. It's not really what happens to a lot of third basemen.
He came up with it the day before or the week before having to report to the Angels camp in Arizona. But either way, you go, okay, well, then that would be a landing spot, a third baseman who hasn't really played that much third base. Number one, are the Angels a team that would be in the mindset of, oh, we are Nolan Arenado away? Would Nolan Arenado be interested in going to an organization that most likely isn't a Nolan Arenado away? Those would be the two big questions that I would say as far as that thing goes. The positive would be it in the Dodgers, but he's going back to Cali. LL Cool J. Was that like 80?
I don't know the years.
I'll look it up for you.
I could see how Arnado would want to go to the Angels. I can't see why the Angels would want to go with him to take on another big contract. The Angels were terrible last year.
You're right about that. Not the Angels part, that it was LL Cool J 1988,
Okay.
going back to Cali.
Right.
So I was right again.
All right.
It's unbelievable.
I'm sure that's a spot where Arnado would probably love to wind up. But I
don't know if he. I actually don't know on that because of what you were saying.
Yeah, it's by his home.
Because they aren't any good. But so then it gets into that part of the conversation is how desperate is he to get away and not go through the, as John Mozeliak, he called it, he goes awkward, the situation of coming here and being part of this team. Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett returning to the dais from the Cardinal clubhouse here in Jupiter, Florida. And boys, what can you report?
It's a slow buildup. We're getting there.
Is it?
A lot of seed planted.
You described it as tantric.
Farmer Jackson was in there with me. Together,
Jackson.
we were
Planting
sowing
seeds.
the seeds.
Yeah, planting a lot of seeds.
A lot
like
of
Johnny
conversation.
Appleseed.
I like that.
Go around the countryside planting apple trees.
And he wore a
hoping
pot
they
on his head?
sprout. He did in the movie anyway.
Yeah, a lot of
I can tell
conversations.
Doug's on his game today.
Thank you, Joe.
No firm agreements were written down, but I think the flow will begin.
Yeah.
Just
seeds are being planted.
I don't want to echo Mo being a rights holder, but just trust the process.
Trust the
I'm
process.
going to need your patience today, guys. I'm going to really
Doug
need
is
your
a little
patience.
impatient here. He's a little
You want to
impatient.
get to it, don't
Yeah,
you?
well, my time is short.
Okay.
So if we don't get the interviews now, I may not live to see the next one.
Doug just about ripped the machine apart, the soda machine. He doesn't drink soda, but they had a green tea offering, and it wasn't coming out. I swear he almost undid the entire nozzle.
Oh, I did not. I just hit the button 2 or 3
Jackson,
times.
did it look like he was going to rip it out of its socket?
Doug, you need to calm down.
It looked similar to when Martin couldn't get his clothes out of the washing machine, and he almost ripped
violent
He
attack.
almost ripped the stackables right out from their outlets.
Tim, we switched convenience stores for our morning stop.
Oh,
because
new friends?
the other one had the soup and the soda machine issue. So we tried to class it up a bit.
I do like that.
And it wasn't a very good experience. We left, and Doug said, you know what St. Louis has? Good convenience markets.
There you go.
Yeah.
It made
I wonder
me
if that'll get some
appreciate
Fortune 500s to move.
QT and Mobile on the Run and some of the others. Yeah, we really
Decent
got
place
good
to get a
convenience
donut.
stores. Yeah. Not so much down here. I've been sorely disappointed.
Terrible feng shui at the one we went to.
Yeah.
Reverse live read. But we
Right.
persevered. So
Well,
here we are, Tim,
they had
ready
about
to roll.
They had about 20 choices on this soda fountain. 20 of them. One horrible soda after the next.
Oh, here we go.
Oh, here's some green
Martin,
tea.
do you feel like Doug is a
Sure.
wet blanket on your
Oh, my
delicious
gosh.
treats?
Well,
How about-
sure, I can have
okay.
some green tea. Sure,
Okay.
I can. Hit the button. Nothing. There's
Nothing.
nothing there at all.
He was irate.
Quite a big baby.
And then last night, Jackson's trying to enjoy a good Mizzou win. We'd had a wonderful stop at the Square Grouper Tiki Bar.
What a great selection.
It's
I mean,
on
that
the
is
marina with a view of the
right
Jupiter
across from
Lighthouse.
the lighthouse. I mean, let me tell you something here, and this is just
You
between
were whispering
us.
a live read?
Yes. On a Saturday or a Sunday afternoon at that Square Grouper, it's like Scottsdale during Super Bowl week. Forget about it, huh?
Was that a Maniscalco, Doug?
It sounded like it. It
I
sounded
mean,
much
holy
like it.
moly! You should. I'm surprised you didn't see like 5 top 10 golfers in the world hanging out there.
We
That's
may
so
have,
hot.
but we were the
I had
stars.
no idea.
there.
Oh, is that right? Oh,
Yes.
yeah. When Jackson said I went to this tiki bar last night in Jupiter, I go, "The hell was that?" And he goes, "Like Square Group." I go, "Square Grouper? You stumbled into Square Grouper?"
We had no idea.
Martin.
Well,
Martin, nice job.
Photographer Jake and I stumbled in there on accident on Monday, and I told these guys it's worth going back. And
like a
we
little
had
beach bar.
Had a great time. Then we're watching Mizzou
Fight
and then
Tiger.
Jackson breaks out a Pop-Tart.
They were
First of all,
2 for 7.
So you'd eaten dinner and then you washed it down with a Pop-Tart?
Yes, he did.
2 hours.
Boy, Doug is a Pop-Tart.
325 calories.
He starts reading the back of the box while this kid over here is eating a Pop-Tart.
Yeah.
Let him enjoy it.
You see the added sugars in that thing?
He's reading the back of the box.
Yeah, he's like a food dare officer. Just
Food dare officer.
just ruining my good time. The Pop-Tart even tastes good because I was getting lectured the whole time.
However,
Get yourself in good habits now, or you'll weigh 350 pounds in another 10 years, buddy.
Right, whatever.
he's in radio. It's fine. It happens. It's been known to happen.
Unfrosted strawberry.
Unfrosted, Tim. And I said, you are a communist. Nobody, if you're going to eat a Pop-Tart.
Eric in the Central West End's been activated.
I'm telling you, they pack more fruit filling.
Unfrosted. What is the point?
They pack more fruit filling in there.
It's just dry.
Bone dry. I have a bottle of water. I'm going back in the clubhouse. I can't take this abuse.
Wow. See if they got any Pop-Tarts.
He's bailing.
So Michael is just left with a donut in his mouth.
Yeah, that's the time to grab a guy when he's walking around with a
Doug
donut.
can scold Michaelis about his nutrition.
Yeah, that'll be good.
Well, but this guy, I'm sure he works out 6 days a week.
So he can do it, but Jackson can't.
Yes. He's a professional athlete. He's
Should I just go help myself to a donut, Tim? See how that goes over?
Yeah, just go in there and
Nothing
grab something.
worse than seeing the media eat or comfortable media. It would be those two rolled into one. Comfortable media and the media eating
their food. Ladies and gentlemen, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Jackson Burkett has gone into the Cardinal clubhouse as we are broadcasting live on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel from Jupiter, Florida. Cardinal spring training coverage all week. Brought to you by Sumner One and CarStar, your auto body repair experts. What a huge day we had yesterday. John Mozeliak sitting down at the dais. If you missed it, you can go back and watch it on YouTube, the TMA STL channel, which you should subscribe to, or go back and podcast like the Dickens. The great Mike Ryder, and he and Chairman Kurt have been doing wonderful work back in St. Louis, created a TMA STL spring training page at 101ESPN.com where you can find all of the interviews. John Mozeliak, let's see if I can remember him. But John Mozeliak, Tink Hence, Michael McGreevy, who I think is a future broadcaster. I remember saying the same thing to Marco Gonzalez like 11 or 12 years ago when he sat down with us, and I still think that could wind up being the case. Who else was on the presentation? Ryan Helsley was on the presentation.
J.J. Weatherholt?
Yes, the first-round draft pick, 7th overall pick, and Ricky Horton all with us yesterday on the program. And today, Jackson's target, because he thinks he's going to become a friend of the show, Alec Burleson.
Okay. Well, he's not only a friend of the show, he's one of the best hitters they have. Maybe the best hitter they have now.
And at, I guess it will be 8 o'clock St. Louis time, Oli Marmol, in that range, is going to sit down with us. And, Doug, you are going to scream at him, and then I'm going to bring up his managerial moves in Game 1 of the 2022 NLDS and just start yelling.
I expect we'll yell and scream before he gets here, maybe after, but never while he's sitting right here.
So
what we do is talk behind people's back.
How do you think this club could wind up beating the Dodgers in 7, huh? I think they could, and then maybe the Yanks. Would be fun.
You sure look like you showed up to camp in good shape, Ollie. What's your secret?
What's your favorite place to get a bite to eat in St. Louis? Okay.
Marmol's a joke. All right, when he gets up and leaves.
Yeah, that's how it works.
That's the game. That's the industry. Keep your kids out of the industry. If they're heading to Missouri journalism school, Doug and I are going to do a Scared Straight program down on the riverfront. Because if you pursue this major, this is where you're going to be living.
On the streets.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Sullivan Boulevard.
That's right. Yeah, the flood. James Carlton made the right decision. He has built himself quite a business with the James Carlton State Farm Insurance Agency. 400-plus 5-star reviews, 411 to be exact, when you Google his name. How about this one, Doug? By Michael Oldani. Working with Mike Ross at the James Carlton State Farm Agency was a fantastic experience. As someone who's young and not very familiar with insurance, I really appreciated his patience and understanding. He turned what could have been a stressful situation into something easy and seamless, clearly demonstrating that their services and deals are top-notch in the market. You can make the switch to James Carlton. I did 6 years ago. The phone number is 314-961-4800, or you can go online at carltoninsurance.net. James Carlton. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton State Farm. You are welcome to participate in the program by texting in 314-399-9646. You're welcome to participate in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMA STL. 197 people already in there here at 719 in the St. Louis area, and then you can compete in the Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Design Air Heating and Cooling is online at DesignAirService.com. Doug, we are very fortunate to be enjoying the temperatures here in Jupiter, Florida. But if you are in the St. Louis area, as I would imagine, 90+% of the people listening to the program are, it is currently 16 degrees, and it feels like 2 degrees. And therefore, if you run into any issues with your heating service today and you go, oh my goodness, we're going to freeze, well, here's what you do. You go to DesignAirService.com, and then Seth Goldcamp and his staff are going to come out quick, fast, and in a hurry, and they're going to take care of it really quickly. Doug's a client, Martin's a client, and I'm a client. I've been a client for a long time. Seth Goldcamp's been an advertiser on the program for a long time, and we are very grateful for it. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. Longest running TMA sponsor. It's Design Air Heating and Cooling, online at DesignAirService.com. Email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. On the Stiefel dossier today, Cardinal guests throughout this hour, and Oli Marmol going to join us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. That's what we got, Doug. That's your dossier.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned dossier because it is now sponsored by Stiefel, one of the newest sponsors to the show, and they want to make sure, first of all, that you say the name right. It's not Stifel or Stuffel or Stiefel. It is Stiefel. That's what it is. S-T-I-F-E-L, Stiefel. Been around St. Louis a long time now. Founded in downtown St. Louis in 1890. Still headquartered there today. Stiefel is proud to have called St. Louis home for 135 years now. With financial advisors in 12 offices across the region, Stiefel helps clients in St. Louis and nationwide manage their hard-earned wealth. Stiefel also provides banking, lending, and trust services, and as a full-service investment bank. Basically, when it comes to finance, Stiefel has you covered. And as one of the fastest-growing wealth management firms in the world, their tagline is, where success meets success. So it's no wonder they have decided to partner with a winning program like this one. Stiefel and TMA, that's where success meets success. Stiefel.
Reaching
what are you doing now?
over. Martin just told me to grab this thing, and it was over in his seat. And I think he has a guest on his way. And I believe, but I don't want to hype it up.
No, you shouldn't.
And then have the audience go, well, what in the world?
I understand that.
But that's something that he and Jackson are in that clubhouse right now and working on. But Jordan Walker walking. What jersey is that he's wearing? It's a number 1. It looks like a Falcons jersey.
It's a black jersey with some red trim. It does look like Atlanta Falcons.
Yeah. No, it's a Georgia Bulldog.
Is that right?
Georgia Bulldog.
Okay.
Yeah.
Is he from Georgia? I think he is.
He sure is.
Yeah.
Hey, there's
All right,
Brendan Schaefer.
that would make sense.
He's a friend of the feather. All right, we'll take a break, and we will continue the spring training coverage here. Cardinals going to join us here in the 7 o'clock hour, and then Oli Marmol in the 8 o'clock hour. You're welcome to participate. 314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. And then watch the program. Feel warm watching the program. Maybe you can see some Marlins. Looks like they're going to arrive a little later today. Not a soul down there, but I'm not sure what their expectations are this year.
They might be having a picnic today. It's supposed to get up to like 84 degrees here today.
So you think it's a picnic for the Marlins?
I think they decided to shut it down.
It always is a casual camp down there. Ladies and gentlemen, this program is called The Morning After. It is presented to you every day by Brown & Crouppen. And this week, from Jupiter, Florida, we are grateful for the sponsorships of Sumner One and CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Chairman Kurt on the 1s and 2s back in St. Louis. Doty's on the 1s and 2s down here in Jupiter, Florida. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
The NBA Rising Stars game is on ESPN. Tomorrow night, coverage starts at 8. Your destination for the NBA in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
Martin Kilcoyne for my friends at AutoLoanPro.com. If you're in the market for a vehicle, but you're not sure because of your situation what car you can afford, this is the perfect site for you because they have an entire playbook dedicated to explaining how credit works, how you can improve your credit score, and maybe get a different car in the future. You walk through all of it by downloading the playbook at AutoLoanPro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas on there, friend of the show, explaining not just how you can buy the car, but how your credit works. You'll learn all of that while also getting a great car. It's AutoLoanPro.com. AutoLoanPro.com, part of the Frank Lita family of cars.
Make 2025 the year you get out more at Rosalita's Cantina. Relax on the stunning patio or sip cocktails at Rosalita's Ornate Bar. Discover bold new flavors like Shrimp Diablo, blackened tiger shrimp over guajillo mashed potatoes, or indulge in a sparkling margarita with tequila, raspberry Chambord, and Prosecco. Rosalita's, not just tequila, not just tacos, not just another Tex-Mex restaurant. Rosalita's is an experience for the whole family. Learn more at Rosalita'sCantina.com.
Jewelry Gram. It's your friends at Shane Company, here to remind you that Valentine's Day is Friday, February 14th. It's the most romantic day of the year to give and get fine jewelry. We have expertly crafted gifts for every type of sweetheart. For the one, we'll help you propose with the Dream Engagement Ring. Come see our wide selection of hand-picked natural and lab-grown diamonds in all shapes and sizes. In stock and ready to compare side by side right here in our store. Or maybe you'll fall in love with the natural, colorful gemstone. At Shane Company, we're known for our sapphires in every color of the rainbow. We have options for every style and budget. Get creative and design a custom necklace with meaningful charms, including 14-karat gold letters, engravable hearts, and birthstones. Our mother-of-pearl heart-shaped collection makes a perfect gift that's ready to give. At Shane Company, love is always in the air with our unmatched free lifetime warranty, everyday competitive prices, and no-pressure shopping experience. Come see us in-store and at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Hey, it's me again, Dr. Pryor. I've missed you, so I spent more money on advertising because I couldn't help but notice that you still haven't made an appointment with me at 100 West Dental. It's quite simple, really. Just type www.100westdental.com into a web browser and schedule a consultation with me, Dr. Pryor. That's 100 West Dental. Or call me. Please call me at 636-585-0100. I can't wait to see you.
This is Kevin Moret from Mentality. Men, you're being robbed of your potential. Research shows a shocking 1% annual decline in testosterone levels. That's why building muscle feels impossible and your confidence is at an all-time low. But here's the truth. You're not alone in this uphill battle. Mentality's physician-directed, FDA-approved treatment doesn't just level the playing field. It restores your body's powerful balance. Our patients experience a documented 30% increase in their testosterone levels. Stop struggling and turn this around. Defy the odds and reclaim your masculine edge at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Why Brown and Crouppen? If you hire us, you're going to get great service, you're going to get a great result. We're the winningest, and quite frankly, we're the kindest. A strong voice, an advocate. Why Brown and Crouppen? We provide a family. We have the power, the resources, and the ability to do what you need us to do, which is to get every cent that you deserve for the terrible thing that was done to you. That's why Brown and Crouppen. The choice of a lawyer is important and shouldn't be based on an ad.
February is here and love is in the air. It's time to fall in love with your home again. Upgrade your kitchen, build that home theater, or add a pool. Your big dreams need smart funding, and at First Community First Line Home Equity Loan, it makes it easy. You can get an amazing intro rate, 4.99% APR for the first 12 months, no closing costs or application fee. But this offer ends on February 28th. You can learn more at firstcommunity.com or visit one of their 40-plus locations in Missouri and Illinois. 4.99% APR intro rate for 12 months, then 8.24% APR subject to credit approval.
Broadcasting live from Cardinals spring training, this is TMA on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
Welcome back. It is the morning after 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you here on the program as we broadcast from Cardinal spring training all week. Jupiter, Florida, Roger Dean Stadium. The show always presented to you by Brown and Crouppen in our spring training coverage this week, brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Watch the program, feel warm back in St. Louis by going to youtube.com/TMASTL, or you can live stream it anytime you would like via the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center podcast, which includes the app, which includes the TMA STL app. Download that, and the 101 ESPN app. It is our pleasure to welcome to the dais the Cardinal acquisition. Doug, was it February 4th or February 6th?
I don't know the exact date.
Maybe he would know because he was.
I couldn't even tell you.
Perfect. February 6th. Michael Helman from the Minnesota Twins to the St. Louis Cardinals. Michael, good morning and welcome to the program.
Thank you. Thanks for having me.
Thank you for joining us. When you get traded, was that something that you're kind of like, I think this might happen? Were you made aware of that by representation or the organization?
It caught me by surprise. I'll be honest. Yeah, so I got a call. Actually, the next morning was when I was going to drive down to Fort Myers at probably about 5 a.m. and I ended up getting a call 4 p.m. the day before, and heard that I had gotten traded, and I was pretty surprised, but you know, it's a blessing to be here.
Yeah. You grew up in Lincoln, Nebraska. Did you grow up as a Royals fan, a Twins fan, a Cardinals fan? Who else would be in the mix? Rockies fan? I don't know. I'm just throwing out organizations.
You guys aren't going to like this one.
He's a Cubs fan.
No. But I do have.
Well, guess what? You're going to be traded again here in the next 10 minutes.
I do have buddies that are Cubs fans, but I actually grew up a Mets fan.
Wow.
Yeah.
How'd that happen?
So everybody in the area, when it comes to like NFL, is like Chiefs. At the time when the Rams were in St. Louis, there were a lot of Rams fans. Even like Broncos and maybe some of the Bears. And then same thing with Major League Baseball. We had a lot of Royals fans.
Yeah.
There's definitely a lot of Cardinals fans. I'll tell you that.
Yeah.
But I was like, I don't want to just be like everybody else. I liked Mike Piazza. I was a catcher back in the day.
Yeah.
And then David Wright was kind of my guy.
That was your guy. Yeah. All right. So you probably then remember as a young man the famous NLCS with the Cardinals and the Mets.
Was it Andy Chavez robbed... Who was it? Scott Rowland?
Yes.
Oh, nice.
Boy, you're right there with me.
That was an incredible series.
That was a hell of a series. You're right. And that Game 7 was pretty sick, and it was Yadier Molina with the game-winning home run, and Adam Wainwright, who you just missed by a couple of years, freezing Carlos Beltran to end that series. So I like to bring up bad memories for you. That's how I like to start a
You would have been just I'm not.
Yeah, I mean,
I'm not that diehard. I had my David Wright jersey, but I'm not.
You got to walk in the clubhouse on day one wearing the David Wright jersey just to see the kind of reception.
Oh, that would have been great.
Who do you know from the organization? Do you know anybody from the organization?
I would say I came up playing against a lot of these guys, but one of the new coaches in Memphis I played with a little bit with the Twins, Pete Mooney. Actually, Luke and Baker's sister danced with my wife at Texas A&M, so I'd met him before, but
like in a
cheerleaders,
right?
Dancers at Texas. So like halftime shows at basketball games, and they did some football stuff, obviously too. But
gig 'em.
Yeah, gig 'em.
Michael Helman sitting down with us here on TMA, talking it over. So for Cardinal fans who are not familiar with your game, what would you tell them about your style of play?
I want to make myself available at whatever position, and I would say anytime I come to the field, I'm expecting to go wherever the team needs me to go. I'm going to do that to the best of my ability, and I would say I've gotten very comfortable playing every single position. I love to run. I love the freedom to run in the outfield and go make plays, and I just want to be available.
So you can. I mean, you talked about how you were a catcher. So if that's the case, and then you're a utility guy infield wise, are you a guy like Jose Oquendo, who could literally play? They go, hey, we'll just have him play everything. Could you theoretically do that? Are we going to see every position?
Theoretically, I could. I don't want to be catching 97-mile-an-hour sinkers anymore. I think what I got up to, some guys maybe threw 95 back when I was catching still, but yeah, that doesn't sound too fun anymore.
I see you had a college year where you hit 487 with 17 home runs. Is it realistic to expect those numbers with the Cardinals this year?
Yeah, it'd be nice if you could hit 500.
As a fan, yeah.
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 And you were National Player of the Year, huh? In junior college one year?
I was.
That's pretty cool. That'll get
It
you
was
drafted.
Cool. It didn't, though.
You weren't drafted at all after that? How did that happen? I bet you were bummed out about that.
Yeah, I mean, I was also already committed to Texas A&M, so it wasn't like a huge deal to me, and I loved being at A&M. So,
were you expecting it though? I mean, you always kind of have an idea.
Expecting to get drafted?
Yeah.
I'd been getting like a couple calls and stuff like that, but I never really thought it was like in the cards for me at the time. Like I still felt like there was more growing that needed to be done.
Yeah.
And when I first got to A&M, like I quickly noticed like the guys throwing harder, better stuff, and making those adjustments. But yeah.
Yeah, that's as you move up, huh? That's
how
game.
it is.
You got to make your major league debut last year, right? September in Tampa.
Mm-hmm.
Give us an idea of what that experience was like, because you're dealing with some adversity to get to that point. So there are a lot of guys in that clubhouse who are either on the verge of having that moment or just experienced it within the last 365 days. Michael.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like every time you think it's about to happen, it doesn't, and then when you least expect it, it happens.
Oh, so that's how it played out?
Is kind of how it played out, because I had just been coming off of injury, and like I hadn't had a lot of at-bats under my belt like for the last 2 months, and it happened like I guess September call-up, and then made my debut, and it honestly felt like just any other game. I mean, it's still the same game, it's still baseball, but I think just playing with a lot of those guys, like coming up to like really good friends with them too, like it was relaxing, and just did the same thing as you usually do.
Yeah. Well, I would imagine it had to be a thrill. What is it like when you get in here and get a chance to know some of these guys? I mean, new with the organization, but a lot of these guys are young guys as well, looking for their chance this season.
Yeah, it's cool. Definitely played against a lot of the younger guys that I was like, dude, you're really good. You're really good. I remember. So going back, I have some relatives that are huge Cardinals fans, and back when I was at Double A, I had Jordan Walker sign a ball for one of my cousins.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
It's kind of awkward now.
Yeah, what is it like now? I'm in the clubhouse with
him. But yeah, a lot of quickly realized there's a lot of the same personalities, just different faces.
Yeah. Nebraska fan, even though Gig'em?
Yep.
Yeah. All right. Well, MIZ.
C-O-U.
Oh. He said that reluctantly.
Oh, but he didn't. That's sporting.
I had to. One of my coaches was a guy too.
Michael, we appreciate it, man. Thanks so much.
Thank you, guys.
That's Michael Helman with us here on TMA 101 ESPN. And you can watch the conversations, youtube.com/TMA. We are not going to break, and we're just going to bring in a new friend. All right, Michael, thanks so much for dropping by the program. Good to meet you. Best of luck this year. That's Michael Helman, newly acquired from the Minnesota Twins, and we both found out it was February 6th, 2025.
Okay, I'm not sure why the exact date matters, but
I'm just trying to give the audience Jackson.
All right.
Yeah, we're excited here to be joined now on the other side of the dais. Doty's got to move his cameras around. Matthew Liberator sitting down with us. Morning, Matt.
Good morning.
How you doing, man? We're good. Did Jackson have to do some lobbying to get you to come out here? Was he stalking you in that clubhouse?
No, I'm pretty easy.
The plan usually is to do a lot of interviews real quickly in the early days and then be done with it. Is that the veteran move?
Yeah, I'd say so.
Yeah, knock it out. Get it out of the way. Matthew Liberator sitting down with us here on TMA. You can watch the conversations at youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn sitting down with Matt Liberator here on the program. Now, you, as weird as this is, because I would imagine you still feel like a young guy, but now you're probably one of the more veteran guys both on the roster and in the clubhouse. Would you say that that's a fair way to look at it as you head into your 2025 campaign?
Yeah, somewhat. I guess if you base it just on guys that have been here in service time, I'm towards the top of the group now, which is really weird because just last year I was like still at the bottom of the barrel, and I definitely still feel that way. But getting to meet all the guys in the clubhouse and kind of talking with them a little bit, you start to notice that like having a couple years in the big leagues does serve some purpose, and there is experience to be shared and wisdom to be passed down. And obviously I still have a ton to learn, and I'm always going to be looking to learn more. But yeah, I feel like for the first time in a Cardinals uniform, I've been able to help guys that are coming after me, which has been really, really cool.
What are you hoping your role is this year? Do you come in wanting to win a spot in the rotation, or are you comfortable in the bullpen?
I want to be a pitcher.
I'm going to tweet that out. Matthew Liberator joining us on 101 ESPN wants to be a pitcher.
No, but honestly, like, I've had a lot of conversations with Dusty and with Oli, and I don't care what my role is. Not to say that I don't care what I'm doing. I care very much about it. But first and foremost, I want to win, and especially after last year, how much fun I had coming out of the bullpen. I just made it very clear that I don't care what my role looks like. I want to be a part of this, and I want to contribute in the way that they think is best fit for me. So whatever that role might be, whether that's coming out of the bullpen and then making a spot start, or being in the rotation and then coming out to close the game a couple days later, I'm totally cool with it.
Is there a different mindset going to the ballpark when you're coming out of the bullpen versus when you know, okay, every other 4 or 5 days I'm going to be taking the ball?
Yeah, I think there's a little more of like premeditated planning when you're starting.
Yeah.
You're able to structure your days and have a little more ability to execute on that structure versus when you're in the bullpen. It's a little more randomized, a little more of a crapshoot, if you will. But I enjoy both sides of that. I can be very organized and have my day planned out and time blocked, and I can also show up and adapt and adjust and be ready to go for whatever situation.
You really thrived in the bullpen. You must be comfortable with that whole role.
Yeah, I recover really well. I feel really good just about every single day. So it was easy for me to show up and feel like I was ready to take the ball every day, and getting an opportunity to do exactly that. I enjoyed feeling like I had a hand in the outcome of the game more than once every 5 days.
Yeah.
I know it's not all about velocity, but as a reliever, can you come in throwing harder knowing you might only make 15 or 20 pitches?
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say it's a conscious effort for me to turn it up versus when I'm starting, but, coming out of the bullpen, sudden adrenaline rush like that, you got to get going quick. You're coming into, usually tight situations. There's definitely a little more velo to be had in a one-inning stint out of the pen.
Matthew Liberator sitting down with us here on 101 ESPN. One of the themes, this show, we've been doing this program, I think this is the 16th year we've been at Cardinal spring training. And you've seen it. I mean, you got some guys that were teammates who very well could wind up in Cooperstown when it's all said and done. Over the years, as we've been doing it, there have been some big names coming through here with big-time expectations for the team. This year's situation is different in the sense that the expectations nationally aren't there for the Cardinals. But one of the themes we've observed this week, Matthew, is you got some young guys, really good guys, and I think are excited about coming here, having an opportunity. And it's a different thing for us to observe and the fan base to observe, because usually it's like Cardinals are picked to win the division. But perhaps that can lead to a different vibe in the clubhouse where you're going, okay, nobody's picking us. Let's go out there and show what we can do. How do you see it for the team?
Yeah, I think, having our backs against the wall is a good thing a little bit. I personally like competing with that edge, feeling like we're the underdog and no one's expecting us to do something. But I've been saying this all offseason and all spring. Baseball's a beautiful game because you can't outsize somebody, and you can't out-service time somebody when you're in between the lines. And so anybody can win on any given day for any given reason, and for that reason alone, I think we have just as good a shot as anybody else. And you couple that with the fact that we have so many guys that are hungry, showing up, trying to win a spot, and want to come out here and compete for this team. I think you could end up with a pretty special product come opening day.
You've got a great deep voice. Have you ever thought about going into FM radio, maybe taking Tim's spot?
Yeah, well, Doug would like it if you replaced me so he wouldn't have to deal with me, man.
Yeah.
Hopefully in about 10 to 15 years, but I certainly wouldn't mind doing something like this.
There you go. Yeah, you do got some dulcet tones. Matthew Liberator sitting down with us here on 101 ESPN. Matt, thanks so much for the time. We appreciate it. Best of luck this season, man.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you. That's Matthew Liberator sitting down with us here on TMA 101 ESPN as the Cardinals get ready to take the field here for the second full workout with pitchers and catchers. The full squad will be making their way to the ballpark next week. And Matt Liberator kind of echoes that theme that has been here this week, which is, hey, we know nobody's really picking us. The win projection, Pacoda last week, I think, was 79. And he was, sitting there with the young guys going, kind of like it. Kind of like that nobody's picking us. So
Why not us?
Why not us?
Attitude.
Jackson, how are things going in that clubhouse?
Oh, turn the mic on.
Sorry, Doug.
Okay.
Pretty solid, early clubhouse opening. Yeah, the last 2 days it's been a little later, so guys are kind of still getting in there. Lars Nootbaar has a media scrum right now after his arbitration deal, so media around there. But Matthew Liberator, extremely nice, just came up to him, said, "Want to come on?" He says, "Yeah." Of course.
Sounds like he wants to take my job, is what it sounds like.
Yeah, I think.
Can you imagine how many
he's
people would be
about ready.
furious if that happened? I mean, can you imagine that?
Well, he's a lot taller than you are, Tim.
Boy, howdy. He one of the taller guys I've talked to this week.
6'5".
You like a tall man? I know you like a tall lady.
Oh.
I mean, if I had my druthers.
You would prefer to be with the tall man?
In the perfect world.
Oh.
It's hot. What's wrong with that?
But there's nothing wrong with our short kings out there.
Short kings.
Yeah, I like that term.
All right.
Ladies and gentlemen, the program's called The Morning After. Oli Marmol is going to join us coming up in the 8 o'clock hour. Doug and I are just going to yell at him.
He's got it coming, and we're just the guys to deliver the medicine.
That's exactly right. Jackson, who is on the Stiefel dossier here for our 7 o'clock hour, joined by Michael Helman and Matthew Liberator already this morning.
A lot of seeds have been planted. When we go to break here, I'm going to go back in there. I'm going to see if one of those seeds can turn into a beautiful tree.
I see.
I like that.
I like the analogy, yeah.
Because Johnny Appleseed's kind of been the theme so far at the 7 o'clock hour. 15 years. It would take 50 years to take Tim's job. That's from the 314.
Gosh. I don't know.
Guys, he sounded like Stan Kroenke. That's from the 314.
Oh,
Doty, you're with him on a regular basis. Did you catch any? Doty does the Rams radio broadcast. For the record, is he an engineer? Were you thinking that as Matthew Liberator was talking?
Not at all.
Okay.
Stan,
you're an ass.
I really don't hear Stan's.
You guys don't go out and get tea or anything.
I don't know if anyone hears him speak.
Yeah, and when he does, he rarely speaks in complete sentences.
He just kind of looks at you.
Frank, how are you today?
Tim, can you tell this young stud that my ex-fiance was also a dancer? She danced in East St. Louis and Washington Park. Very good money. That's from the recovering alcoholic from Belleville and Webster
I
Groves.
recognize the writing style.
Not the type of dancing he was talking about.
I love Doug's Wikipedia questions where he reads something off the Wikipedia page and says, wow, how about that?
I was amazed by that. He had 487 in college. 487.
487?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where'd he go to school?
Well, this was in junior college.
Yeah, that was JUCO where he went at the jukebox, 487.
I mean, that's hitting a line drive like 7 out of 10 at bats, probably.
Yeah, that's a rake show if you're hitting 487. Martin has just rejoined us. Jackson is telling us, Martin, he has been planting a lot of seeds.
I saw it happening. Yeah, he was out. Actually, the cat just said this Jackson's doing a good job because the cat knows the dynamic there in that clubhouse.
He's on board.
You got to get up and make it happen. A lot of seeds being
They're not going to
planted.
come to you, Doug. They're not going to come to you.
No, they're not.
I did see your guy, Michael Helman. I said, did they really make you go Z-O-U?
Yeah.
And he goes, I had to text some of my buddies and warn them. In case it gets out.
Yeah, he did it.
He said, where'd you go? I said, Marquette. He said, I used to root for them in basketball because it felt like such a random school. I said, I'm sorry?
So you started scrapping with them?
Is that a compliment?
Is the tagline Marquette, we are? Is it we are?
We are,
Marquette?
yes,
Like,
sir.
Much
They are
like
what?
Penn State?
We are.
What?
Marquette. Pause. We are.
What?
Marquette.
But isn't that
You
Penn
don't have to
State's?
say what.
Isn't that Penn State's thing, too?
I don't acknowledge Penn State.
Fair.
Oli Marmol will be here at 9.
9 Central.
He said, do I have to dress? 9 Eastern. So coming up at the top of the hour here for our audience. He said, do I have to dress a certain way? And I said, well, there is a YouTube camera.
Yeah, I get clothed.
Well, I think most people, like even Mozeliak yesterday, got thrown off by being on camera.
On camera, yeah.
They're like they just want to relax. Luke and Baker just wants to sit and not have people text in about his legs. But I
flirt with him.
Oli said he'll be here and he'll be dressed.
He is going to be dressed.
He's going to be dressed
All right.
for the YouTube audience.
Life's a garden. Dig it, Jackson. Keep planting your seed. That's from the 501, and I think that's Little Rock.
501?
Yeah.
Iggy was really good at getting those area
Yeah, he
codes.
was.
It's kind of interesting because Edmonds is the one who said he was going to take his talents to go gardening.
That is true.
And yet here we are doing a little gardening at spring training.
Just trying our best to plant some seeds.
Hey, Pale, let's get one, please. Walker, Winter, Gorman. That's from the 314. Are you planting seeds?
Planted the seed with Gorman.
How'd that go?
Seed planting.
Oh, no.
I picked up a reed, Doug.
That way we were both on the tractor together for that
Yeah,
one.
ground wasn't as fertile.
Oh. You
Well,
planted
you never
it
know.
right on top
Never,
of a
yeah, you
stump
do
or
never
something?
know. You never know.
How do you feel about Walker or Wynn?
I haven't seen Mason win in a couple days, honestly.
Okay. How do you feel about Jordan Walker? He came in wearing a Georgia Bulldog
I know, I
jersey.
saw that. I'm going to go in there right now.
I think he just walked this way. I think he just
Run
walked
DMC?
Let's go hop in the
Okay.
cage with him.
All right.
Yeah.
Lars Nootbaar was holding court talking about his ARB case. Lengthy discussion about arbitration and the process. Just painting a picture for you, Tim.
How about this? Caller Buzz texting in. Banner day yesterday, boys. I feel like the proud parent of the jeans kid in soccer who finally scores a goal. I knew you guys could do it. That's from Caller Buzz for yesterday's banner day on the program.
So we're the jeans kids scoring a goal?
That's right.
Us?
Yep, that's us.
There
We're
are
the
still
kids
kids who
in jeans.
show up at soccer game wearing jeans?
Well, I do go to youth soccer games at this point. I do not see jeans. It's more of the kid who they put in right field in the early stages of baseball, who's wearing denim. Oli Marmol is going to join us at the top of the hour here on the program. Jackson went in there to plant more seeds. Martin, if you had to handicap it, because you're in there, Walker, Wynn, Gorman, who's the most likely to be joining us here on the dais?
I sort of swung and missed with Mo yesterday. There were reasons. I regretted that last night, but there were reasons why.
I loved getting it in with 5-1 on my money on that.
I just felt like it was after a lengthy scrum that he'd be like, God, I'm kind of talked out. But then I think he was escaping the rest of the media. So. Walker, Wynn, Gorman. I'm going to go Walker. I'm going to rank Walker first.
That's my read as well. That's my read
Jackson,
as well.
the farmer, has kind of worn him out just with his tractor drive-bys. He just
We need to get him a straw hat, maybe.
Farmer Jackie, who likes to scream, "Mouse in the house!" every time a little is covering a big
Mouse
in the paint.
in the house.
Yes,
oh,
we had
there
that
you go,
experience.
Jackson. This is the one. I'm calling my shot.
No,
right
he
now.
looks dejected.
Jackson does?
Yeah.
Yeah, but look what's making his way in the ballpark. He already planted the seed here.
Okay. Oh,
Brendan Donovan.
Yeah.
Who said not dusting
I'm not dusting you off. I witnessed that on. I can't recall if it was today's Thursday.
That was Monday.
That was Monday.
And he's lost his arm.
Oh, he's got. This is. I think that's the lady who lived across the street from Doug, and I think that's the one that Iggy said would always hug the players, and it bothered him. I think that's
because it was Iggy's job to hug the players.
Here we go.
Because that was his totally
put his puck on the
separate
net.
deal.
And we just watched Jackson get dusted off by Brendan Donovan.
Well,
I don't think he went in.
Still had
for
a bag
seat.
full of his stuff and everything. He's just getting
Jackson, how did that go? Thumbs up, thumbs down?
Most common response.
Thumbs down. It was an instantaneous thumbs down. Like Joaquin Phoenix. Was that 2000?
I don't know the
Gladiator?
years. I don't know the years, too.
Best picture 2000, yes.
What did he say?
Well, it was a friendly greeting, but he has all of his bags and stuff.
You're going to let him settle in for a second.
Oh, well, you know, I don't
But
want
that clubhouse is closing in 10 minutes.
I know. That's why I got to go in there and continue to plant the seed. Wind is joining us.
The Hawk is up.
Wind
Well, I
is
mean,
joining us.
This program only has one more day here before we return to St. Louis.
I know. That's why I'm trying to. That's why I got
You're still getting plaudits for
Yeah,
yesterday.
caller Buzz just texted in.
But I think
appreciate it,
we
but
got to move on from yesterday.
I've moved on from yesterday at 12:01.
Stop resting on your laurels.
I'm not. I'm eating Pop-Tarts and getting yelled at.
Unfrosted Pop-Tarts.
It's delicious, by the way.
Tim, how about March 15th? It's a Saturday at the Frontenac Hilton, an event to raise money for our veterans, but it's also Marshall Faulk, Jackie Smith on the dais, a couple of Football Hall of Famers. I don't know if I think they usually show up in their gold jackets. We'll be telling football stories, but also our friends in Perryville that put up the replica Vietnam Wall. They have Missouri's National Veterans Memorial. If you haven't been, it really is an impressive thing. But the event to raise money for our veterans is in St. Louis, Frontenac Hilton, Saturday, March 15th. I'll be emceeing. I'll be on my good behavior that night.
Oh, you're going to button it up?
Maybe a little.
You probably have two different playbooks, and they let you know in advance whether or not to.
It's funny because Oli today said, he goes, are you going to be fun or serious? And I said, what? He goes, be fun. Like when he
comes over here?
Yeah.
Fair
He didn't want me serious. I think I'll be somewhere in the middle. March 15th, it's a great event. If you're a company and you can afford to buy a table, it would be a great night out. You can buy tickets for this event, individual or group. It's a veterans event fundraiser. Saturday, March 15th, it's the Frontenac Hilton. Jackie Smith, Marshall Faulk on the dais. 573-517-5132. Willie McGee, Steve Carlton, 5132. 573-517-5132. Our event, March 15th. It's a Saturday night at the Frontenac Hilton. Jackie Smith, Marshall Faulk, a Hall of Fame night, raising money for the veterans.
Outstanding. Oli Marmol is going to join us coming up in the Fisher Window and Door Store, 8 o'clock hour. We believe right around the top of the hour. He wants us to play grab ass. And you know what, Doug? That's kind of the offense. Speaking of which, Sticky Ricky, there are compliments coming in the text inbox, and I don't know how to handle it.
No,
that isn't really the brand.
Pay no attention to
of the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Hey, boys, loving the great mix of grab ass and inside baseball and interviews. Great job. That's from Sticky Ricky. Former fan page moderator Neil Allen Craig Paquette. I was in such a bad mood last night, and then I podcasted the Mazalok interview, and I had some good laughs. Great job, gentlemen.
Huh.
How about that?
Now, this isn't Jackson writing these in on his own, is he?
Could be. He is the fan page moderator now, so
Yeah.
maybe they just share a phone account. And then Carlos Spiceweiner, who is a Hall of Famer, on the jeans and soccer practice for the young Tykes. He says they only show up to rec soccer games in jeans in Wentzville or Jefferson County. Let's back it up a bit. That's not a thing for normal people. So that is from Carlos Spiceweiner.
So he's saying there aren't normal people in Wentzville or Jeffco?
I would ask Carlos Spiceweiner
That's a broad
to call
brush.
in to elaborate. Callier and Thompson phone lines, 314-974-0101. That's how you can call in, or you can participate in the YouTube chat at youtube.com/TMASTL. Doug, is there any business you would like to attend to and tell the people about?
Well, when you say business, a lot of times that involves taxes.
Yeah, that's
and
at Mark Milton, isn't it?
Yeah, Mark Milton is the guy that you need to think about. If you have any kind of IRS problem, need to get your taxes done. We're right in the middle of tax season, of course. But mostly, Mark Milton specializes in helping you out if you have run afoul of the IRS. Maybe you're involved in a criminal investigation. Maybe the godforsaken tax man has you in his sights. You got unfiled tax returns or bank levies or wage garnishments keeping you up at night. This is where Mark Milton steps in. Contact him at stltaxlawyer.com. This guy is one of the best in the country. He started his legal career with the Department of Justice Tax Division in Washington, represented the IRS in tax cases throughout the country, and received the DOJ's Outstanding Trial Attorney Award. So he has been recognized as one of the very best tax attorneys in the entire United States, and now he is right here in St. Louis, ready to help you if you have any kind of problems. He helps individuals and small businesses solve any issues they may have with the IRS, and when they leave, they say, hey, I'm not guilty, I'm with Milty. He is the ultimate IRS penalty killer. Remember, the choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Attention business owners, did you know fire codes require your company's fire alarm system to be inspected and maintained by a certified fire alarm service provider? It's not just about compliance, it's about protecting your employees, customers, and property. And that's where EDF Group's Fire and Security Division comes in. Proudly serving St. Louis and beyond, EDF Fire and Security specialize in keeping businesses safe and secure. From expert fire alarm inspections to advanced commercial security systems, they've got you covered. And it doesn't stop there. With 24/7 fire alarm and security monitoring, you'll have peace of mind knowing your business is protected every hour of the day. Don't wait until it's too late. Call EDF Group's Fire and Security Division today and let them help you stay compliant, secure, and safe. Visit the edfgroup.com or call 314-993-8053 to learn more. EDF Group, your partner in fire safety and security. 7:57 in St. Louis. Time check brought to you by Clarkson Jewelers. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, and Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Oli Marmol, a matter of moments away from joining us on the program. So if you are heading into work and you want to stay in the car, you know that that is coming. If not, you can always go back and podcast like the Dickens. Subscribe to the TMA STL YouTube page, youtube.com/TMA STL, and you can go back and watch it, or download the 101 ESPN app or the TMA STL app, two separate apps. You can download them both and go back and podcast anytime you would like. Hey, Carlos Spiceweiner, there is at least 4 normal people in Wentzville, which doubles all of Jefferson County. That's from the 636. And now we've got wars going on between Jefferson County and Wentzville. Hey, Carlos Spiceweiner calls it the Wentzville territories.
Right. We've got zip code shaming going on now. I didn't think it'd come to that. Come down here to cover Major League Baseball, spring training, the St. Louis Cardinals, and what are we talking about? Who's worse, Jefferson County or Wentzville? That's what it came to.
Unfortunately. We are live from Cardinal spring training, and in the 7 o'clock hour, we've been joined by a new Cardinal acquisition from the Twins, Michael Helman and Matthew Liberator, and Jackson and Martin are in there planting seeds for later on in today's program and tomorrow. Jason Stark did one of those athletic surveys, Doug, and talking to executives. And you call it a Gallup poll. I don't know.
I don't, unless it's done by the George Gallup organization proper.
Would you like to take a guess who was voted the least improved team of the offseason?
Well, I would probably say the St. Louis Cardinals.
Nope.
Wasn't. Okay, good. How about the Chicago White Sox?
No, and that's kind of interesting.
Okay, how about
But maybe they were so bad that,
Yeah, couldn't get out of the 7. How about Oakland?
Nope.
Can I have initials, please?
SDP.
SDP. That would be the San Pedro Diamond.
San Pedro de Macorís, home of the light-hitting middle infielder.
Right. Shortstops, a lot of them. So the Padres.
That's correct.
Okay.
Now,
That was easy.
that was before the Padres signed Nick Pivetta last night.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder if that had anything to do with them. I mean, I know it wouldn't be a major reason why, but then the Red Sox, with Pivetta going, then finished off the deal with Alex Bregman, which is certainly one of the top topics this morning, because it was thought that the Cardinals and Red Sox could be doing business on Nolan Arenado. And now at this point, we could be 48 hours away from Nolan Arenado making an appearance in Jupiter, Florida. And my goodness, wouldn't it be delight if we got a chance to see that?
I'd be tickled to death, Tim.
Yeah, you really want it. Now, I'm going to lose money if he's on the roster on opening day.
Yeah, well, we still got a month and a half.
Yeah, exactly. So, for the record, the 4 least improved teams, the Padres were number 1, but this Gallup poll was taken before the Padres acquired Pivetta last night. The Cardinals finished second. The Padres got 23 votes. The Cardinals got 22.
We don't have to like it, but all the Cardinals really did was lose Goldschmidt, right?
Yes.
They traded for Helman. We don't
There you go.
know a whole lot
our
about
7 o'clock hour guest.
Yeah.
It's from the Jason Stark's column. Then there were the Cardinals, a team that signed as many big league free agents this winter as the Lake Mary, Florida Little League World Series champs. Rival execs find this all head-scratching. That one puzzled voter described it with the word absurd. Ladies and gentlemen, making his way while I read Jason Stark's critical column of the Cardinal offseason, Oli Marmol. How about that? It's perfect timing. It's just perfect timing.
No wonder people hate the media.
Thanks for the welcome, guys.
Yeah, that's how we do it.
Cardinal manager is here, everybody.
Oh, wonderful.
Oh.
I like when Tom Ackerman introduced him. He says, Cardinals manager. How does that sound, Ollie? And he's like, well, I've been the manager since 2022.
How are we doing?
What do you got? Well, I mean, I know you don't, but I was like, oh, you're bringing a high noon over here and kind of settling in.
Well,
I'm like,
no,
look at this guy.
not a high noon.
He's my kind of guy.
No, a little coconut water. Yes.
Oh, that's
same
good for
thing.
you. That's good for
Same
you.
thing. And this is going to be.
You want one? Here.
Yeah, Doug, take the edge off.
I'll take it.
No,
Doug,
it's
he's
yours.
no,
I'm not
here,
going to
even
beg
open
for
it
your
for you.
coconut
He's a
water.
nutrition snob. Tell him what the hearty benefits of that are.
Oh,
There you go. A little hydration for you.
Yeah, I
So
might
let's
try
have
that.
it.
Yeah, we got to read the label.
You wish it was
gosh,
a high.
that's good.
You wish it was a high noon, huh?
He does. This guy's got a real problem. Keep an eye on him.
Oh, yeah, that's good.
Thank you.
Wow.
See?
Oh, you didn't bring enough for everybody?
Wonderful.
It's interesting.
Well, we'll see what kind of questions you have.
Oh,
I might bring
okay.
one.
You got to earn your coconut water.
You want it. You sat down. You were right behind the shrubs yesterday, and you said, I want some good questions. I said, they're going to be hard-hitting. Good. Bring the tough questions.
No, bring it, man. This will be a good
All right,
time.
fair enough.
Well, Tim was just reading, and some of the reviews are critical of the Cardinals off-season being quiet. And I asked some of the players yesterday, like, is that a motivating factor? And then we had Rick Horton sitting there, and he said in '85, we were picked to finish last, and they won 100 games. Do guys use that at all?
I think some do. You have a combination of guys that will use it as fuel. You have guys that won't pay any attention to it and just go about their business. And it's different for each guy. But, I mean, it's not when you say quiet, like, they're pretty direct about not being really active in the free agent market and giving the guys in that clubhouse an opportunity, and that there's going to be a move or two. It wasn't going to be on the acquiring side, right? So it's not a surprise to me. It's what's been expected. I've been operating under the thought of making sure that those guys in that clubhouse that were already part of this organization coming through are ready to go. So that's how I'll continue to move forward, man.
And you said yesterday you liked the fact there was clarity. Like, you knew from October what the game plan was.
There was a ton of clarity. Hey, listen, we're going to transition this year and invest a decent amount into our minor league system. And if you guys want to talk about that, that's been really good.
What you've already seen in the last 5 months?
Yes.
Really? What is it then?
That's been extremely productive. In the communication overall that has taken place from Mo and Heim to Larry Day and Surf, all the way down to one of the new hires in Barb and the coordinators on the pitching side. It's been really good, man. A lot of different Zooms, some face-to-face, but a lot of Zooms with our big league staff and our minor league, the player development, with our coordinators, with the assistant GM. I mean, it's been a lot, and I mean that in a good way. Just creating clarity as to how we're going to operate moving forward and what we find important and how we develop that and how do we hold guys accountable players, staff. I mean, it's just been extremely productive. And when you look at what we've been good at is developing our own guys, man. Like, we're not going to outspend some of these teams. We have to be really good at developing our own talent and then teaching them how to win. And those conversations this offseason have been incredible.
Oli Marmol, kind enough to be sitting down with us live here on 101 ESPN. You can also watch the conversation live at youtube.com/TMASTL. Our Cardinals spring training this week. Our coverage brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, and Martin Kilcoyne sitting down with the Cardinal manager. Was the lack of player development resources something you had been observing, comparing and contrasting other organizations over your time with the Cardinals?
I think Mo and those guys they've been pretty direct about that, and I'll piggyback off of it. It's not a lack of development. When you look at, let's start at the catching position for us. You have Herrera and Pajes, homegrown. You have Burleson, who's got to play some first, and DH, homegrown. You have Gorman and Donovan. You have Wynn. You have Newbar. You have Walker. You have Victor. I mean, those are all homegrown dudes, right? So you can't say we lack in development. Now you can take a couple hits is on the pitching side, and that's fair. And we'll wear that. I think we should. We need to do a better job of not only catching up to the industry, but leading in that part of what we've done well in the past. And so some of the resources have been poured into that. And when I say I'm excited, it's not just me sitting here trying to blow smoke. Like, I am pumped about where we're headed when it comes to the pitching department and the overall direction and enthusiasm, but skill sets that we brought to the table this offseason. When you look at what we did well at the big league level last year, you can knock on several things, but the pitching side did a really, really nice job. Some of the improvements in a Libby, I mean, you had career highs for a lot of guys in that department. Palante being able to actually have clarity as to what he needed to do to neutralize the right side, go down to AAA, work on it, not worry about his production down there as much as, like, I need to be able to repeat this sinker in on that righty in order to get them off that cutter away. And he comes back and he neutralizes the right side. He's already good at being on the ground against the left side and having some productive outings for us. So you look at, we closed that gap at the big league level as to what we find important, how we're developing guys at the big league level. And now you add the skill sets and coaches at the minor league level to be able to supplement that so that it's top to bottom, and we'll start producing guys at the rate that we're used to in St. Louis.
I think people still think of you as being relatively new because you're younger as a manager, but you've been, almost 20 years with the organization, so you can kind of even speak to development in minor leagues because you kind of came up through the system, right? So you have if they hired a manager from Cincinnati or Kansas City, he wouldn't have that knowledge. You know what I'm saying? In terms of the whole flow of players, well, I'm saying the flow of players from down low, how much does that help you weigh in, even whether it's Heim or Mo?
A ton, man. So, yeah, to your point, I think this is 19, and I've seen us do certain things well. I've seen us kind of drop the ball in certain areas, and, I mean, you take ownership over that. There's things that we can do better and we will do better. Part of this is just assessing all of it and saying, all right, this is where improvement is needed. But what we're really good at down below is, one, making the players know that we care about them. It doesn't matter if you're a first rounder or the last pick in the draft. Like, you're going to have an opportunity if you do your work. And we've been good at that. When you're trying to integrate or combine tradition, which St. Louis has a lot of rich tradition, and innovation, which is where the game's headed, it's just modernizing certain things, you have to be good at blending those and not just sticking to tradition because this is what we've always done and getting past, or just chasing the next shiny thing for the sake of it being shiny and then just chasing your tail, right? You have to know what makes us good as an organization and then innovate on top of that. And when you blend that well, and I think that's what this offseason was mainly about, I think you have high level of production.
Oli Marmol sitting down with us here on 101 ESPN. This is The Morning After, and it's presented to you this week by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and Sumner One. Watch our interview at youtube.com/TMAS. Did you know that you're on camera? You see this? Look at that. They're all in there talking it over.
Are you reading those? Are you reading those clips? Or
you want me to read the comments?
Oh,
I don't know. I don't know if that's something that you.
You want me to read them?
You're welcome. This will be like mean tweets. Here we go.
Oh my God.
Here we go.
Tell that so and so.
All right. Ask him why he brought in Romero before Kittredge instead of Kittredge before Romero on June 6th of last year.
Oh my God! I think
We can't get past that. We cannot get past that.
we spent months on that move.
Yeah. We were scared to ask it, but now that you've read it, let's talk about June 6th. Doug, were they even playing then?
Some guys talking about fries.
You're starting to understand the show.
Yep. Welcome to the grab ass,
Oli. Oli, you're cute as a button.
Oh my God!
Doug, what's going on?
I'm not sure what's going on, but no one's. Hey, I've read some mean ones.
I bet.
Yeah, Twitter doesn't love me. I'll tell you that.
Well, Mo said yesterday he tries to avoid it, but his son calls him and said, "Dad, you're just getting killed." Do you have people? Do people share that with you?
I stay off of it. Oh yeah. So sometimes I'll have the staff. If we need a little pick-me-up, I'll have Packy Elkins come in, and I'll say, hey, open it up and read the top 5 that you want to the staff.
To the staff?
Yeah, just give me the best 5 that you can come up with. And there's some good ones out there, I'll tell you. But I will say this about St. Louis. Twitter sucks. And people hate me on there for sure. The people that you run into in St. Louis, when I'm with my family, even when I'm not with the kids, they're incredible. Like, extremely supportive, have a good feel for what's going on, and I can't speak higher about the actual fan base and how they treat me and my family in person in St. Louis. I have zero negative to say about that. Twitter, I have some thoughts.
Well, that's just like us. Right here, you're the greatest thing, and then when you leave, what an idiot.
Yeah,
oh, my God. That game on June 6th.
As you're out of earshot, Oli. We'll be talking about that June 6th
I'll come back.
Romero thing. Oh, nice. Yeah, just keep
now I'm going to go look at the June 6th
Twitter tweet.
Yeah, what happened on June 6th?
Fries and cute as a button.
Yeah.
How about that? That's our audience.
That's the audience.
Well, tell him Luke and Baker was sitting there. People started texting about his legs. I was like, the poor man's just trying to talk ball.
They really like his legs.
They liked McGreevy.
He looks good, by the way. McGreevy came in looking, I mean, he's in shape. Right? He's put on some weight. He's worked hard.
He's got some confidence after last year. That's
here's
the
thing.
thing.
Very rarely do you come across a young player that is as poised as him. There's some things, calls didn't go his way, plays behind him didn't go his way. He's a guy that pitches contact, is on the ground a ton, and you couldn't tell a thing. Like, he's on the mound. He's cool, I mean, this guy has something about him where, yes, he's confident, but there's conviction behind what he does where he is not going to shake him one way or another. That's a great trait to have, especially at his age and not having a ton of experience. I'm looking forward to seeing what he can do.
Where does your confidence come from? Because I remember as a rookie manager, again, you've been in with the organization, when you hit for Albert in Atlanta, I said, okay, this guy's got some balls. And Bobby, but it was the right move. And people, even the critical
You
fans,
probably didn't say it was the right move.
No, 100%. No, I did. I think even fans said, I get it. But I think they're like, holy crap. I wouldn't go up to Albert and tell him. But I think that was a sign like, hey, I know this is my job. I know what I'm doing. You're a confident guy. Where does that come from?
I mean, whether this is the show for it or not, I'm going to give you my real answer. My faith, hands down. I don't care one way or another the way this plays out as far as like job security, like my career, my life, my family, like it's in God's hands, and I worry zero about it. So as hard as the scrutiny can be when it comes to, man, he's on the hot seat, that means nothing to me. It honestly means nothing, because I wake up every morning and I make sure that staff that's in there working extremely hard as I'm out here shooting the crap with you guys, that they know that I care about them and that I have their backs and I care about them off the field and I care about their family, and that clubhouse plays hard for a reason. Is because I care about them off the field. As yes, I want them to perform. Yes, I want them to get paid. Yes, I want them to have long careers, and they know that. But I also want to make sure that, man, their families are doing well, their marriage is doing well, their kids, they're good fathers. And when you approach it that way, whether I have this seat or not, that's not what this is about. So when, oh, you're on the hot seat, he's got to get, like, none of that matters to me, man. I know when I wake up in the morning what I'm called to do, and I do that well, and I go to bed and I rest just fine.
Does it ever keep you up? Do you ever roll over and say, oh, man, what was I thinking? Do you ever?
Yes, absolutely.
All the time? So that's human. So
Absolutely.
you think every manager, even the oldest, most, they all do it, and they'd lie if they said they
Nothing
didn't?
was better than this was baseball writers dinner, and I won't give you the long version, but not this year, last year, Tony La Russa and he pulls me aside. We're done with the baseball writers dinner. He said, "You got a minute?" Absolutely. So we sit and we grab a drink, and we're just talking baseball. And it was so cool to be able to go back and forth and hear. There's nothing better than relatability. Like, to be able to ask questions to someone that's already accomplished the things that you want to accomplish, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because once you start to hear some of their mistakes and fears and things that they experience, you go, damn, you're normal. If you experience that, then I can relate with that, right? And we looked down, and it was 5 o'clock in the morning, okay? And he's still telling me stories. I mean, there's not a soul in this
Skipper
place.
doesn't sleep.
It's just I don't care less to sleep that night, right? I'm sitting there, and I'm sitting there asking questions that have a high level of impact in how I will operate moving forward, right? And he's sharing so many things that people will never assume that, man, that just come with the job. And at the end of the day, no different than Joe Torre. Before I took the field, my first game, he was in St. Louis before I took the field in 22, my first game managing. He said, it's harder than people think. Always keep your head up, because there's going to be times where it's going to absolutely suck. And just know it's harder than everybody thinks. And just take it in the chin and keep going. And that night with Tony was awesome. I say night, morning, whatever you want to call it, because at the end of it, I walked away with clear direction as to how I wanted to continue to operate, and just understanding that it's part of the gig, man. You're going to have times where people think you're great. You're going to have times where people think you're an absolute ass. And you just have to keep moving, just knowing who you are, and also making sure that that clubhouse and that coaching staff knows where they stand when it comes to caring.
Anybody ever give it to you when you're in the dugout? Because primarily those are expensive seats. So it's usually not a drunk Hoosier, but
no. Do the DeWitts ever lean over and start yelling at him?
Yeah, B Junior just gives it to him the whole game. And because I would respond, and I know you probably don't want to.
You can't, right?
I know,
but I do.
What do they say?
You do.
Oh, you do.
I have. I try not to, but this is I can't say.
Well, we got a dump button. I think.
No. Well, I'll change the words a little bit. But I'm in the dugout. This was, gosh, I wish I could remember what city. And this Cardinal fan is just letting it eat. He's calling me all types of names, like real names, enough to get my attention. I'll say, this guy really doesn't like me. So I have to know what he looks like at least. So I go out to the mound, talk to the pitcher, and I come back and I make eye contact with him. And this guy, at this point, hates me. He's yelling all types.
Speaking of hating, goes, there's Izzy, who refuses to join the show.
Hey, he is. Calling me all types of names. I kind of look up at him, and he makes eye contact. He keeps yelling, and I make a mental note of what I'd like to do to him. I go make a pitch and change. He calls me all types of, you're the worst ever. This move's never going to work. You're an idiot. And I'm praying the whole time, please, God, let me let this work, you know.
Don't let him be right.
Yeah, and it works. We end up coming back. We win the game. The game's over. He's still yelling, and I turn to him, and I call him down to the dugout, and he looks over in a little bit of a panic. He's like, me? I was like, yeah, you dumbass. Like, yeah. So he comes down, and I say, Oli, nice to meet you. And I shake his hand. He tries to back up, and I bring him in real tight. And I said, I want you to repeat everything you just said. And he said, no. I am so sorry. I thought we were going to lose. I was in a bad mood. And I was like, let's talk about it. Like, what don't you like? And I sat there for 10 minutes, 12 minutes with him and just kind of did a little bit of this. And at the end of it, you can tell there was a change in, wow, you're a normal dude who's making decisions, and sometimes they work, but there's a reason behind what you do. And it was good.
And then you punched him in the face.
No. So that happens from time. I've probably done that 3 or 4 times during the year. I like those conversations. Like my wife, I love confrontation. Like I don't mind it, right?
You like to debate the moves. That's what I've heard. Martin was telling me that.
I really do, because
I went to dinner with Claves the other night. He goes, he loves going over the moves.
I love being questioned. Like, I like listening to, all right, tell me why you would have done it different, like, and going back and forth. And there's times, listen, if you can't admit you're wrong, if you're scared of not knowing this is the wrong gig for you. But you have to have the ability to go, you know what? I think I jacked that up. I see your point. Yeah. And if I had to do it again, I'd do it differently. Or now double down, like, you know what, I would do it the same way, and here's why.
Well, I was going to say, you did that. You took Michaelis out of the game in Tampa, and everybody's like, I should have left him in. And I think you said the next day, I wish I would have left him in. You said, you know what?
That was the one that Claiborne was telling me about.
And you said, you know what, looking back, I wish I would have let him. It was his game. And you kind of, the next day, just kind of owned it. And I think people can live with it. Everybody's
people can respect when somebody
sure.
goes, yeah, I think I might have made a mistake, and then give the reason.
Just don't do it too often.
Right. So I want to ask you about this one then.
Yeah.
Because this is probably the one that gets the most attention. We'll still hear about it in the text inbox, in the YouTube, where they're talking about fries and how cute you are.
Cute as a button.
Cute as a button. Game 1, 2022 NLD Wild Card Series against the Phillies. That one gets litigated left and right.
Yeah, well, let's walk through it.
Yeah, I mean, so is that one where you go, yeah, now that I think about it, or you take your pick, the Quintana move, the Helsley in early, whatever it is, because that was a signature game. Because honestly, I would imagine if the Cardinals win that series, some of the hell that you have caught probably is mitigated.
No doubt about it, and that's part of it, right?
Right.
That's part of having the seat. So if I were to tell you, knowing what you know about Helsley now, right, and our job in there is to kind of have an idea of what guys are prior to them becoming who they are, right? If I were to tell you we were going into the 9th inning in Game 1 with our all-star closer needing 3 outs, and the opposing team has yet to score with a 2-run lead, do you take it, yes or no?
Absolutely, all day.
So what's the problem?
Right.
So, like, no, like, I want, like, you guys fire back now with Quintana, whatever the case may be. Like, when we got Quintana, part of it was, and I love that dude, such a pro. I mean, when I say a pro, one of the most professional guys I've ever been around, and having him for the time we did was incredible. Part of it was he is not nearly as effective when he sees that lineup again, and part of what wasn't going his way was they continued to let him see the lineup that many times. So we can sit here. We always think that the move that we didn't make was going to work 100% of the time. And that's just not the case. Like, we just never get to see it play out the other way, right? So we got to the 9th without the opposition scoring. Isn't that the goal? Isn't the goal to hand the ball to your closer prior to, like, 2-run lead, 2-0 in the 9th? Like, I take that every day. So the Quintana, that's not one that haunts me at all. I know that's one that gets talked about.
Sure.
That's not.
But how do you balance, let's say the numbers will tell you third time through he's going to get hit.
Yeah.
Versus, I don't know if he'll ever pitch this well again. Like, this day is, you ever say, I feel different?
That's what you're weighing every time, right? So, like, this is, who was I talking to? I can't remember. It was somebody within the media family in St. Louis that, same, they hated it, right? And he's like, I don't like you, and here's why. And I appreciate
the media member said it?
Yeah, which is fine. No, this is great. And he's like,
I want to know who that is.
You're I know the name now, but I keep it.
I think I know.
Yeah. And he said, here's why. You're nothing but a numbers guy, and you're just straight analytics. And I said, okay. I was raised in this game by some of the most old school minds in the game, like really, really old school, like just love baseball, not the other side of the where we're headed with the game. So I actually disagree with that entirely. And the longer I sit here, whether we take these off later and shoot, like, you'll realize that that's far from the truth. But I don't feel like, if I'm being quite honest, St. Louis knows who I like away from just making decisions that work or don't work. Yes, I can understand numbers. Yes, I can.
Well, you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Are there days when you go, you know what, this guy should come up to bat, but I'm going to let it happen. I just feel.
Yeah, and there's more that goes into it just than that. You're also thinking about their confidence. What does it do for this next time that they're out there in the same situation? Are they going to already be feeling like, man, he doesn't trust me. He's not going to let me have this next guy. Like, he's going to hit for me. So there's a lot of things that you're weighing at the same time. I felt, and I, to be quite honest, would do it the same way, that our best chance to get to the 9th without them scoring was to do it the way we did. And it did play out that way. Unfortunately, we lose that game. Yepez comes off the bench, hits the 2-run homer, and then that all happens. But people have differing opinions on how that played out. I'm willing to wear it. That's part of the gig. But that's not one that completely haunts me as to, man, if we would have done it differently, it would like. There's other factors to that one.
There is a perception out there in this age.
I feel like this is going to be hard hitting. He speaks for the first
waiting.
time.
Yeah, he's been waiting.
Boom.
He's been waiting. Doug is the hammer.
I think Oli put something in the coconut water, and Doug was dozing off. I'm like,
no.
He's drugging the crowd. He's drugging the panel.
It worked.
Wise
It's
move.
good stuff. I'll get you some.
That's a veteran move.
I'm just going to say that there's a perception that it's the analytic guys who set the lineup and they look into their computer and tell you when to make a pitching change, and that's got to rub you the wrong way.
It does. Like, here's what I'll say. In some organizations, that's true. Okay. I will say that Mo and his group have never, and when I say never, not once, come down and dictated a lineup, a move, anything, bullpen, and any of it. If there is a decision that has been made on that field that does not work, it is 100% my responsibility. Not one time has a lineup gone out or a move been made that is not by me. So if you don't like it, you got one person to hate, and this is this guy right here. Yeah.
My goodness, taking ownership. How can you not respect that? Oli Marmol sitting down with us here on 101 ESPN. Alex Bregman goes to the Red Sox.
Yeah.
Now, whether or not there was any accuracy to it or not, I think many fans thought, okay, that would be the landing spot for Nolan Arenado. The news breaks last night. He's going to the Red Sox, and now Nolan Arenado still is on schedule to be coming to Jupiter, Florida here this weekend. Your reaction to Bregman, the Red Sox, and where things stand in your communication? Because I understand you are communicating with Nolan, correct?
I am, yes. And from my standpoint, just the way I think, the way I operate, I've been the whole time he's coming. And if that changes, it's a much easier thing for me to transition to what's next than the other way around. So in my head, I have him coming. I'm planning on him being at third base. I have him in the lineup, and until I'm told otherwise. So for me, none of that matters. Like, I have to continue to operate and with what I currently have. Like, I can't play GM. I can't play being Mo in that group. My job's to manage the players that we have, and we currently have them. So I'm not trying to avoid the question. Like, I'm honestly operating as if he's going to be in camp, he's going to be on our team, and he's going to play third, and we got to roll. If that changes, I can adjust pretty quickly.
Do you worry about the room when he walks in? I know he's a veteran guy, but they all know he kind of doesn't want to be here. Is that a little bit?
That's that's a fair question. And
Tim, I got a fair question.
Yeah.
He didn't say it's a good question.
No. I'll tell you when it's
fair
good.
Question.
It's a fair question and one that's worth asking. It really is. I respect it. He's a pro. He's a pro. Okay, and when he walks into that room, like, he'll address it properly, and that I'm confident in. If it gets to the point where he walks through that door and we're rolling with Nolan at third, I have 100% confidence that he will address it in a way that is meaningful, and that clubhouse will respond in a way that is meaningful, and we'll get to work. So I just have zero concern about it, man. Like, in my head, he's here. And I'll continue to operate that way until Mo tells me differently. But I'm excited. I am.
I mean, for you, I'd rather have a 10-time goal. I've never managed him, but I would rather have a 10-time Gold Glove winner at third if I could.
He's been incredible to me, man. I have zero complaints. And that whole group of veterans, from Albert, I spoke with him yesterday, to Wayno, to Yachty, to, gosh darn, Goldie and Nolan and all the guys that have just been in the league for a long time. I just have nothing but good things to say about that group because they've treated me like gold.
Oli Marmol, kind enough to sit down with us here on TMA. We are live with the Cardinal manager. It is 101 ESPN, and you can watch the conversation. Oli reads the comments in the YouTube chat. You're winning people over. I can tell you that's what's going on in there.
Don't be fooled.
Just wait.
Don't be fooled.
Give it an hour. I'll jack that up. Yeah.
Well, how about this one from Ryan Crawford? In his opinion, why would Arenado not want to be here?
Yeah, I don't know if it's that's not the right perspective. It's not about a matter of not wanting to be here or not. I think there's a lot of things that play into it. When you use the word reset and transition, like, you have to weigh more than just Does he want to be in St. Louis or not? That's not it. Like, if you ask Nolan, does he love the city of St. Louis and the fan base in St. Louis and the tradition and baseball in St. Louis, his answer is going to be 100. The reason before he even became a Cardinal, Matt Holliday, who's a great, amazing friend of mine, would tell me, man, Nolan would love to be in where the bird's on the bat, man. He would absolutely love it one day. And this is years before it ever happened, right? So, like, he's always wanted to be here. That's not what this is about. So there's more to it than just that. It has nothing to do with St. Louis itself. Yeah.
I think he kind of got here at the wrong time. I mean, no offense, but I think he would have loved to have
What do you mean by that, though?
I think if he got here when it was Albert and Edmonds rolling, which was not possible. I'm just saying if he was here when the Cardinals were one of the top 2 or 3 teams, he would have loved to be a part of a true contending team. I think that's part of it.
I do want to say this because I mean, listen, I'll rip you, and that's part of my job, and I know you're cool with that's part of your job.
You need to feed your family too.
Absolutely, that's the name of the game. I got to be honest and give my honest assessment.
But also cute as a button.
But I will acknowledge when you're sitting there, man, cute as a button. But
what about the fries?
But we will talk fries. But the 2022 team, it wasn't that far ago, and that was a great team. So I think that might be what you meant by that. That was a great team, and also the organization did go out at the deadline and brought in Quintana, brought in Jordan Montgomery. I just think it's crappy that you win a division. You got to play a best of 3 series. That's a separate conversation.
Sure,
but I feel like that's kind of forgotten. So I do feel like he did get a part of what was a really good team, and with Albert Pujols, for that matter, something just I gather has transpired over the last however many months where he, for whatever reason, and I gather you know it, want to respect the privacy and want to get where he wants to get away. But I would think he had to be happy as can be in 2022.
Yes.
21 probably, yeah.
And 21 with the winning streak at the end.
No, that's correct. And that's why I said, just for clarity's sake, St. Louis has been really good to him, and he respects the heck out of that city.
I want to give you the opportunity to respond. Honestly, I feel like I screwed up. We had Mozeliak sitting here with us yesterday, and we didn't ask him about the Edmonds conversation, not because, it wasn't like, but I mean, he was on our show.
Yeah.
I was texting with Jim the day before he came on the show, so I knew that he was upset. I also knew the direction he was pointed to. It was not at you in the slightest, not that, but what did you think about what Jim Edmonds had to say?
I know what the comments are. I haven't listened to the whole thing.
I kind of thought you listened to all 4 hours of our show every day. So
you know what? I try not to.
Oh, that's hurtful.
Damn it, Doug.
Oh,
that's hurtful.
Well, hopefully he's got.
Don't get me started.
Hopefully he has better things.
No, but so I've yet to listen to the actual audio of it. I know what the comments were. Listen, at the end of the day, he texted me the night before, and
oh, really? Okay.
I'm more than happy to Jim's he's been great to me. He really has. His text to me was awesome. He did let me know that he wasn't coming back on the TV side. That he really appreciated the friendship and everything that goes along with that. So he's been really good to me. So you're not going to find anything negative coming out of my mouth. At the end of the day, I don't know exactly what it was geared towards as far as not being wanted. Because I mean, when it comes to the value that he brought, whether that was texting me whenever he saw something, I felt like he was always very open with me. So that I respect, and he's treated me like gold. So he seemed frustrated to my understanding and let it eat.
I think he referenced, if he wanted guys to come hit with him, Goldie, Arnado at his house. I think he feels like a former player now is kind of secondary to, hey, we got this. That kind of culture.
No.
Maybe I'm paraphrasing him a little bit.
I think you are. So it's more so. It's not that. I think any organization will tell you that there's value in guys that have done it and done it well, speaking into what they see. That's not as long as there's clear communication with those that are existing and living in it day in, day out. Meaning that hitting department, there has to be communication there, and if there is, then I don't see.
So he could come forward and say, hey, I'd love to work with the guys instead of it just happening.
Say that again.
If he came to you and said, hey, I'm going to work with Nolan or Goldie or any of the young guys, they wanted to come to my cage, I was going to work with them. If he was upfront about it,
I can tell you times where that did happen, and I can tell you times not Jim, but other all these guys have hitting guys away from here, right? Let's not kid ourselves. And if you are not We need
manager taken out by a tent.
We need to up the budget on tents.
Wow.
Okay?
Gosh.
How are we doing on this show? We need to get.
It's been tough.
Well,
tough times.
But as Mo,
Can't you tell by the caliber of the question?
well, as
that
Mo
it's a
pointed out yesterday,
dog and pony show.
Mo said, "Well, there's no commercials. You can't be making too much money."
Where I'll leave that.
So
is
that does happen with all organizations.
It happens with all organizations. It happens with former players and not former players that are just hitting guys at facilities in their hometowns where they do a lot of their work in the off seasons, and you have to constantly weigh the risk of what that looks like for the sake of continuity and consistency with the club. But that happens every day. So that's not out of the norm at all. Yeah.
Ollie, we've kept you for 32 minutes, and
we
it's
almost
been
killed him.
wonderful.
Almost
And you almost
decapitated him.
So I get to leave now?
Yeah, I think.
Are there any more to read that
Well,
would
I mean,
be really
the
hard?
people do want to know your favorite fry cut. I mean, I think that's an
Okay.
important thing to get to. Do you like the waffle fry? Do you like the crinkle
yeah.
cut? Steak fry? I mean,
Steak fries is all right.
Steak fry. Yeah, I think that's a good answer.
He said all
Some
right,
seasoning.
though. He didn't really embrace
And
it.
something that I'm passionate about, bringing the Navy cap back on the road universally. Is there anything that
I'm in on that.
You're in on that?
Yeah, I like the Navy cap. Yeah, someone just actually mentioned that before you did.
Yeah, it's passionate in our audience. Yeah, 389 people are in there just talking it over.
That's it?
Oh, no.
That's just the
You kept me for 32 minutes for...
No.
That's
That's
just on
the
YouTube.
There are millions in St. Louis on the
Oh,
radio.
gosh, yeah.
People in
Millions.
People in their cars are not watching on YouTube.
I'm going to go manage the club now. I have a clubhouse meeting. I have stuff to do.
We've enjoyed the conversation.
Now he sounds bitter. He was having fun. Now he wants out.
He only got one question from Doug. I
I
know
know.
that's the issue.
He gave him a coconut
Hey,
water. and Doug,
that'll
it was
wear
a
off in
sedative.
about 30 minutes.
Yeah,
right?
I'm plastered on coconut water.
Doug went catatonic during the interview. Why don't you give that to the media before your post-game pressers?
Just gave one a gold.
Ollie, we've enjoyed the hell out of it, man.
No,
Thank you
appreciate
so
it, guys.
much.
You
That's
got it.
Oli Marmol, the Cardinal manager, with us live. Thank you so much. That was really good. Appreciate it. Oli Marmol, the Cardinal manager, with us here on TMA. 33 minutes talking it over and reading the YouTube chat, for that matter, over the course. And really, most importantly, number one, steak fry guy. I think a lot of people, that's a meat and potatoes guy, the steak fry guy. But he's on board with the Navy caps, and so this is something, Jackson, that...
Yeah, that was outstanding.
Yeah. What a conversation.
Yeah.
I got to tell you,
howdy.
that was a hell of a conversation. I know we are beyond late for a commercial break, but, that's sometimes what will wind up happening. Looking forward to reading the audience's response to the conversation with the Cardinal manager and our conversation about our conversation with the Cardinal manager. You can text in your thoughts. I'm curious what people think. 314-399-9646. The YouTube chat, which Ollie got a chance to read, youtube.com/TMASTL. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. This is TMA. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen, and our spring training coverage this week brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. You are listening to The Morning After on 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off, 16-year warranty. SwissAirSTL.com.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Drury Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Drury Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Attention lovebirds. Valentine's Day is almost here, and Diamonds Direct has the gifts to wow your special someone. From dazzling diamonds and trending gold to vibrant gemstones, pearls, even timepieces. With hundreds of stunning styles under $1,000 and an exquisite collection of one-of-a-kind luxury pieces. Make your moment unforgettable. The best selection, value, and service are waiting for you. Make this Valentine's unforgettable with fine jewelry for every budget. Diamonds Direct. Your love, our passion.
Elite Comfort Experts is heating and cooling done the right way. Family values delivered straight to your home with a BBB Torch Award for ethics to prove it. We are dedicated to earning our customers' trust. No gimmicks, just guarantees. Let us earn your trust at EliteComfortExperts.com.
There's nothing more important than the look and feel of your home. So now's the time to make your home your retreat. Replace your tired old windows and doors with Marvin replacement products designed to improve comfort and efficiency. Fisher Window and Door Store, a reputable local company, will guide you through the entire replacement process. Their experts will help you make the right choice for your home, and they'll measure, design, and install your new windows and doors.
Hi, I'm Jim Fisher. Since 1941, the Fisher family has provided you with quality American-made building products, including Marvin Windows and Doors. Come visit one of our showrooms in Brentwood or East Alton, and let us help you increase the value of your home.
Bring that distinct sense of quality to every room with Marvin. Visit Fisher Window and Doors' huge newly remodeled showroom in Brentwood or Fisher Lumber in East Alton, Illinois. Quality and comfort starts at Fisher Window and Door. Online at fisherwindow.com.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Sponsored by Mercedes-Benz.
Rapid radios are instant push-to-talk walkie-talkies offering national LTE coverage and no subscription ever. Business owners can now keep in touch with up to 200 staff members at one time. Go to rapidradios.com now for up to 60% off and free shipping.
You can now listen to 101 ESPN on demand. Get caught up on all our shows and podcasts at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 mobile app. 101 ESPN podcasts are presented by the Schaefer Door Company. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. If you didn't hear, one of the biggest free agents still left to sign. Alex Bregman has a new home. He's going to Boston. 3 years, $120 million deal. We'll see how that affects the Nolan Arenado situation down in Jupiter. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to TMA 101 ESPN. Live from Cardinals spring training. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program presented to you every day and has been now for a couple of years by Brown and Crouppen. And our spring training coverage from Jupiter, Florida is brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Watch the program live on youtube.com/TMASTL, and you can listen live on the Dobbs Tire and Auto Center 101 ESPN app, and there is also a TMASTL app to download as well. Ladies and gentlemen, we were joined in the previous segment for a 33-minute conversation with the Cardinal manager, Oli Marmol. And Doug, that was one hell of a conversation.
It was. And now he's got me drunk on coconut water. Fellas, this is a whole new chapter in hydration.
Live read?
That's what I got. That's mostly what I got. No, he's a fantastic interview, isn't he? Very likable guy. I think a lot of people haven't seen that side of him.
Yeah, I was just talking to Mike Claiborne after we got done with the interview, and he said, "Man, if more people that's the guy he is, if more people got a chance to hear that, they'd be on board." I honestly, I don't give a damn one way or the other. I'm not holding any rights. I just don't know if you're a fan what else you could ask for. I mean, a guy who is comfortable getting ripped, has the perspective that he has, and loves to engage in debate on moves, and will acknowledge if he feels like he screwed one up.
Even heckling fans in the first row.
Yes, and then as opposed to like MFing them back, doing what is the absolute move to have a conversation. I don't know. I had a feeling it was going to be a good conversation, but it's a credit to him. Nothing to do with us. I'm just talking about him. I really enjoyed that conversation. Been lucky enough to be coming down here since 1998, and that's one that stands out to me in all of the years we've done it. Jackson, what were your thoughts?
There's a lot of guys. Anytime you ask a coach or really even a player, you look at social media, do you care about that? And they say no. 75% of the time, I'd say I buy it. So there's a 25% where I think, maybe you are reading it a lot.
A year ago, many thought he would be traded because he's a valuable piece right now. They're looking to rebuild a little bit. Elsie is back, coming off a season when he set a franchise record with 49 saves.
And on board
Seems to be the big success. I gotta be honest.
Kind of like Oli Marmol does. It's like a YouTube channel right now. So if you are, I have no idea what I'm going to reach. This is 314-399-9446. You missed the interview. Go back to Schaefer Door Company, sponsor of the on TMA, and I would go back highlight as you might imagine.
Here we go. 49 saves and a new franchise record. I did ask Oli Marmol what does it mean to you to have him back as an all-star closer.
Audio is playing over your show right now. That's right.
That's big news because that's a third baseman for Boston. One spot left. Lined up. More reports come here later in the day. More text from Tyler.
Something's wrong. Hasn't he learned his lesson?
I have no idea.
He's standing about 15 feet away from the stand up to him, too. You would think that bleeding.
Well, I mean, we're getting 100 texts about it, so it's something. Something is going on. I think we ought to break. Let's fix it and come back and talk about it. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll correct it and come back. And since the way we're going to get a picture of that, it's 101 ESPN. It is the morning.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. And every month during the season, you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Enter to score free Blues tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app. Brought to you by Ted Drew's, serving original frozen custard since 1929.
Being first in line can be very important to homeowners. First in line for the plumber. First in line for the HVAC guy. First at Banner Construction. It's Banner Construction's winter home event. And you can be first in line this spring and save before the annual price increases. Banner Construction is a James Hardy and Pella window replacement specialist. And now is the best time to schedule a free in-home consultation with no obligation. Call 314-569-1050 or see us on the web and have a banner day.
Go! AMCO presents Bet You Didn't Know.
Bet you didn't know that your car's transmission is made up of 800 pieces. Also, bet you didn't know that AMCO's fixed over 40 million transmissions and that AMCO offers a nationwide warranty.
AMCO offers easy payment plan options for most any credit situation, so you can fix it fast and pay it off slow at AMCO.
That's AMCO, AA, MCO.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that? I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign.
Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita.
Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we?
Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now.
Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi.
Guess what? And by the way, get 0% financing for 60 months.
Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle.
Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man.
All you need is a job and $29, and it can happen very quickly.
At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi.
In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton.
YesLita.com, Jack.
Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax title to qualified buyers.
Hey, it's Kerry Davis, and fellas, if you could benefit from a little extra oomph in the bedroom, we all could. Blue Chew can help. Your partner wants you to do whatever it takes to make your sex life better, and Blue Chew is your secret weapon for the bedroom or wherever you decide to get it on. Turn that oh no into oh yes. If you're ready for a great offer, how about free? Go to BlueChew.com, make sure you consult with a licensed medical provider, and get your first month free. Then you'll be ready to chew it and do it. Blue Chew is an online prescription service, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversations, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. And it ships right to your door in a discreet package. If you don't like swallowing pills, Blue Chew offers tablets as well. So visit BlueChew.com and make sure you get there and get it going as soon as possible. Again, Blue Chew's licensed medical providers work with you to find the right ingredient and strength for your prescription. They're made right here in the U.S., so they prepare to ship direct, and it's cheaper than the pharmacy. Visit them today at BlueChew.com.
Need a lawyer? Onder wins. Call Onder Law at 314-9-million. That's 314-9 all zeros. Or go to onderwins.com.
Open up your 101 mobile.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Welcome back to Morning After 101 ESPN, live from Cardinals spring training in Jupiter, Florida. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And Doug, there were some audio issues as we came back from the Oli Marmol conversation, but I believe Doty just said my fault. This is a big accountability 8 o'clock hour.
Right. Well, Martin was right here back here talking behind us. I don't know. He's got to take some responsibility.
Oh, Martin, would you like to apologize to the audience?
Live on the old 2 Fox.
Oh, you were live?
Did I knock you off the air?
Yeah. No, I think that camera we have pointed over there, which is very it's getting players walking out. I think it had a little bit of a mic issue, like the mic was on the camera, and accidents happen. I think it should be better now. Text in.
Tim, your biggest regret. Let's go. This is a big accountability Thursday.
Sure. Stopped taking Propecia in 2006.
Doug, was that 2006?
I don't know the year.
If I wouldn't have done that, I think I would probably be a senator right now.
Yeah.
Oh, you think so?
Yeah.
Senator McKernan. It sounds like something your college buddies just call each other. What's up, Senator? How you doing, Coach?
Who's got the Coke? The senator.
Oh. I can't describe to the audience right now as well, but the MLB has changed up the uniforms again, and they look so much better. The names and numbers are way bigger. The names are way bigger. It doesn't look like those weak jersey ironed-on uniforms. Way better look.
Well, they were panned universally last year, weren't they?
Deservedly so.
I mean, you think Nike, they kind of know what they're doing with the look of fashion, and they
I don't know. Look at Missouri's football uniforms.
Yeah. Wouldn't you think a team can make its own jerseys, its own uniforms without MLB?
No,
yes, I would.
The MLB and Nike have a deal. You can't
I know,
just
but
go
I would
rogue.
think a team can come up with their own jerseys.
They could, but that would violate massive contract.
I don't like the contract.
But then you don't agree to a contract.
Well, then they maybe offer them a deal that they can't refuse.
Some people like some things. Yeah. Some people like other things, but nobody liked the uniform.
That's correct. But they look way better this
Seems
year.
unfair.
Way better.
That if you're an owner of a club that's worth a couple $1 billion, you don't have any say in what uniform your team wears.
Well, I
That
think you
seems
might
crazy.
have say in the uniform, but like the maker of the uniform, it's always going to be Nike. It's not like the Marlins are going to go out in Adidas uniforms. That would be kind of weird.
You want to go along with your cohorts, Jackie? Is that what it is? Cohorts?
Well, the MLB makes the deal with Nike, not
I
individual
understand.
teams.
I was just trying to work in cohorts. Jesus, lighten up, Jackson. Jeez.
After that Pop-Tart lecture, I can't lighten up.
Well, don't take it out on me. It was your other dad.
We've all made bad choices.
Banty little rooster. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Morning After live from Cardinals spring training. Man, I am telling you, Martin, the Oli Marmol conversation is the best way to sum up, if I were to generalize the response that we have gotten so far in the Air Comfort Service text inbox is, man, I like that guy. He won me over. That is the overall response. I'll read some of the specific ones here momentarily, but your thoughts, Doug.
Well, I think if you deal with him on a regular basis, he's easy to deal with, even though he likes to argue, if that makes sense. Because the skipper, when I say the skipper, it's Tony, of course, like to debate things as well. Like to manage against you, like to manage against you, like to co-host against you. But I think there's an accessibility there. Like, all right, let's talk about it, Cardinal fans. And just humanizing when somebody's yelling at you in the dugout, that's got to just piss you off. I enjoyed the great detail he had where finally pulls the Hoosier down and says, all right. And then, of course, when confronted, they always melt, right? And I've told that story. Packers are walking off the field in Dallas. They lose the NFC Championship game. And this guy from Dallas, he just screamed, you're all losers. Go back to bleep Green Bay, that crappy little, just everything in the book. Players suck. Frank Winters, the center, stops and goes, I'm sorry, you talking to me? You, right there. Yeah, you, right there. Are you great game, Frank. Melted on the spot.
It's essentially Twitter come to life.
Yeah, it happened. I think my favorite is him reading the text line.
Yeah, he was in the YouTube chat.
And I was a little nervous about what might be in there.
Well, he goes, they're talking about fries, and somebody said I'm cute as a button?
That was Sweet Sweet Kai.
That was Sweet Sweet Kai,
He
your
texted
buddy.
me. He texted me. He said it's one of his proudest moments.
He got his text read by the Cardinal
Shout
manager.
out to Sweet Sweet Kai.
Maybe we get a coconut water sponsor, and Ollie once a week just reads the text
Is
line.
that good stuff?
That'd be great. It's a new chapter in hydration.
You're right. I got
telling you, this is
copy
YOLO.
points. He's already got the copy points.
Manager gives it to him. The first thing he does, reads the label.
Well, you
let's-
have to. Yeah, I don't
know. You're just
what's
trying to make a
going in.
friend on the show. Just drink the damn
I
thing.
did, and now I'm plastered.
Let me go into it. Great interview. Let's see. Good interview, good dude. That's from Iggy's great brother. Ollie is not the problem, and I think most people see that. Mo has been the problem for going on 10 years. That's back in the 501 again. Let's see what we got here.
The Wizard is being seen on the YouTube camera, Tim. I
Oh, yeah,
believe.
right. On a home run by the Wizard. Mike Claiborne and
there's the
Ozzie
Wizard.
Smith right there. I always ask Ozzie what his golf handicap is, and he's very cryptic with me. I want to get out there with him and see what's doing.
Victor Scott, for his birthday yesterday, was out
Look
there
at that,
playing.
Victor Scott talking Ozzie Smith. That's
was
like
playing
his
some golf
favorite
yesterday.
thing. Oh, was he really? Mm-hmm. Where'd he play?
Didn't get catch that, but he played with his father on his birthday.
Oh, God bless him.
Good for him.
How great is that?
Yeah.
Let's see. The problem with Marmol rationale here, so we still have some negative ones. The problem with Marmol rationale is there was concern about Helsley's health, so why take out an effective starter, making the game longer for a potentially handicapped bullpen? Talking about the 2022 Game 1, which he went over his reasoning.
Yeah, they used Helsley longer
That's
than
correct.
could have been necessary.
That's correct.
Which goes back to taking Quintana out, which is my argument on that. And he and I we did a whole show on it.
Oh, did you really?
Yeah, and he said, let's walk through it. And we started with Quintana. And he said, what did I do wrong? And I said, you took him out too early. And he said, when would you have done it? Because he had struck out Schwarber, I think, top of the 6th. And I said, first sign of trouble. He said, what does that look like? And I said, I know it when I see it, because I do believe in that moment, and this is why I brought it up to him, is there a difference between what the numbers tell you and what you're seeing? Jose Quintana may never pitch that well again. It may have been the game of his life. That's when I say, I don't care what the splits are. I'm going to ride him a little longer, and I think this texture's on to the same theme, which is if Helsley was a little compromised from what happened in Pittsburgh, then you don't want to be in a hurry to get to your pen, which you do typically in the playoffs. But because of the Helsley thing, I think he's good with it. He lives with it. He knows his team. I personally, and I've told him this, I would have kept Quintana out there as long as I could, maybe 7, maybe 8. I don't know. I wanted to find out. And I think that's a fair critique. I don't know that it would have worked. Maybe Quintana would have started to melt down, and then I was wrong.
For the purpose of the discussion, quite honestly, I remember watching that game. I was watching it at home and had my phone, laptop up and looking at data and of the stats and the whole thing, and then I saw that a lot of people in the moment did not like that he pulled Quintana in the moment, and I was at peace with it. I did like it. Again, I guess you can say, oh, then I was wrong if you then play the game out. What I was concerned about actually was Helsley, who I knew wasn't necessarily, if you can remember, he wasn't 100% healthy. I mean, we're going back to a series from 2.5 years ago here.
God, we're such nerds. I love it.
Yeah, but I mean, there are plenty of people texting in about it. People remember it. That now you had to stretch him out because he frames it, okay, you had your closer coming in, 9th inning to get 3 outs, shutting the team out. But the issue was he was already in, and that's where it got into the conversation. That's where I had my issue. But my big point on the conversation was, if the Cardinals win that game, and you have these sliding door moments, and I'm not saying then therefore forgive or whatever the case might be, I think that was what began the slide in approval rating for the manager that moment, because before that there was talk of him being the manager of the year. Keep in mind, it was his first year, and that team, it gets forgotten. That was a very good team that won a division, which goes into the separate conversation of you have divisions, you win a division championship, and then two of the teams in each, overall in baseball have to play a best-of-3 series, which I think is absurd. But either way, it's not like you're going back a decade to go the last time a Cardinal team had a really good year. It was 2022. The issue is they flamed out in the postseason then. They flamed out in the postseason, albeit a game in 2021. 2020 was what it was with the pandemic. In 2019, they didn't look like they belonged on the same field with the Nationals. That, I think, is where people, and understandably so, focus their attention.
And I think specific to Arnado, what I was saying is I think he always wanted to be a Cardinal, but he was watching from afar for the most part when they were kind of riding high. And then he gets here. They do make the playoffs 2 years in a row. The big drop-off in 23. They're kind of now looking at a reset or kind of transitioning. And if you're 10 years into the league, you're like, God, I kind of want to win now. I don't really want to be around for a transition year or a reset. I'd rather go somewhere where they're trying to win immediately. I think that's the difference when he was telling Holiday, I want to be a Cardinal.
Yeah.
It was a different organization. I think by the, watching in 12 and 13 and 14, like, God, these guys are in the NLCS every year. Yeah. I'd love to do that. But by the time he got there, they were not quite the same organization. And I think that's his, I don't know that for a fact, but that's my sense is where Arenado's head is at. But now, I think he's stuck now. I really do.
You think I'm going to lose my 250?
Are the Tigers are the only ones, what we
what about
need
the Yankees?
Yeah.
I always see articles that they're kicking the tires on Arnado. They're always
Which one?
For the Yankees.
Yankees.
Yeah.
Because I think for Arnado, Detroit's not on that list. We heard the 5 teams. Right. I could wager it's not Detroit.
Yeah, I would agree with you.
The
I
Yankees,
would wonder
maybe.
if the Astros perhaps come back into play. I wonder if he expands that list beyond 5 now that the Red Sox thing isn't going to happen with Bregman going there. Marmol, for the record, for those of you who were not listening live when he was with us for 33 minutes here at the start of the 8 o'clock hour, he said, I'm planning on him being here, and then I will adjust if I am told that he will not be here. But he is communicating with him. John Mozeliak is not, for the record. I think that's also helpful. If he is here, let the awkwardness or tension, whatever the right word is, let it be front office to player. You can't have the manager have tension with the star player. I mean, he's got to be right in the middle there. But he made it sound, I think, that this weekend Arnado would sort of address the room about hey, here's the deal. I'm here. I love you guys. Let's go win this. I'm going to play my butt off. I think
we can just get hot. We can win this.
I think he'll probably say that, and then say, all right, guys, I'm younger too. So I think he'll resign himself to being younger. It could still get done. I mean, maybe the Yankees and the Goldschmidt factor maybe is a small role there where he says, oh, man, you'd love this guy, and talks him into it. I don't know.
You would hope if there is some awkwardness that it doesn't last a long time. The first day is going to be tough. I didn't think I'd be here. Here I am, and do all the interviews. And that would be awkward. But you would think after he started playing a little bit and gets used to the new clubhouse guys, I think
I think it's a little bit of rip the Band-Aid off. And I mean, a lot of the text yesterday, I would love to have Mo read some of the mean tweets, rather. Because I just posted a picture and said, Mozeliak says they expect him in camp. They'll still try and trade him. He admits it could be awkward. And every tweet was about Mozeliak. Somebody calls him Mozo instead of Bozo, which I think is kind of, I thought it was kind of creative.
You ever watch that Bozo the Clown show where you toss the ping ball?
I did.
Yeah. Okay, it's a fun show.
He had orange hair.
But a couple people said
on the patio.
Opening day, they said Mozo's getting booed. Arnado will get cheered. I'm not convinced that it's that clear down the middle that way. Like one guy is the hero, one guy's not. But I'm fascinated to see it play out. I still think they're motivated to get a deal done, but it's. I mean, the other thing is, what about Nolan Gorman? I mean, he's twisting in the wind. And again, I would love to ask Oli that. Well, we just had it. Why didn't you ask him? Because he's not going to answer it now because it's all kind of hypothetical. If Arnado does stay long term, it's a mess. You know what's not a mess? Is Auto Loan Pro. You need a car.
I was so sick.
Yes. Clip that off. Hey, good people can get into bad circumstances, but you're looking for a car, they're going to help you with little to no money down. They're going to try very hard to get you the best rate possible. The Auto Loan Pro works with over 50 lenders to get you the very best financing available. It's autoloanpro.com. That's the website. The Auto Loan Pro will help you get back on track because they have a free playbook for you on the website, autoloanpro.com. That playbook will explain to you how the credit system works, how you buy cars, how you get a better car in the future. It's an education. When you download the playbook, it's part of the Lita family. Robert Thomas, friend of Auto Loan Pro, right there on the website, autoloanpro.com. Make sure you download that free playbook. Again, part of the Lita family.
There it is. Chairman Kurt just sent me a text, and you have some audio from John Morosi regarding the Arenado situation right now. None of us have heard this. I'm anxious to hear it. Chairman Kurt, would you like to set this up for us? Chairman Kurt back in St. Louis while we are in Jupiter, Florida here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube chat. Chairman.
Yeah, I think this was from last night after the Bregman news broke, and I cut the part that was talking about Bregman, but this is just a little bit of his take on how the Arenado domino could go from here.
All right. Hit the lever, Chairman.
This prompts the question, what's next for Nolan Arenado?
Yeah, Tony, it's a great question that you ask because Arenado is now that next domino to fall with the third base conversation. A lot of the same teams we were hearing on Bregman had interest as well in Nolan Arenado. And the 10-time Gold Glover, one of the preeminent defenders of his time at any position, it seems as though his time with St. Louis is winding down. But they've had a hard time finding a team that can take on the entire salary. So the natural pivot could be the Detroit Tigers. The Tigers maybe weren't the team that Arnado thought he was going to at the outset, but certainly the Tigers right now, Tony, a better chance to make the playoffs than the Cardinals have. A young team in Detroit that would certainly benefit from Arenado's leadership.
Detroit.
Okay. Well, Detroit's not the most glamorous city to live in, but I expect at this point Arenado's looking to win. Looking to have a chance to win.
Kind of sad, though. They have better chances to win than in St. Louis. Hey, they did make a little playoff run last year. You got A.J. Hinch. So
are they Youngry?
I don't know if they're
Youngry. Cy Young Award winner.
Yeah.
Scoobo.
I think, and again, it goes back to his approval, and as Alex pointed out, he's got that hammer. I mean, he can say no to any deal we can cook up. I just can't picture him going to Detroit. I think if I'm him, I'd almost roll the dice that St. Louis has a surprise year than I would say I'll go to Detroit and I don't know.
So you may have better information on this. I feel even stronger about it after, Oli Marmol was sitting right where Jackson was. There is an issue. They haven't been public about what the issue is. The fact that, and this is a fact, because Oli Marmol talked about it, he was texting with Arenado, still is. John Mozeliak sat right where Jackson is right now yesterday and said that he has not been in communication with Arnado or his camp. So therefore, from my standpoint, putting two and two together, you know where the issue is. You know also where the issue is not. And then the question becomes, is the issue so big for Nolan Arenado with the front office, and I don't know if it goes beyond the front office, if it goes to ownership as well, that he's like, I don't give a damn, get me out of here, and if it's Detroit, then fine, it's Detroit. So I'll go to Detroit. I thought I was going to be able to go to my pick of Red Sox, Dodgers, Yankees, whomever else. I clearly am not going to be able to. I can't stand it. I can't show up. I am going to go to Detroit. Again, if Detroit's in play, that was John Morosi, Chairman. John Morosi said on MLB Network. And and that answer, I don't know. But we do know he was hard-headed enough that he was like, I got to get out of Colorado. And now, looking back on it, we're going, man, this is a great deal for the Cardinals. Not only they give up very little to get him, the Rockies are eating some of the salary and still are here in 2025, that perhaps that stubbornness would let him to go, I can't come back there. I can't under any circumstances play for that team. I got to get out. Fine, I'll go to Detroit.
Can you
That's what I want.
Imagine getting paid by the Rockies, the Cardinals, and the Tigers. Like, you get 3 different paychecks. I don't know if it's like so unattainable that they can't make it work. I do think there's some tension there, but I think he's got to make that call, because I think he really thought he'd end up with the Dodgers or the Yankees or one of the high-profile teams, and when that didn't happen, he may want to reconsider. I mean, in all honesty, if you are him, you're settled 4 years in one place, and you want to win, and it doesn't look like the Cardinals are, World Series contenders. Do you roll the dice and go to Detroit and hope that they're good enough to take out the Yankees or eventually the Mets or the Dodgers? I think that's what he'd have to kind of think about if the Tigers are in fact interested.
Yeah, it just gets down to where he's comfortable, I guess.
And then what amount the Cardinals are comfortable eating.
Yeah.
In addition, you got that too.
Well, there was a report that Bregman turned down a bigger deal, right? There was a 6-year deal, they said, but he wanted the higher AAV, which the Red Sox did with $40 million per year. And I would like to know, I thought I saw that last night, that there was a 6-year offer somewhere. Was that Detroit? So somebody apparently had money to spend. You got to find out who that team was going 6 years on Bregman that didn't get him. And then you say, okay, you're looking for a third baseman. Let's talk.
Per the Detroit Free Press, the Tigers, led by President of Baseball Operations Scott Harris, made a competitive offer to Bregman. 6-year contract worth $171.5 million with some deferred money and an opt-out clause after the 2026 season. Bregman picked the Red Sox over the Tigers. The biggest difference between the Tigers and the Red Sox, the Tigers offered $28.58 million per season over 6 years, whereas the Red Sox offered $40 million per season over 3 years. The Tigers included an opt-out clause after the 26 season, whereas the Red Sox included an opt-out clause after the 25 and the 26 season. So there is some detail on the deal. I'm just reading right now from the Detroit Free Press.
So if you're Detroit, you were willing to spend that much money to get a premier third baseman. Can you slice that into what's a third of that even? Maybe less, and go all in on Arnado.
You would think with Arnado, go there.
Right, and then it goes back. And if I'm Mozeliak and anybody on his team, okay, how much energy are we putting into this negotiation? Right. Any interest? Let me know. Any interest? Okay, we'll give them a call. We'll try and work it out. I think there's frustration with the Cardinals that the Houston deal was at the finish line, and then it got rejected.
So I got to ask you about this, and maybe you don't know. Yesterday was the first time I heard about this list of 5. Mozeliak said it when he was sitting down with us. Was Houston on the list?
I don't know that, and I wondered that myself. I need to clarify that, because otherwise maybe they weren't on the 5. I don't know. I should find out instead of all the. It's a lot of. I know it's annoying for fans because a lot of it is still hypothetical, but I would like to know, because otherwise, why are you talking to them if they're not on the list of 5? You can imagine Dodgers for sure. Probably Padres, whether they need him or not. We had heard they added the Angels just because of proximity. But if you want to win, you can't go to the Angels.
That's the thing.
So the Yankees are on there.
Is that more important? Because the Angels lost Rendon yesterday, but the Angels are a junk operation.
Right.
But then it gets you to SoCal. For the record, Justin Verlander's brother, Ben Verlander, tweeted this out, and he's a big Tigers advocate. He wanted them to sign Bregman. He said Astros offered 6 years, 156. Tigers offered 6 years, 171.5. That corroborates the Detroit Free Press story. Cubs 4 years, 120, and Red Sox 3 years, 120. And again, those opt-outs. Opt-outs are valuable, man.
Yeah.
And he's got the opt-out after 25 and 26 with the Red Sox. What about Nolan Arnado to the Cubs?
I think we talked one day about how that'd be a total gangster move within the division. Hey, we're looking to go for.
Can you imagine what that would sound like at Busch Stadium for the first at bat?
Standing O.
I don't know. I don't know about that one.
No, I think he'd get booed for being a Cub.
Off the field.
I think as a fan of chatter, Doug, we like chatter on this show.
Sure, we do.
I'd love to see that.
Oh, you
just
better
as a
believe it.
storyline.
Yeah, for real.
Doesn't seem likely as a trade partner for a number of reasons.
They used to trade with the Cubs frequently.
Yeah.
But that hadn't been the case in recent years.
Guardians. I really love trading with the Guardians.
Buster Olney. This just tweeted 18 seconds ago. Doug, I mean, how fresh can the news be? The Yankees have not been engaged in conversations with the Cardinals about Nolan Arenado.
Maybe not kicking the tires.
So there is that. Your thoughts are welcome. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text line. The YouTube chat is youtube.com/TMA STL. Ryan Crawford is still in there. I mean, he was basically having a conversation with Oli Marmol. Oli was reading it, and Sweet Kai's post.
Shout out to Sweet Kai.
And that's the highlight of Sweet Kai's life, he said?
So one of.
How about that?
Probably
really
getting engaged with his now betrothed, and then right behind that,
and then also being yelled at by the attractive lesbian girl at the Post that he was not worthy of his fiance. I would imagine that's there too.
Can't speak to the adjective before lesbian there, but she was ornery. I can tell you that.
Oh,
much.
was she ornery?
Yeah, she wanted a piece of Sweet Kai, and not in a good way.
Yeah, not in a good way, Doug. Send your emails in for that Design Air heating and cooling email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Martin, do you realize in St. Louis how cold it is? I mean, it's 18 degrees, but it feels like it's 2 degrees with the wind chill in St. Louis. So Design Air is what you do is you go to Seth Goldcamp and Design Air Heating and Cooling should you wind up with any issues with your heating system. They're the sponsor of our email today, the morning after, at InsideSTL.com. Those are the ways you can communicate with the show as we broadcast live from Jupiter, Florida for our Cardinal spring training coverage. Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage makes himself as accessible as the day is long. So if you are someone who is looking to purchase a home, refinance, or if you are looking to consolidate some of your ugly credit card debt, maybe you don't know exactly what direction to go to do any of these things, let me make it easy for you. Call Stewie from Stewart's American Mortgage Corporation. He will help you every step of the way. If it's a new home you're looking to purchase, he will get you to the closing table fast. Try 10 days. And he will get you the best interest rate possible, and he'll also have the bagel loan that can help you out too. What's the bagel loan? It's this. If you borrow $200,000 or more, there's no underwriting fees, no appraisal fees, no title fees, no lender fees, and no closing costs. Stewie is your guy. And he makes it easy. Any questions on rates, the industry, the trends, give Stewie a call. Call him directly on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the Bagel Loan. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is called The Morning After. It airs on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It's presented to you this week, always by Brown & Crouppen, but our spring training coverage brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. This is TMA on 101 ESPN live from Jupiter, Florida.
It's time for another moment in Blues history.
On this day back in 2008, the Blues would take down the LA Kings 4-2. They would pick up their 25th win of the year as David Backes, Andy McDonald, and Jay McKee would all score goals for the Blues. Marty Ruchinski would pick up the game winner. A 5-shot night for Paul Correa, who picked up an assist, and Manny Legacy stopping 25 of 27 shots.
This date in Blues history was powered by Classic Air Care, making people comfortable since 1926. For all your HVAC needs, ClassicAirCare.com.
Getting engaged or never insured your wedding ring? Insure your diamond at CarltonInsurance.net.
Right now at Verizon, you can get one line for less than you think. Just $50 per month when you bring your phone, which is less than you spend on Bella's Dog Walker and Glam Squad every week. Get one line on unlimited welcome for $50 per month with auto pay plus taxes and fees at your local St. Louis Verizon store today. $15 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Additional terms apply.
Listeners ought to check out Collier & Thompson, support the sponsors, and have the best contractors in St. Louis work on your kitchen remodel, if that's what you want, or bathroom remodel, basement, wine room, whatever. Collier & Thompson does it all, and these are people that you can trust. They have an A-plus rating with the Better Business Bureau. That's not always that common for people in this line of work. They won a Torch Award for Ethics from the Better Business Bureau. Collier & Thompson on Manchester and Baldwin, next to Uncle Bill's Pancake House. Collier & Thompson, come home to quality. Online at CollierandThompson.com.
Make 2025 the year you get out more at Rosalita's Cantina. Relax on the stunning patio or sip cocktails at Rosalita's Ornate Bar. Discover bold new flavors like Shrimp Diablo, blackened tiger shrimp over guajillo mashed potatoes, or indulge in a sparkling margarita with tequila, raspberry Chambord, and Prosecco. Rosalita's, not just tequila, not just tacos, not just another Tex-Mex restaurant. Rosalita's is an experience for the whole family. Learn more at RosalitasCantina.com.
Why do the national tax resolution firms need the tiny fine print at the bottom of all their TV ads? Hi, this is Lance Story with the Lance Story Law Firm. You don't hear fast-talking disclaimers in our ads because the claims we make are 100% transparent. The Lance Story Law Firm primarily focuses on one thing, IRS problems, and we're regulated by the Bar Association, and we have a AAA rating with the Better Business Bureau. IRS issues are serious legal issues. The Lance Story Law Firm has helped thousands of clients navigate the best resolution plans, and we tell you up front exactly how much it'll cost. Tax resolution law is all we do. So before you send money to some out-of-town, high-pressure salesperson, give us a call at the Lance Story Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Call today to schedule your free consultation with me, 314-260-6120, or visit lance.drurylaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
From fast breaks to buzzer beaters to block parties, there's nothing as exciting as basketball. With Underdog, you can bring that excitement to whenever you watch. Playing on their app is as easy as choosing higher or lower on player stats, like threes made, points, rebounds, and more. Get those selections right, and you can win up to 1,000 times your money. Millions of fans have won over billions on Underdog. Will you be next? Join in on the fun by signing up for Underdog today using my promo code Anthony, and you'll get a free selection as part of your first cash entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. Must be 18 plus, 19 plus in Alabama and Nebraska, 19 plus in Colorado for some games, 21 plus in Arizona and Massachusetts, and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit www.ncpgambling.org. In Arizona, call 1-800-NEXT-STEP or text NEXT-STEP to 53342. In New York, call the 24/7 HOPE line at 1-877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY.
Planning to propose this Valentine's Day? Shane Company has your back. Our easy process to create your dream engagement ring is rock solid. 1, pick your ring setting. 2, choose your center stone. 3, personalize it. With our wide selection of beautiful settings and hand-picked diamonds and gemstones, all at competitive prices, your ring will be as unique as your love story. We'll hand-set your ring in our jeweler's workshop right here in our store and protect it with our free lifetime warranty. Walk in with a dream, walk out with the ring that will take their breath away. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. Check out either the 101 mobile app or 101ESPN.com for your chance to win a signed puck autographed by Blues forward Jake Neighbors. Get entered to win that Jake Neighbors signed puck right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app, powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
This is the Morning After on 101 ESPN. Live from Roger Dean Stadium at Cardinals Spring Training. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
It is TMA and it's 101 ESPN. We are live from Cardinals Spring Training. Presented to you this week by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Listen live on 101 ESPN or the 101 ESPN app, which is brought to you by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers. And you can also download the TMA STL app and subscribe on the YouTube channel, which is youtube.com/TMA STL. So far on the program today, we have been joined for a 33-minute conversation by the Cardinal manager, Oli Marmol. Also, we have talked with Matthew Liberator and the one acquisition to date from the Cardinal offseason, Michael Helman. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. And Doug, the one thing that you have not enjoyed this week outside of Jackson and Martin's eating habits is the lack of phone calls on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. But guess what? We have
Hopefully
one for
not.
you.
Oh, we do?
At 314-974-0101. And Martin, it's Mr. Licks.
Oh, wow.
Yep. Mr. Licks, welcome to 101 ESPN. We are live in Jupiter, Florida.
What is it, Licks?
Welcome,
Tim,
welcome.
you're killing it this week,
Licks.
Tim.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Licks.
Hey, gong. All right. What else you got?
Why does it seem like only people, oh my gosh, there's like a 3-second delay. I can't stand it. It's like, why only Jefferson County people listen to this show?
Oh. What do you mean by that?
Doug, last week, you said something. If you were making $10 million a year or something, then you wouldn't need to invest it because it's just like so much money. And I take serious issue with that.
Okay. What issue do you take with it exactly? I mean,
well,
10 million every
fall,
year.
You're
going to
fall behind. Well, no, inflation is going to get you. It's going to eat away at that dollar. It's 10 million today, and then it'll be worth 8 million tomorrow.
Yeah, that's not much, is it? You couldn't live
well,
with that,
when Stifel sponsors you, you need to maybe make smarter financial commentary. Tim, by the way, good job on the Stifel sponsorship. I'm very proud of you for that.
Thank you, Mr. Litz.
Gong, 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 gong.
That sounds a lot like somebody else we know.
Hey, Rory McIlroy, you made your bed, okay? Now you got to lie in it. You can't say now you want
Where'd that
Bryson
come from?
back. Now that Bryson's an all-star, he wants Bryson back. All of a sudden, he loves to live golf. All of a sudden, Brandel Chambly is going on saying, "Oh, I like Daddy Yasser now." Enough, okay? You can't walk all your statements back.
Okay.
Tim here. Last thing, I just got a text from someone. My brother, I live in Jefferson County. I think that came from VIP Pat. Hey, so I'm getting nonstop text, Jackson. People are lighting you up. They're coming to me saying, "Did you see that video?"
His golf shot you're talking about?
Yeah, they're like, "Why is he taking a hybrid from 183?" I said, "I don't know."
What would you like him to hit?
Well, they're like, "Oh, well, he says he's a single-digit handicap. Why is he hitting a hybrid from 183?" I'm like, "I don't know. I don't know."
I've seen your swing, Licks. I don't think you could get home from 186 with a potato launcher.
Whoa! This is Jackson Burkett's revenge.
Wow. I'm a 20 handicap, Jackson. I would never claim that.
Yeah,
and
you're talking like you're a 1-2.
Well, no, that's not true. That's not true at all. I don't appreciate that. I would like.
You ever play in Aspen?
Last thing. I'm going to hang up and listen in a second. I do want to get your guys' thoughts on aim point, each person's thoughts. And then second, when are we getting a shot-by-shot breakdown of Tim's 75? Well, like one of the hottest things I ever heard was yesterday. He casually just says, "Oh, yeah, I shot a 75." And you guys don't have the balls to ask him for a shot-by-shot breakdown of how he went 3 over par.
You wanted to hear all 75 shots, did you?
Yes. I don't just want to hear the shot.
Well,
I want the emotional state he was in at each shot and what went into it.
Seeing as all the players are on the field for a while, we might have time to get to it.
The last thing I'll say is that sometimes my in-laws will buy the bone-in ham from the smokehouse. They don't like ham, so they'll give it to me. But they just buy it because they want the bones, because they want to make ham bone soup. So they'll just let me eat the ham, and then when I'm done, I give them the bone. But it's such a good bone that they have to get it from the smokehouse.
What do they want with the bone?
They want to make ham bone soup.
Oh, God.
Can we bring back
sounds horrid.
America, the great band, and they had that song, All the Lonely People. Some of the calls, Tim, when they get a little lengthy, I feel like we need to bring that back to start playing The Lonely People.
I want Ron to play golf with Tim, and I want that to go on YouTube.
Doug, Ron.
Okay.
He's talking about Stifel's own, I would imagine.
Oh, probably so, yeah.
The Stiefel
CEO.
dossier.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes. That's
All
what
right.
I want.
You got any recipes for that ham bone soup?
I don't make ham bone soup. I told you my in-laws do that. I eat the ham off the bone.
Well, I know. I thought maybe they invited you.
Anybody
over
else on the line?
Ham bone soup.
Anybody on hold?
I'm going to step in. I love Licks, but this is awful. Bye, Licks.
Pot him down.
Chairman Card.
Thank you,
Chairman
Card.
Cut his mic.
Has removed Mr. Licks from the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Doug, you do like ham bone soup, though.
I don't think I've ever had it. It sounds horrible.
Jackson, have you ever had it? Is this a dish of the elite?
Not a ham guy, so I can't imagine I much like ham bone soup. Not really even a soup guy, if we're being honest.
Yeah, well, be honest.
So there's no ham in there. It's just a bone.
I like ham hocks.
I guess it's probably with some. Yeah, probably some sort of seasoning and broth in there, if I had to guess.
This is the conversation that was taking place as Sonny Gray walked by. You guys couldn't see him. he looked over, and I believe he might have heard this deep discussion about ham soup. So I don't know.
I'm surprised if he's not going to join us then.
I think he's now decided to relinquish the no trade clause.
So he is going.
He now wants out.
He's
He just decided he wants out.
Well, maybe he should change his mind and go over to Moritz Reusch Jewelers. Doug, it's right across the street from the Galleria.
Is it really?
15th floor. Used to be called the University Tower. Now it's just the Tower.
Yes, I've seen it.
Yeah, the Tower. And you got Valentine's Day tomorrow. And you're going, oh, boy, I forgot. Here's what you do.
What?
You go to ninjabling.com. Got that name because they're longtime sponsors of the Rizzuto Show, the great Rizzuto Show on 105.7 The Point. And they would call their listeners ninjas. And so, because they're like, hey, people are going to have a tough time spelling Moritz Reusch, and you guys do such good work, but we want to lead you to, lead our audience to, we're going to come up with ninjabling.com. And so now, that's the website, Moritz Reusch. I'm telling you, I was in there, I guess, Doug, was 3 weeks ago.
I don't know when you were there.
And just was so impressed with the family. They have been doing it for a long time, and you want a private experience when you're purchasing jewelry, because candidly, I think almost everybody can acknowledge this. When you're going on, getting jewelry, you're going, I don't really know what I'm doing, number one. I have a budget. It's an awkward conversation. It's a one-on-one private experience at Moritz Reusch. Check them out. It's ninjabling.com. That's ninjabling.com. Moritz Reusch, sponsor here of TMA. That's how you make soup stock, Doug. How does someone who is so old know so little about everything? Turn off Fox News and watch a documentary once in a while. That's from Arbor Day.
How about soup stock?
He wants you to watch a soup documentary.
No, I don't claim to know a darn thing about soup stock. I don't eat a lot of soup.
My dad used to eat a lot of ham and beans. He texted me that ham and beans is a staple.
Outstanding radio
New Year's
guy.
Day treat, I believe.
Thanks, Joe.
Joe chiming in.
Are you guys well versed in soup stock?
I don't really have a lot of soup. You know what I'll have occasionally? The rare time is St. Gabriel makes a great lobster bisque. So at the St. Gabriel School picnic, when it's warm out, I just sit there and I'll have lobster bisque after I do the cakewalk to reward.
Feels like
Very eating potatoes.
Feels like St. Gabe's would be eating brown swagger.
My, dump out of that, Chairman. Dump out of that. That was really...
Maybe on white bread. Side of mustard.
Somebody shoved their bone in Lix's mouth. Shut that MF. The
Good thing Oli is not reading the text line at this point.
That was terrible. Worst call ever. That comes from Dave Hay.
Okay.
I bet Lix takes down the entire bone. That's from the River to Pair yacht captain. Can we get this guy off the phone?
Doug asked him another question. I was trying to run him off the road, and then Doug goes, all right, what else you got? Because Doug, as a veteran, surveyed the land, noticed the clubhouse is closed, the players are gone, thought, you know what?
Right.
Let's go back for one more.
If we're ever going to talk about ham bone soup stock, today's the day.
Today is the day. You know what Rich Gould would do, Tim? Here's what you do, Jen. You re-rack that Oli interview couple of times. What do we got? Hour and a half? You run it twice, okay? Jackson, can you make that happen?
Iggy is in the YouTube chat. He's familiar with the soup. He says it's ham and bean soup. Ham and bean soup that Mr. Lix is making reference to. YouTube.com/TMASTL. That is where you can go to watch the program live from Jupiter, Florida earlier on. Oli Marmol sat down with us for a 33-minute conversation. I highly recommend going back and listening to that conversation. The podcast is brought to you by Schaefer Door. Doug, do you know anything about Schaefer Door? I feel like they've been to your house to
They've been a couple times, yeah, because I've got an old garage door that's kind of creaky at times, and Schaefer Door has been out there to keep it going, and means I don't have to buy a whole new door. If you're looking for something for your Valentine's, I think fixing the garage door would be a wonderful gift. It's what every woman wants, is that garage door to work perfectly, and Schaefer Door can make that happen. They service all kinds of garage doors for service and new installs with LiftMaster. LiftMaster garage door openers are strong, quiet, and versatile. And they also service commercial doors if you run a business or warehouse with big, tall doors. Schaefer is experienced in those types of jobs as well. And they have that Monday morning standby service for doors that break over the weekend. That certainly is handy. It's best to call them or text at 636-782-3608. He didn't write it down. Here it comes again. 636-782-3608. The business has multiple family members working there, and they have for many years. Big enough to get any kind of a job done, small enough that you actually get to talk to a person when you call them. And the service techs, again, are not commission-based, so they're not going to try to sell you a whole new door if that's not what you need. Their website is schaeferdoor.com, or call or text 782-3608. Schaefer Door is a Lift Master partner.
Tim, I was in on the Oli scrum at the very end, and he was going back and forth with the scribes, and then one of them said, hockey were not as much fun as you were on the radio.
Who said that?
I believe John Denton was kind of poking Ollie. He said, you seem like you're having more fun over there. And he said, oh, don't worry. Those guys will be ripping me in a couple days. And I said, already happened. So we've moved this relationship forward.
We're advancing the relationship. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to participate in the program. 314-399-9646, Air Comfort Service text line. Email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. That comes your way in about an hour and 15 minutes. The morning after at InsideSTL.com. And Martin, you want Mr. Licks to call back in on the Calgary?
No. By the way, live play-by-play was Chaim Bloom.
Well, I spotted it, and then you spotted it, and then we sent
Jackson sprinting after him as Chaim Bloom is going out to the field, probably to watch some players.
He's talking to him right now.
Oh, my. Seed planted.
I wonder what we got there. I really want to talk with him.
I feel like there may have been a little PR reprimand on top of the ask.
Honestly, that is the true baptismal ceremony.
Yeah, he's walking
he's got his head down.
Ladies and gentlemen,
looks a little
Jackson
shaken.
Burkett, I think he might have gotten it. He might have gotten his
I think he's smarting a little bit.
That's
and then he hit his head on
and then he hit his head on Doty's canopy. What do we got, Jackson? I know exactly what's coming here.
Said, hi, it's nice to meet you. Probably not right now.
So Martin and I pointed out that Chaim Bloom was making his way out to the fields. We both pointed at the same time. You then got up, went over there. Then we saw the media relations department spot you. I think we know what we're about to hear. Jackson, tell us.
He will not be coming on the program.
No, not ever.
No, I didn't say that.
Just not at this moment?
Not this moment. Not this moment.
He's busy. He is heading to the field to watch the pitchers throw.
Incredibly kind.
Yeah.
Very respectful. It was a good conversation.
Paraphrase.
He got to go through Cardinal PR to get him on.
Okay, and did PR make a comment to you at all, or no?
No.
Just observe.
Well, Cardinal PR was right behind you. We thought they were coming to tell you to not go up.
They actually said that guy should stop talking to you like he's a 1-2 handicap and not a 20 handicap. He had a thought on Mr. Licks.
Oh,
they were
listening. They were
indoors.
listening to Mr. Licks' phone call.
Yeah, so maybe that's why we didn't get Chaim.
So you got to go through Cardinal PR in order to get Chaim Bloom.
We'll put in the request.
All right. I really want to talk with him.
Yeah. I do too. On the TV side, on the radio side.
Who's more likely to be at the picnic table, Nolan Arenado or Chaim Bloom?
Whew. Well, I mean, Chaim, because he's here, has a better chance.
But only because of that.
0.05 on Chaim Bloom and then 0 on Nolan.
There you go. There's the official rankings. Ladies and gentlemen, you're welcome to get involved on the program. 314-399-9646. That's the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Call in Callier and Thompson. Phone lines 314-974-0101. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you live from Cardinal Spring Training. Brought to you this week by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. You are listening live to 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
This Friday morning, 101 ESPN invites you to participate in the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine fundraiser. Stop by any participating Hardee's in the bi-state area this Friday morning and grab a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit for the special price of just $1. 100% of the proceeds of all funds collected will help heat up St. Louis, supporting people in need in both Missouri and Illinois. Help heat up the St. Louis region this Friday morning at any participating Hardee's. Find more info at 101ESPN.com.
It's Swiss Air Heating and Cooling Sweet 16 deal. $1,600 off and 0% financing. SwissAirSTL.com.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. to restore your sex life in just one visit. Call now, 314-887-4442.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my side softer?
Can I make my side firmer? Can we sleep cooler? Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. And now save 50% on the new Sleep Number limited edition smart bed. Plus free home delivery. Ends President's Day. Exclusively at a Sleep Number store near you. Learn more at sleepnumber.com.
This is the story of the one who, as a maintenance specialist for a historic high-rise, knows that vintage charm historically needs constant attention. Which is why when it's time to upgrade turn-of-the-century mechanicals, they turn to Grainger. With easy access to 1 million-plus products and the scale to deliver when and where you need them. The right tools and supplies are never far away. So the one can keep that vintage building running like new. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Farming's hard. To feed the world, farmers have to work the land, brave the elements, and fight the battle against weeds. Weeds reduce crop yields, so prices go up and everybody gets less to eat. But 50 years ago, farmers got a new tool to fight weeds, glyphosate. It kills weeds while protecting the harvest. Time and again, it has been approved by the EPA and by leading regulatory bodies around the world. It helps enable practices that reduce erosion and keep soil healthy, which is good for the earth. Farming's hard, but it's a little easier with glyphosate. Learn more at go.bayer.com/glyphosate. Paid for by Bayer.
Jamie Rivers here, and I'm with my great friend Katie from Elite Heating and Cooling. And one thing that you like to talk about, Katie, is the fact that people can trust Elite.
Absolutely. Yep. That is our goal. In 2023, we did just earn the BBB Torch Award for ethics, but we want to earn their trust. We realize that you've got to trust the people that are in your home, not just with your equipment, but with the indoor air quality and the quality of your home.
And that's what you call great customer service. And that's what they get over there at Elite Heating and Cooling.
Correct. We want to give you a consultative review of everything that's been offered. If you have a problem and there's a situation that needs to either be a repair or replacement, we're going to go through those thoroughly so that you understand everything that needs to be done.
And I know myself, talking to Katie and her husband, that they pride themselves on making sure the customer feels safe and the customer can trust what Elite Heating and Cooling is doing. So please give them a call, book an appointment at EliteComfortExperts.com.
Trading your car at a dealership? Get serious. Your car is worth more and they want to pay you less. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Bowen, that's sellmycarstl.com.
President's Day deals now at Dobbs. Click on GoToDobbs.com and save on Sumitomo, Goodyear, BF Goodrich, and Cooper tires, oil changes, alignments, brakes, and more. Dobbs, the real deal for real deals since 1976.
Sponsored by Central Bank.
Robert Half research indicates 9 out of 10 hiring managers are having difficulty hiring. Robert Half is here to help. Their recruiting professionals use proprietary AI to connect businesses with highly skilled talent. At Robert Half, they know talent. Visit roberthalf.com today.
Take the fast lane home weekdays from 2 to 6 p.m. with Anthony Stalter, Jamie Rivers, and Carrie Davis on 101 ESPN. 2 former pros and 1 average Joe. The fast lane is driven by Scrap Mart Metals Recycling. 101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. In college basketball last night, the number 21 ranked Mizzou Tigers got back in the win column with an 82-58 win over the Oklahoma Sooners. Martin Mitchell with 19 points in the first half and a career-high 25 as the Tigers get the W. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the morning after, and it is presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN. Our spring training coverage this week brought to you by CarStar, your auto body repair experts, and by Sumner One. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn with you here on the program. Jackson Burkett on the 1s and 2s, along with Doty in Jupiter, Florida, and Chairman Kurt running things back in Creve Coeur. Martin has stepped away for his television responsibilities, but Doug, that doesn't mean the show stops. No.
The show goes
Look,
on.
a friend has joined us.
It's Michael Siani.
Michael, welcome to the program.
Thank you guys. Thank you guys for having me.
Thanks for joining us on the program. So you're in a spot here. You're here early, but a lot of your teammates are here early as in position players. But you're able to kind of work at will since you guys don't have to report and begin the workouts until next week. So what does it look like for you this week versus say when things really get going next week?
Yeah, I would say. I mean, it's nice. It's nice to be here early. It's nice to get going a little bit. We got a good group of guys here. That are ready to work. So we've somewhat of a structured schedule. We get in the mornings, which is nice, and get our work in the cages, sometimes out on the field, and then get our all of our defensive stuff out there in the field and get reps, off the bat as much as we can. It's nice to have John Jay here too, and getting to work with him. And,
yeah.
Like I said, we got a good group of guys here, and everybody's ready to go.
That's kind of the thing that we've noticed over the course of the 4 days that we have been here. And not to say that guys in the past weren't good guys. There's just an enthusiasm, I think, for lack of a better term, and just some good quality guys who've been sitting down here and BSing with us. And I don't know what the vibe is in the clubhouse. We don't know, but you can speak to it. Sounds like that might be something you're seeing as well.
Yeah, it's great. I think what helps is a lot of these guys in here know each other really well, and if most of them come up together.
Yeah.
A lot of them through this organization. I'm not one of those, but it was nice to kind of be a part of it last year and get to know these guys really well on a high level. And it only continues this spring, and it's good to kind of go through that every day, starting now, coming in early, and then as we get going, once report on Monday.
What do you do in the off season to get ready and kill 3 or 4 months?
First part of it's usually at home in Philly. Get to spend some time with my family and some of my brothers and everything, and then I'll go down to Florida. I spend a lot of time on the other side of Florida in the Bradenton area. Get down there once it starts getting cold up north. That's kind of been the way I've been doing it the last few years. Staying out of the snow the best I can.
Yeah.
Pretty happy with the Eagles, though, I bet.
Oh yeah, it's a great weekend. yeah. I enjoyed it on Sunday, Monday, and then they did win when I was. When they won in 2018, I was a senior in high school, so I was telling everyone, I'm like, nothing's ever going to top that. Being a senior in high school, going to school in Philly. We didn't go to school for a week. I mean, the parade,
the Patriots.
It was that was, like I said, that there's nothing that's going to top that. But it was obviously awesome to see them beat Kansas City, and that's somewhat of a dynasty they got over there, and same thing can be said about when they beat New England in 18.
Yeah,
so,
totally.
Giant killers.
I think that's kind of a cool thing to have, and it was fun to watch them during the year. Struggled a little bit in the beginning, but they brought it together pretty good, and by the end of it, there was definitely no better team out there. So
yeah, man.
I know I was listening to some stuff, and people are saying that they're one of the all-around best teams they've ever seen. I think I kind of agree.
So we were going through their schedule because we were wondering about it, going like, okay, how do these guys lose early in the year? And it was only like tight losses to some kind of random teams too. The Falcons lost.
Yeah, they had one game.
Lost to the Commanders later in the year.
Yeah, Hurts was out for that game. He went out in the first quarter, so they had one full-strength game that they lost to Atlanta. That was the one at home, and the one in Tampa, they were missing some guys. They lost the game there early in the year, but they had 3 losses the whole year.
Right, and they were 2-2, right, to start, and then just went on a heater.
Yeah, so whatever that comes out to be, I guess is 15-1 to end it, or 16 whatever that is. So, it was actually perfect for me because we were still playing in the beginning of the season.
Yeah.
So I'm playing baseball every day. I'm locked in. Obviously I check the scores and try to catch some of the game, but once baseball season was over, and you get into December, November, December, the games start getting a little bit more meaningful in football, and you're able to lock in a little bit more on it. And then January comes around, you got playoffs.
Sure, and then you get a chance to.
It's kind of the perfect schedule for a baseball player to follow it. Yeah, no doubt.
I'm Michael Siani's joining us here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I think maybe I was asking Graceffo this as a Villanova guy. And certainly a fan of the run that they had when Jay Wright was there in college basketball. How it is when you know that you're actually out there playing, but then you're also a fan, granted not of a baseball team, but in this case of a football team, so you know what it's like to be, a fanatic. That's where the word comes from.
Yeah.
So obviously you have that with the Cardinals now. There are plenty of things going on with the Eagles, for example, that the public doesn't know, whether it be health or strategic reasons.
Right.
So you've been on both sides of the line. You can relate.
I think you get a little bit of a different perspective.
Yeah.
As a player, as a professional athlete, knowing what those guys go through every day and knowing what I do every day, and whether it's in the gym or out on the field. So you definitely, as a fan that's not a player, you definitely take it with a little bit of a grain of salt, and you don't quite understand it, and it's not your fault that you don't understand it. It's it's part of it, but those guys, especially how physical that game is. I mean, you know how football is, and watching those guys, those offensive, defensive linemen, the linebackers. I mean, the amount of contact, the amount of force they're putting in on every single play is takes a toll on your body. So you can kind of compare it to 162 games during the Major League season in different ways, I think. But it's understanding how that is and what those guys go through. It's impressive, and you as a player, you have a little bit more respect about how those guys go about their business.
It sounds like you're saying you're not on social media under a fake name ripping some of the players and coaches.
Yeah, you've been going after her.
I can't say I am. Maybe me as like an 8-year-old. I don't know if there was enough social media out there to do it, but no. Now I understand it to a different level, and
do you pay attention to it at all? Do you read it?
No, I wouldn't say I look too much into it. I honestly like the Jalen Hurts story is great.
Yeah.
Coming up from where he was at in college and having success in college, and then having a situation where he was pulled out of a game and then had to transfer and kind of build himself back up, and then second rounder into the NFL and kind of prove himself all over again. And I think he's done that to the highest level. So I think you can kind of put that into perspective with baseball too. I think I can kind of compare to that a little bit with coming over from a different organization and kind of having to prove myself a little bit and continuing to do that. Obviously, you want to keep getting better every single day and continue to prove yourself, like I said. So his story and what he's done and how he's gone about his business is cool to watch. And I'm lucky enough to be a fan of the team. But even as a neutral fan, like it's something you're definitely going to be impressed with.
Yeah, you appreciate the way he handled the situation at Alabama,
no doubt.
And then what he's done. And you brought up the perfect segue, because I was going to say, man, that can be inspirational for you with what you've gone through in your career. I felt like last year you went from a fan's perspective and from a media perspective, kind of on the periphery, to going, okay, man, this guy, number one, defensively, is sick. And now he's getting more and more bats, and he's starting to do something with it. And people go, okay, there's something going on here with this Michael Siani. Now you're the one living it. How did you feel as you were going through it last year?
Yeah, like I said, I always have confidence in myself and my abilities to go out there and perform. So I think going out there, especially at the big league level, it was something to where I wasn't trying to prove it to anyone else. I would say I was just proving it to myself that I had the ability to do it. Obviously, mentally you have the confidence, but going out there and physically doing it every day for 162 is something that I wanted to do and take pride in and be able to play every day. Obviously, I didn't start every game, but I was able to come off the bench sometimes and help the team win in that way, and obviously start some games as well. So I think making sure I can contribute in any way possible was a big part of it. And like I said, being able to help in whatever way I can to help this team win. And some days it was with the bat, some days it was with the glove, some days it was running the bases. So I think that doing something well every single day, whatever it is, contributing in a positive way, helps this team, and we got a lot of guys in this clubhouse that have that mindset as well.
Do you feel like right now, anyway, the center field job is kind of yours?
I don't really think about it like that. I think it's something to where I have that same mentality of what I had last spring training, come in and make sure I put my work in and compete with myself every day. Put my best foot forward every single day, and understand that it's a lot of work to be an everyday center fielder in the big leagues, and I think that I have confidence in myself. I have confidence in my abilities, but the best thing I can do is just put my head down and work.
So your brother's a ball player as well?
He is, yeah.
Pirates?
Pirates, yeah. He finished up in AA last year. He was over in Arizona at the Fall League last fall and had a really great fall. So I'm excited for him. I get to live with him in the offseason. We get to work out together. So it's pretty cool to be able to do that. And we've been doing it for a few years now. So I'll get to follow him this spring. And I think we go over there to Tampa early in the spring, so he's not too far from there. So I'm sure I'll see him when we stay over that one night, as long as I'm on that trip.
What's the age gap?
He is like 18 months younger than me.
So you boys were playing growing up and
yeah,
probably just ran the neighborhood.
We had,
so you guys
we were
in the same family, basically same age. Just,
he was
just
a year.
raking.
Yeah, he was a year behind me in school. So we played together in high school for 3 years, and then we have one more guy. He's a senior in college now. So he was. We actually all got to play together for one season in high school. My youngest brother was a freshman, and then the middle guy was a junior. I was a senior, so we all got to play on the same team together.
Like the Alou brothers.
I know. So that was like that's got to be my favorite baseball memory. Obviously, playing in the big leagues is great, and you know, having that experience is amazing. But getting to basically play backyard baseball in high school with my brothers was pretty special.
Was your dad your coach?
Yeah. What's going on? I mean, what were you guys eating? What was going on? What happened here?
It was cool. We're all left-handed, so there was a game we all got to play outfield together.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah, they for one game we got out there, did that. My youngest brother pitched a little bit more, so he was on the mound for some games, and my middle brother and I were in the outfield. So, yeah, my parents were baseball fans growing up. They were big sports fans in general, but I said this before, I guess in other interviews, but I think playing wiffle ball outside with my brothers was one of the biggest reasons I started loving baseball and getting into it.
Oh, there are parents all over town now in the snow in St. Louis going to get a wiffle ball bat and ball.
Yeah, that's fine.
You learn to pick up some rotation, don't you? My God, that thing coming at you.
Yeah, I was more focused on striking my brothers out, I think. I was trying to create a different pitch every single day, trying to get them out. But
you ever throw it when you get cut? I didn't realize how they cut them with like razor blades.
Yeah, we made sure we went to the store to get the right ones and that we could throw, and they'd move like 10 feet across, and so nobody could hit them. But
it's unhittable.
Yeah, no, those times were. I mean, those you try to kind of incorporate that a little bit when you're playing in the big leagues too, or in professional baseball. Try to act like you're playing in the backyard sometimes, and maybe take things a little bit lighter and enjoy it a little bit more.
That's the name of the game, man. Well, thanks for sitting down with us. Appreciate it. Super cool story about the family too.
Yeah.
Thanks for taking time out of your morning to join us, and best of luck this season, Michael. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, thank you guys for having me.
Thank you. That's Michael Siani sitting down with us here on TMA. This is 101 ESPN, and you can watch the show on YouTube as well. We'll take a commercial break, come back with more. This is The Morning After on 101 ESPN.
NBA Rising Stars game is on ESPN. Tomorrow night, coverage starts at 8. Your destination for the NBA in St. Louis is 101 ESPN.
Come in. Joe, I wasn't expecting to see you. Why does everybody say that? I came to congratulate you. No joke. Well, it was a hard-fought campaign. Campaign? I'm talking about #1 Frank Lita. Ah, yes. Frank Lita, Mitsubishi in Bridgeton. We love the $29 down, don't we? Every vehicle, just $29 down. I'm being serious right now. Get a new car and put your tax refund in the bank. Thanks to Frank Lita, Mitsubishi. Guess what? And by the way, get 0% financing for 60 months. Acres of new Mitsubishis, and we love that new Outlander. What a terrific vehicle. Plus acres of pre-owned. But what about financing? Come on, man. All you need is a job and $29, and it can happen very quickly. At Missouri's #1 Mitsubishi dealer, Frank Lita Mitsubishi. In the automotive outlet in Bridgeton. YesLita.com, Jack.
Based on the National Mitsubishi Report 9124. New 25 Mirage, 19.3, 29 down, 320 a month for 72 months at 6% APR. Plus tax title to qualified buyers.
Commercial.
Ladies and gentlemen, the name of the game with this program for all of the years that we have been on the air is the accessibility of our advertisers. And that is what Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage is all about. The man gives out his cell phone number. Here it is, 314-324-4440. That's 314-324-4440. Stewie with Stewart's American Mortgage joins us right now. Let's talk about these inflation rates. Stewie, what's going on?
You know what, Tim? My grandpa always said to me, what's going to happen tomorrow? Nobody knows anything. Yesterday's inflation report came out. It's much higher than expected. All of a sudden, you saw treasuries and rates shoot up. They're backing down a little bit, so you got to take the opportunity. If you're thinking about refinancing and taking that cash out, don't wait. Do it now. Later on, when rates go down, we can refinance for free. We had a couple customers that said, I don't want to lock in the rate. Well, wait. And all. So take advantage. If you like the numbers, close it, consolidate your debt, get the cash you need, even maybe even reduce that interest rate you get for free with the bagel loan. Then later on, as my grandpa said, nobody knows anything, but later on they will go down eventually. We'll go ahead and refinance it for free for you.
There it is. Stewie can do that for you. Give him a call on his personal cell phone, 314-324-4440, or you can Google the bagel loan. Thanks, Stewie. Have a great day.
Have a great day.
You got your hands, Luke Bryan.
At First Community, we've been in the business of serving our members since 1934. St. Louis is not just our corporate headquarters, it's the only market we serve. It's also home to nearly 700 employees who have named us a St. Louis top workplace for 13 consecutive years. There are now over 400,000 members of First Community. We're proud of our 90-year history in St. Louis. It's our home and always will be, generation after generation. $1 share account required. Must qualify for membership. Federally insured by NCUA.
Jamie Rivers here, and if you're thinking about selling your home, I know you have a ton of questions. Fact is, selling your home in this real estate market isn't as easy as it used to be. Just look at the headlines. One small mistake can cost you thousands. So, before you sell, take a few minutes and get to know Gloria Liu with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty, just like I have. She's St. Louis's real estate expert. I've been telling you about Gloria for over 4 years now. She has written guarantees that will give you certainty and the most money in today's rather uncertain market. And you're always in the driver's seat knowing exactly how much you'll make on the sale of your home from the very start. That's because Gloria Liu will guarantee upfront and in handwriting to sell your home at your agreed upon price, or Gloria will buy it. Take it from me. Call Gloria today at 314-325-6888. That's 314-325-6888. Or you can always visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Again, that's GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Gloria and the seller must agree upon the sales price as well as the possession date.
Enjoy clear vision without contacts and glasses with LASIK surgery. Trust WashU Medicine's experts for this quick, affordable, life-changing procedure. Special pricing now through March 31st. Book your free consultation with WashU Medicine at lasik.washu.edu.
We've got your chance to win a pair of passes to the 2025 State Farm Missouri Valley Conference Men's Basketball Tournament, hitting the court at Enterprise Center March 6th through March 9th. March begins here with the Arch Madness of the annual MVC Tournament, celebrating 31 years at Enterprise Center. All session and single session tickets are on sale now. Get all the details and get entered to win those free tickets for Arch Madness right now, either at 101ESPN.com or on your 101 mobile app.
WXOS, WXOS HD1 East St. Louis, and KPNT HD2 Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Brown and Crouppen Law Firm. You're listening to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
We're back. TMA 101 ESPN, Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. Michael Siani with us in the previous segment in the 8 o'clock hour, a 33-minute conversation with the Cardinal manager, Oli Marmol. And you can see clips of that on TMA_STL on Instagram. I guess I was invited as a collaborator. Is that you?
Yes, sir.
Or is that Chairman Kirk?
That'd be
you
me.
guys both do a wonderful job with the TMA social media accounts. My Instagram account, Timothy Michael McKernan, the TMA Instagram account, TMA_STL. And you can see clips of Oli Marmol's conversation. Also with us this morning, Michael Helman, the newly acquired player from the Twins, and Matthew Liberator. Jordan Walker truly was going to join us on the program, but unfortunately, I don't know if he wants this.
Yeah.
It's not like it's some huge deal, but it's a real personal situation. Nothing to be concerned about. But he does have to leave. But he did say he will join us tomorrow.
Yes.
So I'm really looking forward to that conversation.
Yeah.
So
he was incredibly nice and explaining the situation.
So that is your Stiefel dossier to date here on TMA. It's been a great program, major tip of the cap. I want to re-emphasize this throughout the course of the broadcast because the nature of the beast, when you do this stuff for a living, is the on-air people are the ones who get the credit, get the blame, and that's fine. That comes with the comes with the territory. That's fine. But this thing would not be going on like it's going on and going as well as it's going if, number one, Hubbard Radio St. Louis wouldn't have sent us down here. So our thanks to John Kiowski, Tommy Mattern, and our director of sales, Keith Krause, for doing that, because this was turned around super quickly, and the main reason for that was we didn't know if the Cardinals were going to be on board with it. We haven't been here since 2020. And then Doty here, who is our engineer, to set up multiple cameras for the YouTube broadcast, as well as engineering the audio and the radio and the podcast that you all hear. We would have been helpless without you, Doty. And Doty, Doug, drove over. He drove down here on Sunday from St. Louis.
Heard that, yeah.
But drove over here last night from Tampa. So he's over in Tampa and then drove over here. I mean, the commitment.
Almost 4 hours.
Yeah.
He left at 1 o'clock in Tampa time?
1 o'clock this morning, and made it as far as Port St. Lucie, and I didn't want to get all over the road, so.
What'd you do there?
That's about 30 minutes from here?
Yeah, about 30
North,
minutes. So
yeah.
I think I was still on the turnpike, so I pulled over to one of the service plazas and
took a nap.
Yeah, Doug loves rest areas.
Yeah, and here I am.
Some of my best work has been rest areas.
Yeah,
truck stops. That sort of.
It didn't look that far on the map.
You brought your hammer belt, and your steel-toed work boots, and you're pushing a lot of levers, fella.
Yeah, well, I do have my hammer with me. You saw that.
I saw that. Yeah.
So Doty, thank you, because this has been, I can't emphasize that enough. And back in the world headquarters in Creve Coeur, Missouri, Chairman Kurt, who we do joke about. I mean, he's full-time with Sound Story, and there is certainly work that's required with that. But, I mean, he's not really a board operator. He's learned it, and that's because of the training that he's gotten, and he's done a hell of a job. And then Mike Ryder, the executive producer at 101 ESPN, has done a hell of a job as well in helping out both with working with Chairman Kurt and also getting all of these audio clips up on the 101 ESPN website. So we appreciate any praise that comes our way, but I want to make sure that the people behind the scenes get the credit that they deserve, because the three of us would be fumble effing around without all of the people involved. So I want to make sure that I convey that to the audience, because this has been a great week of conversation. Certainly the Oli Marmol one would be a highlight of it, but a number of these guys really have enjoyed the conversations. And Martin, you were right. Jordan Walker was going to join the program, but he had a personal situation that had to cause him to leave the facility, but he is going to join us tomorrow. So there you go.
I was told that he mentioned to one of the PR, Michael Whitty, he said, hey, I'm ready to go on. I just didn't know when they needed me. And I said, anytime is fine.
Anytime is fine.
Anytime is fine. The door is open. Cousin John texted me and said, found Oli very likable. And
that was the thing.
I don't think he was a big fan prior to the interview.
Yeah. I don't know what else you can ask for, honestly, from somebody when they say, hey, here's what's going on. Now, you might not like it. You might not like my reasoning. You might not like my response. But here it is, and I'm happy to engage in a conversation with you about it. So I thought the anecdote about the guy MFing him throughout the course of that game on the road, and Oli then having him come down. The guy was clearly a little scared that he was, and Oli is checking in at around my size, but he was just intimidated by it, and then they have a conversation for like 10 or 15 minutes. That's what I had heard about him. He loves to, I guess for lack of a better term, debate or go over. If you disagree with a move, where's your perspective? Okay, here's my perspective. And he isn't afraid to go, okay, maybe I was wrong, but I want to hear it.
And he likes to bust balls. And if you see a soundbite or a clip after a game, you don't necessarily get that flavor. So I was just walking around on the fields just to, I was doing my own scouting report, Doug.
Sure, you do a great scouting report.
On the backfield.
I was on the backfield. I'll put out my updated prospect list after each workout.
Yep.
So Haim and I were on the backfields checking it out, and I see Ozzy, the Wizard. And he's like, hey, what's going on? I say hi to Ozzy. And Oli goes, oh, no, don't tell me you talked to that guy. And I'm like, there it is. And Ozzy goes, yeah, Martin likes to give out my cell phone. I said, that is not true. Mike Lee.
I was about to say, was that a Mike Lee reset I caught?
You guys are familiar with Mike Lee. The Wizard employed Mike Lee years ago at the restaurant, Ozzie Smith's restaurant, and Mike Lee washed dishes there. And then I got to know him, and so we have a running joke about who gave Mike Lee whose number. And Oli, I don't think, is up on the whole Mike Lee backstory.
Boy, that'd be amazing if he was.
And he said, oh, God, I gave Martin my number. What a mistake. And I'm like, now there's going to be this fake narrative that I'm giving out people's numbers. But he told a story. We're just talking. He said somebody must have, at one point, he said, I was at dinner with my wife one night, and my phone blew up, and people just texting me, Matt, angry fans. So I guess it happened at some
no
point.
way.
So the topic of Mike Lee giving out Ozzy's number led to that little discussion. So anyway, the point is, in sound bites, you don't always get the full flavor.
So Ricky Horton came over here. I don't know if you were here at the dais when he came over. This was in a commercial break, just, I don't know, like an hour ago. And I guess he was listening to the interview. I don't know. I mean, I know they're actually watching it in the office, which is amazing. They're sitting here watching the show, but
were they locked in?
I guess so. This isn't Patini's car. They're really watching and listening. And he goes, "See, that's the guy that we deal with all the time, but the fans don't really get to see or hear that." And so when I rave about him, and I know Claiborne is a huge fan of his as well from the radio broadcast team, it goes, that was so great because your audience got a chance to see and hear who we deal with on a regular basis. And that's why so many people with the organization are on board with him.
Yeah, and you can still be mad about a move or say that's a terrible lineup. All those things can still be in play and still be true. But it helps just a little bit to know the person. I even think Mozeliak yesterday, another example.
That's correct.
Doesn't mean you're winning 95 games. Doesn't change the fact that everybody wants more from this franchise. That's all. I think Oli, if you were on a lie detector, be like, oh my God, I wish we did add payroll. I wish we did sign a few more players. It doesn't change your frustration with the franchise, but I think it does at least humanize some of these people that you're watching on TV and screaming.
We've heard many times how the front office loves Oli. The players love Oli. Everybody loves Oli. And yet, when the fans don't really get to know him, it's been almost constant criticism for 2 years about him. So long-form interviews like this give him a chance to really show who he is to the fans.
Yeah, for sure. And we experienced that with Doug Armstrong when he was in studio. And Schertz, at some point, Schertz has got to win games for SLU, so being fun on 101 doesn't matter. But it gave him a chance to kind of get people to know his personality a little bit.
Yeah, and then people start pulling. I remember that. People are like, I'm not really a Billikens fan one way or the other, but I like this guy, so I'm going to start paying attention and pulling for him.
And then when they lose, they blame Doug.
And that's the good thing about it, because he drugged you with coconut water?
Yeah, I'm plastered still.
You checked the bet. You couldn't just accept it. You had to look at the label.
I look at the label of everything.
Such a nutrition ninny.
Nutrition.
You don't ever look at labels?
I like that.
Jojo Romero, big leaguer, brought in like 5 dozen donuts today. Miles Michaelis, who's fit as a fiddle, knocked down a donut because, hey, what the hell?
He can do it. He's in the prime of his life, and he's in great shape and works out all the time.
I am none of those?
Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying.
Oh, it's as if we're all living together. Hey, don't forget, March 15th, that's the big night at the Frontenac Hilton. It's a night where we're raising money for veterans. It's our friends at the Missouri National Veterans Memorial, which is in Perryville, but they put this event on every year. Big fundraiser for our veterans. Marshall Falk, Jackie Smith are our special guests. So an evening of football, lively discussion, a lot of fun, while also raising money for a great cause. It's Saturday, March 15th. Going to take place at the Frontenac Hilton. If you own a company, you want to buy a table, it's a great night. I promise you will enjoy it. It's 573-517-5132. 573-517 Willie McGee, Steve Carlton, 5132. Join us Saturday, March 15th at the Frontenac Hilton, raising money for our veterans and talking football with Jackie Smith and Marshall Falk.
What did Oli admit to doing wrong or would have done different? Saying that you admit wrongs and actually admitting wrongs are two different things. That's from the 304. I can give you an example of one. I am aware of this one. The Michaelis one, which I think you actually brought up.
I did bring it up. He admitted the next day he shouldn't have taken him out.
That's correct. That
was an example that I knew of. He feels strongly about that playoff game, that it was there for the taking, that everything fell into place and that it fell apart. He feels good about that. Yeah, I think the Michaelis Tampa game, he took him out when everybody was saying it was a season.
8 innings.
I think it was in 2023 when they weren't going anywhere. And I was like, just let the man finish it out. And the next day he said, I should have left him in, which is refreshing.
God, I love this show. You were like our 20-year-old dog who just keeps ticking somehow. You do a spectacle trick showing you still got it, like the interview with Marmol. And then the next minute you go and pee in the living room, which was the Mr. Licks call.
Oh.
Viva la TMA, that's from caller Buzz,
We're like
Doug.
an old dog?
Yeah. Yep.
20 years old.
20-year-old dog. And that makes you how old in human years?
140.
All right, 7X.
Yeah.
I think that accurately describes what took place today. I think that's fair.
Yeah, the Licks call. Yeah. Email in the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today is coming your way in about 40 minutes here on TMA. By math, we are in the 10 o'clock hour, but by segment, we're in the Mark Hanna Evergreen Wealth Strategies 9 o'clock hour. He's online at evergreenstl.com. That's Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies. I know it's cold out in St. Louis, and I know the last thing you're thinking right now is being outside and enjoying enjoying warm weather with the family and with friends, but this is when you take care of it, so when it warms up, it can be built, and then you can enjoy it, and that is a custom deck from Aesthetic Design and Build. They have been building high-quality custom decks and outdoor living spaces now for over 30 years. Dan and his team, I've gotten to know them. They have a showroom in Chesterfield Valley, which I have been to, and they walked me through all of the different types of custom work they are capable of doing, from a full-on custom deck, adding on a pergola, or even looking to shade your covered patio with retractable screens. They really do have answers for it all. The best thing is that they don't take the high-pressure sales route or come back weeks later with those gimmicky discounts. They encourage you to go out and do your research, and they're confident that once you compare the work that they do with what else is out there, you will see that they are the better choice. Call them at 636-532-5008. That's 636-532-5008. Or visit them online at aestheticdesignandbuild.com and let them know I sent you their way. It's aestheticdesignandbuild.com. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. The program is TMA, broadcast from 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel on 101. We are live from Jupiter, Florida.
St. Louis Blues hockey can be heard exclusively on 101 ESPN. Get the info you need before and after every Blues game with a First Community pre- and post-game show.
First Community Credit Union, calling St. Louis home for 90 years and powered by Scott Lee Heating Company.
Baby on the way? Go to carltoninsurance.net to see how inexpensive term life insurance can be.
Make 2025 the year you get out more at Rosalita's Cantina. Relax on the stunning patio or sip cocktails at Rosalita's Ornate Bar. Discover bold new flavors like Shrimp Diablo, blackened tiger shrimp over guajillo mashed potatoes, or indulge in a sparkling margarita with tequila, raspberry chambour, and Prosecco. Rosalita's, not just tequila, not just tacos, not just another Tex-Mex restaurant. Rosalita's is an experience for the whole family. Learn more at rosalitascantina.com.
Football season is over, but there's still plenty to bet at Circus Sports Illinois. From college basketball, hockey, and everything in between, Circus Sports has it all. Circus Sports Illinois isn't just sports betting, it's sports betting the way it should be. High betting limits, tight money line split, and exceptional customer service that treats you like a VIP. Whether you're looking for futures on March hoops, props on your favorite players, and more, Circus Sports has you covered. Download the Circus Sports Illinois app or visit circusports.com today. Must be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hey you, it's Dr. Pryor. If your mouth's been getting more action from late night pizza than it has from a toothbrush, it's time to come see me. At 100 West Dental, we know how to clean up your act and your smile. Whether it's overdue cleanings, a chipped tooth from a wild weekend, or just getting that fresh, I'm definitely not hungover grin, we got you covered. Look, we know you're not shy, so why shy away from getting your teeth right? Book your free consultation at 100westdental.com, and let's give you something to smile about.
Being first in line can be very important to homeowners. First in line for the plumber. First in line for the HVAC guy. First at Banner Construction. It's Banner Construction's winter home event. And you can be first in line this spring and save before the annual price increases. Banner Construction is a James Hardy and Pella window replacement specialist. And now is the best time to schedule a free in-home consultation with no obligation. Call 314-569-1050 or see us on the web and have a banner day.
Go! There's no better feeling than getting a notification from someone special. For me, it's McDonald's. I love being surprised with deals on my go-to faves, and right now, I'm feeling extra special. Only in the app, I can get 20% off any order when I spend more than $10. I can dig into their classics, like the juicy quarter pounder with cheese, sweet McCafe caramel frappe, or even a crispy basket of fries. Check out the McD app and turn your next meal into something special. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Offer valid through 6/30/25 at participating McDonald's. Valid once a day. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
I'm Gentry.
I'm Ben. We're the Golden Boys. It's the 25th annual Hardee's Rise and Shine for Heat benefit on Valentine's Day.
Woo-wee! Show some love to your neighbors in Illinois and Missouri in need of utility help.
On Valentine's Day, drop off a buck or more and get a sausage biscuit or egg biscuit.
Join 101 ESPN Sugar Plums February the 14th at Hardee's, 4321 Butler Hill Road. As we rise and shine.
Everyone deserves a fast and reliable connection, one that helps better their everyday through the things they value most: friends and family, education and career. A connection that opens pathways to opportunity and builds roads to a better future. At Spectrum, we're committed to delivering just that every single day. Because with the right connection, anything is possible. That's Life Unlimited. That's Spectrum.
Craving great food? Shotzi's Bar and Grill in South County has it all, just 1 block north of Tesson Ferry in Lindbergh. The home of the Brain Sandwich is famous for the pizza and delicious soups, salads, sandwiches, and more. With daily lunch specials and dinner deals Monday through Thursday. Catch happy hour Monday to Friday from 4 to 6 p.m. with drink and appetizer specials. Open late with free parking and carry out available. Learn more at Shotzi's.com. Shotzi's Bar and Grill, a South County tradition proudly supported by Kuna Food Service.
Live from Jupiter, Florida, TMA is broadcasting from Cardinals spring training on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
It's the Morning After 101 ESPN. Show's presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com. Doug, I bet you can't get their phone number.
I've got it for you, Tim.
What is it?
314-222-2222.
Unbelievable. Do you remember every phone number that
No, just that one and my own. 2 of them.
Can you give out your number so we can text you pictures?
314-222-2222.
Text those
BR5.
pictures or Doug's numbers as well. Brown and Crouppen, presenting sponsor of this program. They're local. They've been in business in the St. Louis area. They were founded in 1979. If you are in a spot where you need a personal injury attorney, don't you want to work with somebody who's local, who knows the environment? Yeah, you would. You've gotten to hear Terry Crouppen and Ed Herman and Andy Crouppen on TMA over the years. You like them. You know you can count on them. They're online at brownandcrouppen.com. 314-222-2222. brownandcrouppen.com, or give them a call and let them know you heard about them on TMA at 314-222-2222. Remember, the choice of an attorney is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements. This news in the Post-Dispatch this morning. How about this?
What is it?
The Cardinal local telecast will be sold directly to fans for the first time this season, and now the pricing structure has been set. Viewers in the team's television territory will be able to purchase the productions via streaming, either monthly for $19.99 or yearly for $189.99. Pricing for the full baseball season has not yet been unveiled. The packages will be sold through FanDuel Sports Network, which remains the Cardinal regional telecaster under a restructured deal. The telecasts will still be available on many cable, satellite, and video streaming providers, but several of the major ones still do not carry FanDuel Sports Networks, such as YouTube TV, Dish Network, and Hulu with Live TV, which contributed to the Cardinals' decision to begin offering games via direct purchase. Previously, a subscription to programming distributor that carried the channel was required to stream the telecast. So that no longer is necessary, and that means I can get rid of one of my television providers.
Can you?
Woot, woot!
But it'll still be on Spectrum?
That's correct.
Okay. And run that pricing by me again. You said $19.99 a month or $189 for the season?
That's right.
Why would you ever do the whole season?
Doug?
If it's $20 a month and it's a 6-month season, that's $120.
I remember the.
Why would you want to pay $189 for the whole season?
The Vianney
Trying to get
stepdad
rapid
calendar.
rewards points to be able to go to Vegas.
I think the Vianney stepdad calendar was priced very similarly.
I was reading that, and I was kind of thinking to myself, it doesn't make sense.
No.
But I'll just read what's in the top.
20 times 12 is $240, and 189 is cheaper than that.
But it's 6 months.
Well, you're probably paying for the whole year.
But there's nothing else going on. In
Martin's
6
asking really
months of the
fair
year.
follow-up questions.
I can't.
You going to pay to watch the Cardinals in January?
Well,
Why'd you set the pricing structure this way?
Well, what sense would it make for you to pay more money for the entire season?
Well, that's what Doug brought up.
But that's what I'm saying.
This is a Joe moment.
This is when companies put this out. They want you to buy the whole year, so they make it a little cheaper. So clearly you're paying $20 a month for the entire year, not just for 6 months.
Well, if it's monthly, it doesn't seem like you're on a yearly lease. If you're on a monthly lease.
You're probably locked in for a year, though.
No, that would
you
make
don't
any
want to be
sense.
because in November and December and January, what are you getting?
So you think it makes more sense to pay more for the season than monthly?
It makes more sense to go by the month.
Now, this is interesting. Brandon Baker in the YouTube chat says, Doug, you get the network, Blues, NBA.
There you go.
Okay.
Well, that's
Pacers.
different.
That
than
is
just
different,
the Cardinals
yeah.
pack. We need to know more. It feels like we're missing a key piece here.
Dan Caesar article. Maybe he'll join us on the program.
Yeah, if you get the Blues and Pacers Grizz, then that's a little different. Now
McKernan's merry-go-round of rabble-rousing.
Jackson keeps looking at players like a desperate guy fresh off a divorce in his 50s at Harry's in 2007.
I'm just really such a big fan of the improvement on the numbers and names on the back of the jersey. It really scorned me last year.
Can you imagine if they were walking out with the Navy caps, too? How would you handle yourself?
I'd have to.
Oli Marmol was on board with the Navy cap. The Cardinal All-Star last year, Ryan Helsey, was on board with the Navy cap. What do we got to do here?
I don't know. Who do we need to talk to?
I've already built a rapport with Chaim Bloom. Maybe I can slip that to him.
You did build a rapport with him?
A little bit. Planted the seed.
Is that ultimately
For next year.
That's ultimately DeWitt's call?
I would assume.
I think it's DeWitt III's call.
Yeah.
So we should hold him accountable?
Didn't he tell us that once?
Yeah, when he was on with us in November,
right.
I kept
That's
bringing
right.
it up.
That's right.
And then he said, okay, we're going to do it. And then he said, I'm just kidding. And I go, what?
Oh,
man.
Such a good look.
I know.
Yeah, it is.
But there is a real improvement in the uniform this year, big time.
With the size
big,
of the name.
Yeah.
Ladies and gentlemen, because we have had such long segments today, we need to catch up. That's the nature of the beast. And you are welcome to express your thoughts by emailing in the morning after at InsideSTL.com for the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We're broadcasting live from Jupiter, Florida. This is TMA on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
Kevin Morat, Mentality founder here with a wake-up call. You're running on fumes, gentlemen. Just 1/3 of the free testosterone you need. That's why you're drained, defeated, and disgusted with your progress. But here's the truth. Mentality doctors specialize in epic comebacks. Our clients show an increase of 30% testosterone levels within the first month. We don't just treat men, we reignite lives. Just imagine the focus, energy, and drive being restored. Your comeback starts now. Don't wait. Make this your best year yet. Start today at mentalityhealth.com/radio.
Homeowners, selling your St. Louis home is a big deal. And look, I understand selecting the right agent can be daunting, but it's crucial. There are agents out there who will tell you an unrealistic sales price just to get your business. That's why I only recommend my friend and trusted agent, Gloria Liu, with Your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Gloria understands that you need assurances when selling your home, not just empty promises. That's why Gloria Liu will guarantee upfront and in writing to sell your home at your agreed upon price, or Gloria will buy it. You might ask, how can she make such a guarantee? Easy. Gloria Liu knows how to market and properly price your home. Plus, she has a database of thousands of exclusive buyers, many of which are looking for a home just like yours. Take it from me, Jamie Rivers, and call my friend Gloria Liu at 314-325-6888. Again, that's 314-325-6888. Or you can always visit her website at gloriahasthebuyers.com. Again, that's gloriahasthebuyers.com. Gloria and the seller must agree upon sales price and possession date.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely on advertisements.
Not sure how to get a lawyer after an accident? Call Brown & Crouppen. We'll walk you through it. Worried it'll cost too much? Here's a fact. At Brown & Crouppen, you pay nothing up front, and we never get paid unless you do. When you're our client, you'll have all your questions answered, all for free. Hurt? Get the facts and help you need. Call Brown & Crouppen now.
Don't settle for trading your car, truck, or SUV at a dealership. Get full retail value without the retail hassle at sellmycarstl.com. With a new convenient location on Manchester Road in Baldwin, that's sellmycarstl.com.
Sponsored by Rapid Radios. At Mercedes-Benz, there's a reason they go the extra mile. From testing their vehicles in desert heat and Arctic cold to creating AI that can anticipate your needs and preferences on the road, they demand that every car is worthy of their star because it's Mercedes-Benz.
Jamie Rivers here, and this week I am giving away a signed Colton Parayko number 55 jersey away. It is awesome. Big old Colt 55, that slap shot from the blue line. Now you can wear the same jersey that he wears, and it's signed. And all you have to do to get entered to win this autographed jersey is go to 101ESPN.com or visit 101, the mobile app powered by Dobbs Tire and Auto Centers.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. Canada gets the 4-3 win in overtime last night in the opening game of the Four Nations face-off tonight. Team USA and Finland right here on 101 ESPN. Pre-game at 6, puck drops at 7. That was another SportsCenter update driven by Johnny Londoff Chevrolet and Johnny Londoff Autoplex. See them online at londoff.com. Chevy, together we drive. Are you kidding me?
Presented by Brown and Crouppen. This is TMA on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you on the program. We are live on 101 ESPN and YouTube.com/TMA STL. Our spring training broadcast brought to you by Sumner One, providing print and business technology solutions that keep your workplace humming. Sumner One, your document and print technology experts, and CarStar, your auto body repair experts. They have made spring training possible here on TMA this week, and we are very grateful for their support. Miss anything, I would highly recommend going back and podcasting, whether you want to watch it, because you can do that at youtube.com/TMASTL. The Oli Marmol conversation, about 33 minutes, nonstop conversation with the Cardinal manager. Or you can podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. And also on the program, Michael Siani, Matthew Liberator, and Michael Helman. Tomorrow, final day down here, Jackson. You're going to have it under your belt.
Yeah.
They can't say it about you anymore.
They can try.
They can try, but it won't be true. That Jordan Walker is going to join the program.
Yep.
I think Miles Michaelis may join the program as well.
Yeah, I think that's, and then
Lars Nootbaar kind of getting a sense on that.
And then maybe Alec Burleson as well.
There you go.
How about Arnado?
He's got to be here, brother.
What, have you lost your fastball?
Arnado, possible.
Okay.
Put that one. I haven't planted the seed yet.
All right. But it seems like an excuse to say he's got to be here.
I agree with that, Doug.
That is true. That is true. I got to be better.
Yeah.
Good for you. There's that accountability.
It's a big accountability Thursday.
Dr. Brandon Pryor is better, and that's why you go to 100 West Dental on Manchester. It's 100westdental.com. Dr. Brandon Pryor built brand new offices. I checked them out. And, man, it doesn't feel like you're in a dentist's office when you're there. Here's the thing. I know very few people go, I can't wait to go to the dentist. Dr. Brandon Pryor understands that as well. But the deal is this. A couple things. Number one, your dental health is not separate from the rest of your medical health just because insurance is separated that way. Poor dental health can impact the rest of your health. So if you don't have dental insurance, that's not a problem at 100 West Dental. The membership plan aids in the cost of dental work for those who don't have dental insurance. Plus, they have a huge offer going on right now that if you mention my name, you get $1,000 off an Invisalign package. And if you're on the fence about Invisalign, they have a digital scanner that can show you a simulation of what it'll look like before you even go through with it. It's 100 West Dental, 100westdental.com, or call 636-585-0100. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin doing some television responsibility work right now as we speak. Cardinals out on the field. Some are making their way in, and then we'll be heading out for a beautiful day here in South Florida. And Doug and Jackson and myself are going to go ball striking today. And Jackson, you're going to be put to the test today because the Hawk is up, and it will punish your ball flight.
Yeah, that today's going to be a tough one.
A little tougher golf course.
Is that right? Is that right?
Yeah.
Well, okay. So I'm going to put my number at 88.5.
88.5 is Jackson's number. Doug, your number. Yeah. Jackson, for the record, shot an 83 on Tuesday. Doug, you shot a 97, we believe, on Tuesday.
That. Yeah.
That sounds right.
Doug, your number, go.
100.
You just bet 100. Higher or lower. You go, or you can buy it on the number.
I think I'll shoot about 100.
I'm going to go mine at 79.5. I think I'm going to be put to the test.
Yeah, the Hawks up.
The Hawks up. Tougher golf course.
Yeah.
So we will have live video, and Jackson, I hope we can wager.
Of course.
All right. Very nice.
You talked about his ball flight. I didn't see much ball flight at all on the only video that came out of the last time we played golf.
No.
I saw a worm burner. ground ball between short and
You know,
third.
it's tough when you take it from the people, but when it's always your own guys. You know,
The guy you shared a car with who stole your hybrid.
I know, and me and Doug have just
I
been
didn't steal the hybrid.
Me and Doug have been really bonding this trip. It's been really nice. We've been doing a lot of driving together, a lot of hanging out, and I think this bonding is really you're gonna see that pay dividends on broadcasts in the future.
I don't because I know what happens. Because I'm a bad teammate. That's my brand. When one person isn't there on a show and then everybody else is together, what happens? That guy's on the outside looking in.
Right.
But my wife joined me on the trip today. Is her birthday.
So you're at the Breakers?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Where else would I be?
Down in Palm Beach.
Where
I figured that was it, or the Ritz. You chose
Ritz.
the Breakers.
Breakers is $2,000 a night. That's the deal.
All right.
Look at my contract. It's probably in the Post-Dispatch. So that's where we are. But then I know you're like, Tim did this, and Tim did that. Right. Tim did this, and then Tim did that. And then they go, Tim did this, and then they say, Tim did that.
Okay.
It's bad. Because if it were me, Doug, and Martin hanging out, Jackson, we'd be bad-mouthing you. We'd just be playing a loop of that video that I shot and posted on all the social media platforms and promoted often.
You guys
of your golf shot.
bad-mouthing me?
Bad-mouthing you.
Oh.
Boy, producer Joe and his landing strip. He would have had Jordan Walker and Mason Wynn sitting down with us in the first thing. Yeah, that's what we'd be saying.
Yeah, and I would understand that, and I would take that.
So that's what the position I'm in. But I still think I did the right thing by not having us all stay in an Airbnb and bringing my wife there. You just can't do that.
Right.
You can't do that. Even though we've all hung out together, we watched the Super Bowl at your guys' place and went to Taco Tuesday on Tuesday night and all that. I think it was the right call. Martin, if you would have brought Kim, she wouldn't have been staying at the Airbnb, right? You would have been at the Breakers with me.
Yes. I don't think that would have gone over too well. First thing she would have said is, why is Doug always standing when we're watching TV? It's very disconcerting. We're watching the Mizzou game last night. He's standing over us.
I feel better if I'm
like
up
John
and moving.
Wooden.
Yeah.
He had a rolled-up program in his hand while we're watching the game.
Hackman.
Yes. Normandale.
Very similar.
Geez, we sit here for 4 hours. I'm ready to stand up about the rest of the day.
He stands out watching. It's not disconcerting. It's just it's odd. But you know what? That's Doug. He's a unique guy.
Why'd you have to say guy?
Yeah, I know.
You really nailed that guy.
There's only a couple places to sit in the whole room.
Oh, it was you and
I
me
feel
in
better.
the living room. You had a million places you could have sat.
No, there's 2 chairs. There's 2 couches.
I know, and I was on one. You had the other.
Laid across one of them.
It was late. That 8 o'clock start Central, 9 o'clock Eastern is brutal for a young man.
A lot of the great staff here, their security, their staffers, they're in the yellow polos, have stopped me and said they're getting texts from friends at home that they're being spotted. They were standing behind us, I guess.
Oh, really?
And it was during the Oli interview, and people were watching. And so these folks said that a lot of the ushers here are from St. Louis and are here for the winter. And they said they were getting text messages from friends back home saying, "We see you."
How about that?
Yeah.
Friends have gathered.
Mo is staring at us now. He doesn't look happy with us.
No.
Time to take a break.
He's waving. Chairman Kurt sending a message. Tim, I really appreciate the shout out. I was that divorced guy at Harry's in 2007. Thanks for reminding me how old I really am by reminding me that I was too old in 2007. I love the show. That's from Rodney, and he's in the car. And John Mazalak, like Kanye and Jay-Z, wants to come back for an encore presentation. Unbelievable. Really? You want more. Ladies and gentlemen, more from the...
You guys get on, your camera, how quickly he ran after me?
Did see that.
Like a lost puppy.
We're going to create a GIF of that. He was sprinting after you.
Boy. That's a sick man.
Hey, can I ask you where you get the shirt from? Because your tire. Martin made fun of it yesterday. I thought that was inappropriate. But it's a sharp look. Where do you get? And I didn't realize I got to go in the men's. And I got to go in the little boys department. I know that.
Peter Millar.
It's a sharp look.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate the compliment. Where was that yesterday?
There he goes. And the mic was dropped.
Yes,
he did drop the mic.
Stormed out of here.
John Mazalak, second appearance on the program. Time for us to take a break. We'll come back with more TMA Live from Cardinal Spring Training, brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One.
The NHL Four Nations Face-Off is on ESPN. Tonight, United States and Finland. Pre-game at 6. Puck drop at 7. The NHL plays on 101 ESPN.
Hey, I've got this round.
Thanks, man.
Cheers. Sir, your card was declined.
Oh, well, this is awkward.
Hey there. Someone uncomfortable?
Who are you?
Ron, the Wizard of Comfort. At Swiss Air Heating and Cooling, this year's Sweet 16 deal includes $1,600 off, a 16-year parts and labor warranty, and 0% financing for up to 60 months.
That's actually an amazing deal.
So you'll be paying in cash or...
Ron, I'm uncomfortable again.
For the best deal of the year, visit SwissAirSTL.com.
This Valentine's Day, give a gift that will last a lifetime. At Jewels on Hampton, we have the perfect piece to express your love. Whether you're buying that perfect gift for that special someone or selling your old jewelry to make room for something new, Jewels on Hampton is here to help. A huge selection of gold, precious diamonds, gemstones, rare coins, plus an array of sterling silver necklaces, earrings, and bracelets. Jewels on Hampton offers some of the highest prices for unwanted gold, diamonds, and fine jewelry. Their trusted team ensures a seamless professional experience. This Valentine's Day, choose a gift from Jewels on Hampton that speaks from the heart. Jewels on Hampton, where love shines. Visit us today, just 3 blocks south of Chippewa, or call us today at 314-752-5000. Your love starts here. See us at jewelsonhampton.com. That's jewelsonhampton.com.
Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum, they always have great deals going on, and right now they got their Love at First Drive sales event. It's throughout the month of February, so over 700 new and used vehicles, all in one location, all out in Herculaneum, with heavily discounted prices on every vehicle in stock. We're talking about new Nissans discounted up to $10K off. We're talking sales prices starting under $23,000 on select models. 0 down and no payments for 3 months on select used vehicles, or no payments for 6 months. That's right, no payments for 6 months on select new Nissans right now at Auto Centers Nissan Herculaneum. Plus, great low financing rates with terms of up to 84 months. 2025 Nissan models coming with free lifetime warranty and 3 free oil changes. Plus, you get that peace of mind with their 30-day return promise. It's all available out in Herculaneum. Tell them Stalter sent you. Auto Centers Nissan, and check them out online, autocentersnissan.com.
Rock and Roll Hall of Famers, the Doobie Brothers, with special guest, the Coral Reef.
A lawyer, Onder wins. Call Onder Law at 314-9-million. That's 314-9-all-zeros. Or go to onderwins.com.
Jim Butler, Chevy Power.
You're joking, right?
Jim Butler is the Chevy powerhouse.
Much better. Together, let's drive at JimButlerChevrolet.com.
WXOS HD1 East St. Louis and KPNT HD Collinsville. 101 ESPN is driven by Auto Centers Nissan, home of the lifetime warranty and 30-day return. This is TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is the Morning After 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Martin sitting down right now with John Mozeliak. I was glancing at our friends in the YouTube chat, Doug. Yeah. And when Mozeliak dropped by to haze our balls, as he is known to do, somebody said, hey, ask if Arenado's original list had Houston included, because we were saying, oh, yeah, I wonder what the deal with that was. So I went over there during the commercial break and asked him, and he said, it's a good question. I'm not in a position where I can disclose the teams on the list. Okay. So, and they said that he is working through it now, considering the situation with the Red Sox signing Alex Bregman. So, Martin, I've had a few people texting in, and this is still going on with some Boston sports radio people I'm seeing on the Twitter tweets this morning. There's still a thought process that the Red Sox may acquire Arnado, and here's the reasoning. Bregman could play second. And if Devers is comfortable making a position change as it is, which they most likely broached with him, to whether it be take your pick, first, DH. And now that they have committed those dollars to Bregman and he could opt out after 1 year, perhaps they sit there and go, well, then let's take a bigger shot now that we've committed those dollars to Bregman. So I do wonder about that possibility.
That would certainly be beefing up their team in a very tough division.
In a quick 24, 48-hour period if it were to... and then also, well, we're getting answers left and right. I texted Bill DeWitt III. And I just glanced down at my phone just now. Hey, Bill, just read the article regarding the TV deal. I wanted to clarify for the audience, if you're a YouTube TV customer, Hulu Live customer, and it was a DishNet, was the other one that couldn't get Cardinals streaming games, can you get the new direct option? He said anyone can get the new direct option. It's just like buying Netflix or some other streaming app. But, of course, you don't need to buy it if you are still a bundle subscriber with Charter, DirecTV, Fubo, etc. Did that answer your question? I believe it did.
Yes. So, yeah.
Well, that's outstanding. So that's just like buying an app. So I can get rid of the extra service that I was getting.
Right. Like if you were using Spectrum solely for Cardinals games, you could then just do the direct-to-consumer option and save a lot of money.
Right.
And then keep YouTube TV for
the
because
I love
sick
that
interface.
YouTube TV, so that's what I will be doing.
Yeah,
honestly.
that does cut down on, and I'm sure a lot of people are in a similar boat.
And if it's all streaming, you could watch away from your house. Because sometimes I struggle to watch it away from my house.
Right,
I'm
laptop, iPad, phone, real game changer.
So there it is. So we're going direct to the people here in charge to get the answers, Doug. That's not really the brand of the show.
Horse's mouth.
No.
Yeah, I'm
crazy to me.
I'm uncomfortable with it.
I would rather speculate.
Yeah,
or ask someone
and
not
make
in the know.
stuff up.
Yeah,
that's the goal. Ladies and gentlemen, we got the Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email of the day. The major recommendation from today's program is to go back and podcast or watch on YouTube, youtube.com/TMASTL. In particular, the 33-minute conversation with the Cardinal manager, Oli Marmol. Our spring training coverage this week brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. Very grateful for their support here over the course of the week. It makes it possible. Without the sponsors, you don't have a program. That's the deal. That's why I always talk about you got to support the sponsors. And Sumner One with compliments on the broadcast I'm seeing. And this phone's a hotbed of activity.
Oh, is it?
Sumner One, providing print and business technology solutions that keep your workplace humming. That is Sumner One and CarStar, your auto body repair experts. Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today will be coming your way. This is TMA. It's 101 ESPN live from Jupiter, Florida.
You can now watch 101 ESPN live on our Air Alliance Team Studio Cams. Catch every show live on our YouTube channel or at 101ESPN.com. 101 ESPN Studio Cams.
Presented by the Air Alliance Team Heating and Cooling. Getting the job done quickly, correctly, 100% of the time.
Farming's hard. To feed the world, farmers have to work the land, brave the elements, and fight the battle against weeds. Weeds reduce crop yield, so prices go up and everybody gets less to eat. But 50 years ago, farmers got a new tool to fight weeds, glyphosate. It kills weeds while protecting the harvest. Time and again, it has been approved by the EPA and by leading regulatory bodies around the world. It helps enable practices that reduce erosion and keep soil healthy, which is good for the earth. Farming's hard, but it's a little easier with glyphosate. Learn more at go.bayer.com/glyphosate. Paid for by Bayer.
Rise and shine, Valentine, all month long. You be the commander-in-chief. The savings are presidential, and the rates are at an all-time low at HW Kia of West County. Get freedom from interest with 0 down, 0 interest for 72 months, plus $1,000 customer cash. Even low 1.9% for 60 months on all Sorento and Sportage SUVs. And yes, that includes all-wheel drive gas models. Currently stuck in a loan or lease? Big D, the trade man, will get you released. So bring any trade and get up to 120% over KBB fair market value for any trade. And drive home in a brand new Kia K4 LX for just $129 per month lease with 0 security deposit and only $39.95 due. Or own it for under $20,000 with any trade. Yes, a brand new Kia with a 10-year warranty. Less than most used cars. Only at HWKia.com. Unapproved credit, not all qualified. Plus tax title license at 587 title and registration processing fee. 21 or newer trade. Negative equity refinanced into loan. Rebates and incentives to dealer through KNF. 2083 per thousand. Offers not. Combination expires 3/4/25.
What if your business could see beyond what is and into what can be? What if you could create more impact in every decision? What if you had a partner as visionary as you are? With Bank of America, you get access to our trusted experts, real-time insights, and digital tools. So whether you run a local shop or a global enterprise, you're backed by business solutions to make every move matter. What would you like the power to do? Find out how at bankofamerica.com/banking for business. Bank of America is proud to be the official bank sponsor of FIFA World Cup 2026.
ZipRecruiter is the place. ZipRecruiter is the place for talented teachers, savvy software developers, and master mixologists. ZipRecruiter is the place where you meet all these people and more. That's because ZipRecruiter is the place for job seekers who are looking for new opportunities. In fact, ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day, so you can find the right candidates right away. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Wouldn't you like to take a vacation from your bills? Well, you can. With credit card balances at an all-time high and Golden Oak's 5.25% rate, you could be saving thousands of dollars after a simple phone call. Call today and get your cash in as little as 14 days and make no payments for 2 months. Call 314-567-GOLD.
Golden Oak Landing, cured my blues.
6.19 APR, FHA, 15-year, 20% equity qualified credit. Additional terms apply. NMLS 114937.
Men, trouble in the bedroom? Not anymore. Paramount Men's Medical Center restores your sex life in just one visit. Their painless breakthrough treatments eliminate erectile dysfunction and PE. Here's a specialist in men's health.
I'm Dr. Simovitz. Have Viagra or Cialis let you down? Paramount Men's Medical Center offers the most effective treatments that eliminate ED and PE, with men lasting longer than ever. 98% of patients see instant results on their first visit.
Paramount Men's Medical Center's breakthrough treatments eliminate ED and PE, regardless of age or medical history. Your consultation and first treatment are free. You'll see instant results in the office. Plus, qualified patients get their testosterone checked free. Call 314-887-4442. 314-887-4442. To restore your sex life in just one visit, call now. 314-887-4442.
Broadcasting live from Cardinals spring training, this is TMA on 101 ESPN. Presented by CarStar and Sumner One.
It's TMA, Cardinal spring training broadcast live from Jupiter, Florida. Doug, I just lost my voice again.
Okay,
right
you'll
there,
bounce back.
right there. It's brought to you by CarStar and Sumner One. The show is always brought to you by Brown and Crouppen. Really, again, an unfortunate exchange with the Cardinal president of baseball operations during the commercial break, and Doug and Jackson and Doty are my witnesses. I was asking him what field his son was pursuing, because he was complaining that Martin shouldn't be compensated for all the time he's splitting between TV and radio.
Mm-hmm.
He wanted to know how much Martin made. Doug let him know that you pay him out of your pocket.
Most of it's charity work.
Yeah, 501c3.
Giving back to the community.
Right.
Right. And then I asked him what his son was pursuing. And he said he's going into baseball. And he said, how dumb is that? And I said, well, that's what we say about our children if they were to pursue this industry. And I said, so he is with, and he named the school, and I don't know if he wants it out there, neither here nor there, but he named the school. And I said, so he's with that basketball team? He goes, yeah, they're flying down to, and he goes, no. Basketball, he wants to get into baseball. Why would he be with the basketball team? And I go, and he goes, short and dumb is no way to go through life.
Yeah, that's when I wanted to speak to someone in HR.
So I am furious, and I might own a piece of the Cardinals by noon today. And that's exciting for me. There are some things that
the St. Louis Tims.
So keep an eye on me at second base. I just don't know if I can make that throw.
Well, you're going
because
to put yourself in the lineup.
Jackie Moon style.
Why wouldn't I?
I thought maybe you're going to run the club. You're actually going to play and run it.
I want to help the team win, and me in the lineup is the best thing for this club.
Yeah, choking up.
Yeah, probably. I mean, I played out of these fields in the fantasy camp.
What do you think you'd hit if you played a whole season?
0, 0, 0.
Not one hit?
Not
No
one
doubt.
hit. Not one hit.
Honestly,
Really?
making contact would be a W.
You go 0 for 4?
If they're throwing 98, there's no shot you can get the bat around on that.
Yeah. Yeah.
0
Yeah,
for 4
I mean,
for 162 games.
I struggled to make contact off the 67-year-old chiropractor from O'Fallon, Illinois.
Yeah, but he had junk. He had
Thank
a lot
you.
of junk.
Yeah, I called for the umpire to investigate.
Yeah, he was cutting it up.
We got a break. We got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up next. 101 ESPN.
101 ESPN is powered by Kaufman Townsley St. Louis's injury lawyers. Call 314-500-5000.
What's it going to take for you to realize the IRS is in full-blown attack mode, and if you have IRS issues, your timely response is critical? Hi, this is Lance Drury with the Lance Drury Law Firm. We certainly know the IRS has ramped up efforts because we're seeing a lot more clients with threats of intents to seize property or levy rights to property. If you have IRS issues, call the Lance Drury Firm today. Today, don't wait. Those IRS notices have hard deadlines for exercising your appeal rights. If you miss the deadline, your rights to a legal appeal are gone. Let the Lance Drury Law Firm get between you and the IRS today, and we'll help you manage your case to achieve the best outcome. IRS problems are serious legal matters, so call Lance Drury Law Firm, located right here in St. Louis. Don't wait. Call 314-260-6120. That's 314-260-6120, and schedule your free consultation with me, Lance Drury, or visit LanceDruryLaw.com.
The choice of a lawyer is an important decision and should not be based solely upon advertisements.
St. Louis homeowners, it seems as if everyone who wanted to sell their home last year is finally starting to take action. If you're ready to sell your home, I strongly recommend you call my friend and St. Louis real estate expert, Gloria Liu, with your Home Sold Guaranteed Realty. Here's why Gloria should be your first call. Well, let's ask the O'Neill family. Gloria sold their home for $30,000 over list price, or the Krupp family. Gloria sold their home over one weekend for $25,000 over asking price. Or maybe ask the Cox family, who received multiple offers and sold for $20,000 over list price, which, by the way, was the highest sales price the subdivision had ever seen. You get my point? Not every home sells for over list price, but one thing's for sure. Gloria Liu will get you the most money possible for your home, and she'll guarantee your agreed-upon price. Call Gloria today at 314-325-6888, or you can always visit GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Again, that's GloriaHasTheBuyers.com. Gloria and the seller must agree upon sales price and possession date.
Martin Kilcoyne for my friends at AutoLoanPro.com. If you're in the market for a vehicle, but you're not sure because of your situation what car you can afford, this is the perfect site for you because they have an entire playbook dedicated to explaining how credit works, how you can improve your credit score, and maybe get a different car in the future. You walk through all of it by downloading the playbook at AutoLoanPro.com. You'll see Robert Thomas on there, friend of the show, explaining not just how you can buy the car, but how your credit works. You'll learn all of that while also getting a great car. It's AutoLoanPro.com, part of the Frank Lita family of cars.
There's no better feeling than getting a notification from someone special. For me, it's McDonald's. I love being surprised with deals on my go-to faves, and right now, I'm feeling extra special. Only in the app, I can get 20% off any order when I spend more than $10. I can dig into their classics, like the juicy quarter pounder with cheese, Sweet McCafe caramel frappe, or even a crispy basket of fries. Check out the McD app and turn your next meal into something special. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. Offer valid through 6/30/25 at participating McDonald's. Valid once a day. Excludes tax. Must opt into rewards.
Jamie Rivers here, and I'm with my great friend Katie from Elite Heating and Cooling. And one thing that you like to talk about, Katie, is the fact that people can trust Elite.
Absolutely. Yep. That is our goal. In 2023, we did just earn the BBB Torch Award for ethics, but we want to earn their trust. We realize that you've got to trust the people that are in your home, not just with your equipment, but with the indoor air quality and the quality of your home.
And that's what you call great customer service. And that's what they get over there at Elite Heating and Cooling.
Correct. Correct. We want to give you a consultative review of everything that's been offered. If you have a problem and there's a situation that needs to either be a repair or replacement, we're going to go through those thoroughly so that you understand everything that needs to be done.
And I know myself, talking to Katie and her husband, that they pride themselves on making sure the customer feels safe and the customer can trust what Elite Heating and Cooling is doing. So please give them a call, book an appointment at EliteComfortExperts.com.
Hi, I'm Ben for Dobbs. You can't predict a tire blow, faulty air conditioning, or engine overheating, but you can count on Dobbs' team of technicians to fix your vehicle, to get you in, up, fixed, and out, and back on the road.
For deals you can use, click on GoToDobbs.com now.
Sponsored by Farm Save 811.
Whether you're dreaming of summers at the lake, a new boat, or your own lake house, Central Bank is here with investment strategies, retirement options, and other financial solutions to help you dream bigger, bank better. CentralBank.net. Equal housing lender. NMLS 407985.
101 ESPN is your home for Blues hockey. And every month during the season, you can register to win tickets to an upcoming Blues game. Enter to score free Blues tickets now at 101ESPN.com or on the 101 app.
Brought to you by Ted Drew's. Real custard, real tradition. Ted Drew's. It's St. Louis.
101 ESPN Sports Center.
This is another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. There was a Boston Tea Party last night in the association, and the tea is for Tatum as the St. Louis went for 32 points, 14 boards, as the Celtics knocked off Wemby and the Spurs 116-103. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer.
We're back to TMA, presented by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN.
The Morning After live from Cardinals Spring Training in Jupiter, Florida, presented to you by CarStar and Sumner One. The show always presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. Tim McKernan, Doug Vaughn, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett with you. Doug, it's time for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day.
All right, I'm ready.
All right, here you go. Good morning, gentlemen. Two-parter today. First, I'm flustered. Don't make me fall in love with all these young, fun ball players. Now, I'm back in. If it's a losing season, I'll personally hold Jackson accountable for bringing all these boys to the table. Cute boys at that. Damn it.
The NBA All-Star Game is on ESPN Sunday night.
Bust on these vibes, boys. Numero deuce. Doug, I added you as my top reference on my resume. Called the Four Fox to get your personal info. They said you were on one of your extended vacations again. I didn't believe it until you got drunk on air today. Keep drinking that coconut water, you tasty dish. P.S. Farmer Jackson, you can plant your seed in me. I'm ready for that harvest, you Lil Prince. That's from the YouTube chat.
The YouTube chat.
Jackson, are you interested in the YouTube chat?
Yes.
Really?
Well, no. But maybe. Nah.
Morning, boys. I was listening on the way back from the outhouse. First off, outstanding job with the Marmol conversation. Love him or hate him, the guy is who he is, and he doesn't apologize for it. But I'd like to address some disparaging comments made about not only St. Charles, but also my homeland south of the Merrimack. What this Carlos Spicy Wiener doesn't seem to realize is that Jeffco and the St. Charles are essentially the same person. The St. Charles just happens to be slightly more cosmopolitan. We all love our dogs, our families, our bush beer, and Tim's dazzling blue eyes. You're stoking the flames of a two-front war, brother. How'd that work out for Napoleon? This zip code shaming will not be tolerated, and I stand in solidarity with my brethren from the Wentzville territories. Keep your city-county problems out of God's country. Then this ham-bone-sucking bozo Mr. Licks chimes in with his boring non sequiturs to the point he has to be cut off by none other than who? That's right, a fellow Jeffco-mosexual named Chairman Kurt. That's right, Licks. We listen and we remember. Jeffcos are all around you, and where we go one, we go many. That's from the D-Gen from Jeffco.
D-Gen from Jeffco.
I just saw the video of Jackson's pathetic attempt to reach the green on hole number 17 Tuesday. To put it plainly, I'm baffled. You had 186 yards, but instead of hitting a smooth 6-iron like every competent adult golfer in America, you inexplicably pulled a hybrid like a flabby senior citizen. For a second, Jackson's hand rested on the big stick as he briefly considered hitting driver off the deck before realizing its parents would disown him for such a choice.
God.
David Deterning is a sophomore on my JV team, and he would have made birdie on that hole with his eyes closed. Why? For starters, David doesn't hunch over at a 45-degree angle when he sets up to the ball like a geriatric Quasimodo.
Oh.
At address, Jackson's hands are actually lined up with his pale kneecaps like a baby gorilla learning to walk. Furthermore, my players don't buckle under pressure. If you watch the video closely, you can tell Jackson's cheeks were nervously clenched together than a brand new snare drum. Tim is the best, and it's heresy to try to beat him at match play. Next time, do the honorable thing and forfeit before the round begins so my liege doesn't have to waste time on such trivial matters. That's from the JV golf coach.
JV golf coach.
Terrible.
And finally, I was going to sit this one out since I have clients calling me left and right, and I have a 9:30 meeting, but then I realized you just run nothing but commercials in the last hour to make up for all the marathon interview segments earlier in the show. You know, it's a lot harder to rip this show when you guys are filling it with great interviews. I appreciate Mo joining yesterday and explaining that he hasn't just been sitting around doing nothing all offseason, and how he's been looking at ways to improve the organization's infrastructure after years of neglect on his watch. In Mo's defense, he works for the DeWitts, and part of his role is to absorb the criticism and keep things in the room. Only a few people really know why this organization that once employed a long-term strategy of leveraging assets into a World Series contender shifted to simply aiming to perpetually be in contention on an annual basis, even if it meant they never were going to be in position to go all in on a particular season. And great to hear from Oli Marmol today. Having him read the text inbox was absolute gold. I do think you missed the follow-up on the Helsley ninth inning against the Phillies. Helsley was missing his spots badly at one point on 8 out of 9 pitches, and Yachty was staring at the dugout, and Marmol froze. The game got away. The series got away, and Poole's magical swan song was over. I'm still not over it. I hear echoes, echoes, echoes. Great reporting by Mr. Marquette on Libby Jack's psychotic regular season college basketball viewing experience after getting crunk on Pop-Tarts and Zimas. Mouse in the house. That's from Buck Swope and Doug. That's what we have.
Buck Swope.
What do you got?
I'll go Buck Swope.
YouTube chat.
I'm going YouTube chat as well. YouTube chat is one. The Design, Air, Heating, and Cooling email today. We got to go. Thank you to CarStar and Sumner One for their sponsorships of the program. Brown and Crouppen for always being the title sponsor. Doty and Chairman Kurt and Mike Ryder back in St. Louis. And for Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Douglas Elvin, Vaughn, my brother Kevin, I'm Tim McKernan. This has been TMA on 101 ESPN and TMA STL YouTube channel.
The NBA Rising Stars game is on ESPN tomorrow night. Coverage starts at 8. Your